Chapter 1301. Ying Chen looked at Suzaku's slender and seductive back, sighing with quiet regret in his heart. When it came to her figure, Suzaku was overwhelmingly hot, with curvaceous lines and skin that radiated a healthy glow. She possessed an enviable hourglass shape, her waist slender yet possessing a sense of strength that contrasted perfectly with her full, uptight hips. Every step she took swayed with irresistible attraction. Her breasts were full and rounded, their natural, flowing lines looking like a masterwork of nature. Her long legs were simply breathtaking, the muscles toned yet tender, sculpted like a fine work of art as she moved with endless charm and confidence. If he could, it was not that he did not want to enjoy such a rare blessing. Temptation and opportunity often went hand in hand in this world, and he was no saint. His longing and desire for beautiful things were naturally buried in his heart. Yet he had hinted at it before, though he did not know if it was due to his own lacking charm, or Suzaku's high pride, which made her unwilling to accept him as a married man. She was unwilling to accept him while Lin Shui was in the picture. He had no great solution for it. Facing Suzaku's refusal, though there was regret in his heart, he understood that matters of the heart could not be forced. Perhaps this was when the fate connecting the two of them would run its course. Even if Suzaku would not stay by his side as a companion, he would never allow her to find another man. After spending so much time together, he had come to view her as his exclusive possession, sitting at a similar status to Lin Shui. Possessing such a hot, slender figure and striking looks, he was unwilling to let her be pinned down beneath another man one day. This had nothing to do with morality. It was purely the instinct and possessiveness of a man. Not to mention, he certainly did not fancy himself a saint. He was not worried that Suzaku would truly find another man in the future. With his abilities, silently wiping someone from existence was effortless. Yang Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on Suzaku's departing back before he gathered his emotions and turned his attention back to the immediate situation. He knew that personal emotional entanglements should not affect the bigger picture, especially in these turbulent times when every step required caution. He gave a slight shake of his head, as if tossing those distracting thoughts from his mind, and turned to look at the strategic map to begin deploying his next plans. He knew deeply that to protect the people he cared about, whether Suzaku or Lin Shui, he needed sufficient power and status. All of this had to be achieved through continuous effort and strategy. Little Suzaku, I wonder what the god of war said to you. What kind of mission did he give you? The other three generals were waiting outside the tent for Suzaku to emerge, and Qinglong stepped forward with a smile. Though they were comrades who had shared life and death, they still held a tender fondness for this striking, fiery beauty. However, because Yang Chen's attitude towards Suzaku was somewhat ambiguous, no one dared to provoke Yang Chen's wrath. It's nothing. He just wants me to personally investigate the situation regarding Lin Shui, since everyone present was Yang Chen's absolute inner circle, and the matter was not military classified. Suzaku spoke nonchalantly. He's sending you? Everyone was no fool, and understood the dynamic between Suzaku and Yang Chen. They found this move by the god of war somewhat surprising. Sending his ambiguous love interest to protect his own wife. Was he not afraid of a fire in the backyard? Besides, Suzaku had such a bold, passionate temperament. Could the two of them really get along? Right, the god of war's arrangement is indeed a bit unexpected. Qinglong scratched his head in confusion, but still offered words of comfort. Still, Suzaku, you know the god of war's personality. He always has his reasons for doing things. Perhaps he wants to use this opportunity to let you understand Lin Shui's situation more deeply, while also testing your ability to handle relationships. Beihe pondered for a moment and slowly said, the god of war's move might hide another layer of meaning. Suzaku, your martial skills are extraordinary and your mind is meticulous. We can all rest easy with you protecting Lin Shui. Moreover, this can avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts, since you are one of the god of war's most trusted people. Besides, the three of us are men, so it's not convenient for us to closely protect Miss Lin Shui when issues arise. I think the god of war definitely considered this. They were all brothers and sisters. Seeing that Suzaku's mood seemed off, they all chimed in with comfort. I understand his intention and his decision. Lin Shui is his wife, and I have a responsibility to ensure her safety. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Suzaku smiled faintly, a flash of complex emotion crossing her eyes. Still, you must be careful on this mission. So many brothers have already fallen over there. If something seems wrong, your primary objective is to preserve your own safety. The god of war's enemies are no small matter, and I even suspect we have already been exposed. Plus there is the risk of a trap at Lin Shui's end. Otherwise, why would someone surnamed Gu suddenly appear? The reason the god of war sent you is probably because he's worried about this point. Your martial skills are much better than anyone else's, and if you encounter danger, you might be the only one who can escape. Suanyu, acting as the eldest brother among the four, spoke with concern. Hearing this, Suzaku's expression grew serious. She knew the difficulty and danger of this mission. The capital was the enemy's lair, and absolute danger lurked everywhere, but it only solidified her determination. Big brother Suanyu, don't worry. I will proceed with caution. With my ability, staying safe is not too difficult. The real difficulty lies in how to protect Miss Lin Shui. She may not realize the other party has malicious intentions. As for the risk of a trap, I will remain constantly vigilant so I don't become enemy bait. If there's any intelligence, I'll definitely notify you, so you don't need to worry too much. She swept her gaze across the partners surrounding her, a warm current welling up in her heart. These comrades fighting side by side were not only her reliance, but the safety net that had brought her this far. And that guy surnamed Gu, if you need to closely protect Miss Lin Shui, you will definitely cross paths with him. You must be careful about that. I have a hunch the other person is definitely no ordinary person. Don't worry, he's just a rich second-generation kid. Don't you trust my skills? Suzaku smiled slightly. Dealing with a man who only knew how to play with women was her specialty, and with her ability, she could easily run circles around him. All right, everyone disperse. Little Suzaku, we'll all be waiting for you to return in triumph. Everyone burst into laughter. They did not believe Suzaku would ever fall in the capital. Done. Chapter 1302. The capital. Achoo. Gu Junking rarely let out a yawn. What's wrong? Could you have caught a cold? It's all my fault for making you stay with me last night, Lin Shui said guiltily from beside him. The two of them were currently riding in Gu Junking's luxury car, driving smoothly down the road. Gu Junking was driving, while Lin Shui sat in the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Lin Bei kept stroking her jade pendant as if she had found some fun toy, occasionally talking to it. Knowing that a little ghost lived inside, Lin Shui instinctively ignored Lin Bei's behavior and tried to make herself forget about it. She had always been afraid of such things. If Gu Junking hadn't explained it to her, she would have long since made Lin Bei throw that necklace away. No, I feel like someone keeps talking about me. Could it be that I've done too many good deeds lately and people are remembering me too much, or is someone plotting against me? Gu Junking rubbed his chin, saying somewhat uncertainly. With his physical fitness, it was naturally impossible for him to catch a cold or feel sleepy just from staying up for a single night. Most likely, someone wanted to plot against him and was scheming a conspiracy behind his back. Plotting? Junking, are you saying someone is scheming a conspiracy against you behind your back? Hearing this, Lin Shui's expression changed slightly, her worry overflowing. After last night, she understood her own feelings even more thoroughly. Waking up this morning, she discovered that Gu Junking hadn't slept at all, guarding her the entire night simply out of concern that she might be scared while sleeping. Furthermore, she hadn't crossed any lines with her. She knew very well how much temptation her figure and appearance held for a man. If a man wanted to be well-behaved, he could only truly be well-behaved when his portrait was hanging on the wall. That went double for a man of Gu Junking's age. That was the age of boundless vigor and vitality, where a mere thought could trigger a salute. How many middle-aged men missed themselves at this age? For Gu Junking to resist temptation and not act improperly toward her, if this wasn't true love, what was? Moreover, she was certain that Gu Junking had no intentions of toying with her whatsoever. In their circle, she had seen too many examples of girls being played with and abandoned by men without taking responsibility. This was especially true for those wealthy young masters. Depending on their family backgrounds, they would play with one and discard the next, even competing over who could sleep with more girls. Gu Junking was completely different. He didn't use flowery words with her, always caring for her and her daughter with a reliable and towering image. He really was an honest and sincere man. Lin Shui looked at Gu Junking with a somewhat gentle expression. Gu Junking gently patted the back of Lin Shui's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, it's just a feeling I have. In this circle, open spears are easy to dodge while hidden arrows are hard to guard against, and I know what I'm doing. You should be careful yourself lately too. Try to go out as little as possible when I'm not with you to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry. Ever since being hunted down by so many people on the cruise ship, I've been terrified of going out, and I always call my best friend along when I go shopping. Lin Shui's eyes shone brightly as she spoke gently to Gu Junking. No man would dislike a gentle woman. To make Gu Junking fall in love with her and see that she was much better than other women, Lin Shui was really going all out. Your best friend will really thank you, Gu Junking muttered inwardly. The two chatted back and forth, the atmosphere as harmonious as a couple traveling with their child. Your mommy is going to find you a new daddy. Ling Xi's voice echoed in Lin Bei's heart. Lin Bei sat quietly in the back row, pausing slightly before glancing forward at Lin Shui and Gu Junking, then ignored them. I don't care about them, as long as he treats mommy well. Then she said gloomily and in a low voice to the pendant, right, mommy doesn't let me call her mommy anymore. She said that outside I have to call her older sister, and it's best to call her older sister in front of Gu Junking too. Your mommy is worried that their family will mind that your mommy has been married before, Ling He said gloatingly. Besides, isn't your mommy still legally married? From what you said, your fake daddy ran away, but this is still adultery. In our era, men and women who committed adultery would be drowned in a pig cage. Ling He spoke crisply. She was still angry at Gu Junking. Although Gu Junking did not kill her mother with his own hands, her mother's suicide was still related to Gu Junking. If she couldn't beat him, she would definitely torture him thoroughly. Lin Bei was somewhat speechless. You are not allowed to talk about my mommy like that. If you want to scold Gu Junking, just scold him alone. Lacking Ling Xi's telepathy, Lin Bei could only speak in a low voice to the pendant. Gu Junking, who was talking to Lin Shui, paused slightly when he heard this. He immediately realized that Ling He was secretly cursing him. I knew why I was yawning. It must be this little female ghost constantly cursing me behind my back. Gu Junking gave a soft internal hum. His eyes glanced at the two of them through the rearview mirror, scaring Ling He so much that she didn't dare transmit her voice anymore. Right, I forgot to ask you. I want to take Lin Bei as my disciple. What do you think? Gu Junking pulled back his gaze, glanced at Lin Shui beside him, and spoke. Of course that's great. Hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Lin Shue's eyes, and she quickly nodded in agreement. It's Lin Bei's blessing to be able to take you as her master. With you teaching her, I am very relieved. She had witnessed Gu Junking's strength with her own eyes. It could truly be said to have reached a superhuman stage. Not to mention his identity, if she could hold the title of Gu Junking's disciple, the implications for Lin Bei's future went without saying. Moreover, the reason she could have so much intersection with Gu Junking now was firstly because she was homeless and had to seek shelter living in his home, and secondly because of Lin Bei. She was truly afraid that she would cut ties with Gu Junking after returning home in the future. Now that Lin Bei's bond with him would be even deeper, wouldn't her own intersection with him become even deeper as well? No matter how Lin Shui thought about it, having Lin Bei take Gu Junking as her master was an excellent choice, so she naturally agreed with full joy. Ahem, did you forget my identity? If something happens in the future, Gu Junking gave a light cough to remind her. Identity? Lin Shui was slightly stunned. Suddenly thinking of something, her expression changed slightly, and she began to hesitate. Lin Bei suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Shui, sensing the complex and chaotic thoughts inside Lin Shui's heart which all seemed to touch upon a certain surname Xia, leaving her feeling curious. Lin Shui gathered her disordered thoughts, finding it difficult to make a choice for a moment. Naturally, she was extremely willing, but after all, she still had to consider Lin Bei's wishes. What if Lin Bei discovers her own background in the future and finds out that Gu Junking is her? What then? Chapter 1303. Who to me? What does that mean? Lin Bei could not figure out what Lin Shui was trying to say. However, she did not care too much anyway. After all, it could not possibly be her biological father. What does your mommy mean by that? What kind of identity is she talking about? Could he really be your long-lost biological father? Ling Qi noticed the movement from the two adults in front and muttered to Lin Bei. How is that possible? Lin Bei rolled her eyes inwardly. They are only in their 20s, and I am already 8 years old. Could he have fathered a child in his teens? Though she was only 8, she already knew children were not picked up from garbage dumps or given away free with mobile phones. Instead, a man and a woman did something embarrassing together, and then a baby was born into the world. Then why would your mommy hesitate so much about this master-disciple thing? Could there actually be some grudge between you two? Your mommy must be worried that he will abuse you, and after becoming his disciple, you'll only get 1 meal a day. Ling Xi's guess startled Lin Bei, making her look down at the jade pendant in her hand. She could almost see Ling Qi resting leisurely within the warm, jade-like pendant in an extraordinary posture. The pendant's color was as warm as spring water, its luster emitting a faint fluorescent glow. Ling Qi, a ghost as light as the wind, had her form transformed into something exceptionally cute inside the pendant. She wore a light gauze dress woven from mist, the hem swaying gently with her nimble movements, like crystal-clear dew dancing in the morning light. Her hair was not the ordinary black or golden seen in the mortal world, but a soft fluorescent blue that draped smoothly to her waist. A few playful strands occasionally brushed against her cheeks, adding a touch of liveliness and playfulness to her appearance. She seemed to notice Lin Bei's gaze and gave her a sly smile. Lin Bei carefully recalled the bits and pieces of her interactions with Gu Junking, a trace of confusion welling up in her heart. A grudge? Surely not. Lin Bei shook her head inwardly, trying hard to recall every single moment since she met Gu Junking. Although Gu Junking always seemed a bit mysterious and his attitude toward her was hot and cold, Lin Bei had never felt any hostility or hatred from him. Forget it, don't think about it. This fellow just wants to sabotage our relationship. Lin Bei muttered to herself. Ling Qi could not completely hide herself the way Gu Junking did, so she was still able to read some of her thoughts. This little female ghost was constantly thinking about how to sow discord between her and Gu Junking. She simply did not want to see her and Gu Junking get along well. It was just like a child in kindergarten throwing a tantrum because they didn't want their friend to play with anyone else, Lin Bei thought. Since she was already an elementary school student, she decided not to argue with Ling Qi. Thinking of this, Lin Bei didn't want to bother with these matters anymore. She only needed to know that neither Gu Junking nor Lin Shui would harm her. I think we should consider this matter for a bit first, there's no need to rush. Seeing Lin Shui caught in a dilemma, Gu Junking chuckled softly. Lin Shui's face revealed a look of guilt. After all, the Xia family had wiped out Lin Bei's entire family, and directly sentenced her biological parents to execution. Although Gu Junking was not the mastermind, and did not directly participate in the events of that year, he was still a part of the Xia family, and that invisible bloodline prevented him from completely staying out of it. Furthermore, she worried that Lin Bei might become a tool for revenge in someone else's hands. Indeed, it was difficult for her to make an immediate decision on Lin Bei's behalf regarding this matter. After all, Lin Bei would grow up eventually. We have arrived. Gu Junking's voice broke the contemplation inside the car. His words carried a trace of imperceptible gentleness, as if to ease the subtle tension in Lin Shui's heart. He gently turned the steering wheel, parking the car steadily in a dedicated parking space at the concert venue. The reason he brought Lin Shui and Lin Bei out this time was actually to attend a concert held by Lu Qingyi, the third eldest among the 7 sisters. It was not yet too late, just as darkness was falling, and her concert had not yet begun. However, the entire square was already surrounded by crowds. Stepping into this area, the 3 of them felt as if they had entered a boiling ocean. On the square, people surged, and the dark mass of crowds spread in all directions like a tide, almost staining the night sky with a sense of commotion. Neon lights and stage lighting intertwined into a brilliant curtain of light, decorating the night sky into a dreamlike illusion. Giant screens continuously looped classic moments from Liu Qingyi's previous concerts, with each image drawing bursts of cheers from the surrounding audience, and creating an extremely enthusiastic atmosphere. Among the crowd, faces of all kinds and age groups intertwined, youthful boys and girls, fan club members holding flowers with excitement written on their faces, and family groups bringing their wives and children out for fun. Some stood, some sat, some chatted with each other, and others focused intently toward the stage, everyone's eyes flashing with endless love and anticipation for Liu Qingyi. I still remember that glance back from Liu Qingyi. I attended that concert, and heavenly Queen Liu's makeup back then was simply peerless in this world. A middle-aged uncle pointed excitedly at the screen, and said to his friend beside him, a light flashing in his eyes that only appeared in youth. His words resonated with the people around them, who nodded one after another, their faces overflowing with infinite praise for Liu Qingyi's talent and charm. Yeah, and when she sang Moonlight all over the city, that ethereal singing voice pierced through the clouds and struck straight at the soul, leaving an unforgettable impression on me to this day. A young girl's eyes flashed with tears, as if she had returned to that night deeply touched by Liu Qingyi's singing. And that song immortal, now that was truly ethereal, I feel like it's heavenly Queen Liu's best-sounding song. Listening to the surrounding discussion, Lin Bei could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. Although she was still young, the name Liu Qingyi was not unfamiliar to her. Whenever Lin Shui felt down, she would play Liu Qingyi's songs to comfort herself, and Lin Bei had long since memorized those melodies and lyrics by heart. Mommy, is Liu Qingyi really that amazing? Lin Bei looked up at Lin Shui, her eyes flashing with a curious light. Lin Shui gently stroked Lin Bei's head and smiled. Of course, she is an idol to many people. Not only does she sing well, but she is also very pretty. Then she looked somewhat desolately at Gu Junqing, who was watching the giant screen. She knew the relationship between Liu Qingyi and Gu Junqing, and she also knew she fell short of the other woman in every aspect. However, she could only work hard to improve herself. Look at your mommy's expression, desolation mixed with grievance, and grievance mixed with determination. This Liu Qingyi must be your mommy's love rival, and that playboy Gu Junqing will sooner or later be hacked to death by women one day. No, let's drown him in a pig cage instead. Drown him in a pig cage. Drown him in a pig cage 100 times. Ling Xi's excited voice rang in Lin Bei's ear. Chapter 1304. Lin Bei completely ignored Ling Xi's nonsense. She still kept her deadpan expression as she looked around. Hey, why aren't you answering me? You're still young and don't understand how terrible a playboy's fickleness can be. Ling Qi said earnestly. I think you should have your mom kick Gu Junqing out and find a good man, or else he'll definitely hit children once he has a new love. Oh. Lin Bei let out a blank-faced acknowledgement. Alright, let's go find our seats. The concert is about to start. Gu Junqing glanced at Lin Bei, knowing Ling Qi was communicating with her, and chimed in at the right moment. The three of them waded through the bustling crowd and finally managed to find their seats. They were located right at the very front of the venue. Anyone here was either a heavily connected superfan, or a wealthy second-generation heir of high status, most of whom were Liu Qingyi's suitors. As a national heavenly queen, her fan base did not lack individuals of extremely high status and standing. With such high attention, many people were deeply interested in her, regardless of whether they admitted it or not. What man wouldn't want to pin a national goddess beneath him, and make her softly sing beneath his body? It was just that no one had ever succeeded. Some time ago, when Liu Qingyi officially announced she had a boyfriend, it sparked dissatisfaction among this group. How could they fail to pursue her while letting someone else succeed? For a period of time, they conducted all sorts of investigations into Liu Qingyi's mysterious boyfriend. They tried by every possible means to find this person. However, the efforts of these wealthy and powerful heirs seemed to sink into the sea without a trace. Liu Qingyi's boyfriend's identity remained a mystery, and no media or paparazzi could unearth his true appearance. This instead further aroused their curiosity and unwillingness to accept defeat, making their jealousy and hostility toward this mysterious boyfriend grow even more intense. Even now, with the concert about to open, many familiar people were still discussing it. Right, do you guys know who Goddess Liu's mysterious boyfriend is? Sigh, don't mention it. This matter has already become an unsolved mystery in the circle. A wealthy young master sitting not far away shook his head with helplessness and reluctance. I mobilized so many networks yet didn't scoop up a single clue, and even professional paparazzi are helpless. Yeah, I heard Liu Qingyi protects this relationship extremely tightly, almost never mentioning him in public occasions, let alone appearing together in the same frame. A stylishly dressed woman nearby took over the conversation with gossip shining in her eyes. However, this makes people even more curious. Just how much charm must a man have to make the goddess so devoted and willing to hide behind the scenes? Charm? Who knows, maybe he used some disgraceful methods. Another person sneered, their words revealing disdain for Liu Qingyi's boyfriend. Nowadays, there are plenty of men who want to climb high branches. Who knows what tricks he used to bewitch the goddess? Climbing a high branch might not be the case. Maybe the goddess is the one climbing a high branch. The wealthy young master retorted. When I first heard the goddess found a boyfriend, I immediately had people investigate, but there wasn't a shred of news. By the way, do you guys remember when the goddess once posted the back and half a side profile of that man? Of course I remember, my heart broke at that time. And I woke up in the middle of the night to find half my pillow soaked with tears. Back then, I even had someone run facial recognition through the public security system, and the result was no such person. Do you know how terrifying that is? The wealthy young master shook his head as he spoke. No such person? How is that possible? The surrounding wealthy and powerful youths let out waves of exclamations, seemingly shocked by this stunning news. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first, but that was simply the fact. The wealthy young master's expression turned exceptionally serious. I even found top-tier hacker friends trying to track him through internet traces, but the result was also zero findings. This man appeared out of thin air, leaving no traceable information whatsoever. Another middle-aged man chimed in. To maintain such low exposure in the midst of such an opinion storm, either he has an extremely powerful background capable of easily erasing all traces, or he is an extremely cautious and low-profile person who knows how to hide himself. Anyway, being able to win Lu Qingyi's favor, this mysterious boyfriend definitely has extraordinary qualities. The stylishly dressed woman spoke again, her tone carrying a bit more admiration. Lu Qingyi is famously picky in the entertainment industry. A man who can make her willingly hide her relationship is definitely no simple character. That may be, but outsiders like us can only guess. The wealthy young master sighed, seeming regretful that the truth could not be uncovered. Having said that, tonight is Lu Qingyi's concert, do you think he'll come? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding people instantly grew alert, casting looks of scrutiny and caution at one another. Sitting in the front row, although Gu Junqing knew everything inside and out, he maintained a calm smile on his face, hiding his achievements and fame, as if all these disturbances had nothing to do with him. As they took their seats, the surrounding commotion seemed to rise by another decibel, and the entire venue was packed with heads as dense crowds filled almost every corner. Lights intertwined under the dome into a brilliant sea of light, warming up for the upcoming feast. The stage was located right in the center of the venue, resembling a dreamlike island that appeared even more extraordinarily magnificent under the illumination of the lights. Giant LED screens surrounded all four sides, constantly shifting in colorful patterns. In the center of the stage, a silver glowing piano stood quietly, as if waiting for the soon-to-be-played movement. Behind the stage was a huge LED background wall. As the lighting technician adjusted it, it began to gradually display unpredictable visual effects, sometimes sparkling galaxies, sometimes churning seas of clouds, signifying that a dual feast of vision and hearing was about to begin. At the edge of the stage, light stands several meters high towered upward, with various lighting equipment arranged in an orderly fashion like stars surrounding the moon, infusing infinite vitality into every detail on stage. As the musical prelude slowly sounded, the lights began to dance with the melody, freezing every moment on stage into eternity. The audience quieted down one after another, their gazes locked tightly onto the stage, anticipating that moment when all eyes would be upon it. Lin Bei, Gu Junqing, and Ling Qi also straightened their postures. Despite the roaring voices around them, their attention was completely drawn to the upcoming concert. At this moment, everyone was melted by this grand performance, immersing themselves together in a dream woven by music and light and shadow. Chapter 1305. Every single setup and decoration for Lu Qingyi's concert venue was custom-made from scratch. It featured what was practically the world's largest four-sided stage canopy, surrounded by 3 layers of massive screens. The lighting truss alone weighed nearly 200 tons. Incorporating numerous cutting-edge technologies, it stunned the entire audience the moment it made its debut. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, amidst a prelude where heartbeats and breaths seemed to interweave, the stage lights suddenly dimmed. The entire venue felt as if a pause button had been pressed, falling into absolute silence, with only faint breaths and impending anticipation left behind. Right at that moment, a soft, focused beam of light slowly rose, landing precisely on the shining silver piano in the center of the stage. Lu Qingyi, the dazzling star of the entertainment industry, wore a glittering, radiant gown like a fairy stepping out of a dream, as she slowly rose from beneath the platform, instantly capturing every gaze in the venue. Lu Qingyi's face appeared on the giant screen, revealing a dreamlike visage accompanied by smooth, waist-length hair. Her facial features were as exquisite as an immortal, with long eyelashes like crescent moons, and a pair of bright, deep almond eyes that seemed to contain a brilliant galaxy, accented by a charming, beautiful tear mole beneath her eye. Even with the simplest makeup, her appearance was enough to display a beauty that made others green with envy. Thunderous applause and cheers instantly erupted from the audience. Although the venue was unprecedentedly massive, tens of thousands of people cheering and jumping together still felt as though they were about to blow the roof off the entire stadium. Wow, Sister Lu is so pretty. Even Lin Bei could not help exclaiming aloud. You call me mom, yet you call her sister? If you ever meet her in the future, call her Aunt Lu and don't be disrespectful. Lin Shui glanced at her, pinching her cheek with a hint of grievance. Given the relationship between Gu Junqing and Lu Qingyi, Lin Bei would definitely have the chance to meet Lu Qingyi, and Lin Shui refused to be lowered a generation for no reason. If that happened, wouldn't she be a generation older than Gu Junqing? Lin Bei pouted in slight grievance, but seeing the unquestionable look in Lin Shui's eyes, she obediently nodded. The stage lights began to shift unpredictably, colorful light and shadow intertwining into dreamy pictures that complemented the high-definition imagery on the 3-tier megascreens, creating an illusion of traveling through time and space. Looking at everyone off the stage, Lu Qingyi felt a bit emotional inside. Her past dream was simply to let everyone know the power of music, as she had no other talents in any other field. Unlike her other sisters who were all so exceptional, this was the only place where she could realize her own unique value. But now things were different. Aside from music, she had found a value she could pursue for the rest of her life. Lu Qingyi shifted her gaze toward the front of the main spectator stand, where a man with handsome, exquisite features resembling a heavenly deity stood, none other than Gu Junqing. Although they did not speak when their eyes met, that tacit understanding seemed to span the distance between the stage and the audience, tightly connecting them. Lu Qingyi's eyes softened for a fraction of a second, but upon seeing Lin Shui and Lin Bei beside Gu Junqing, her flawless expression developed a slight crack as her gaze turned sharp, her red lips pressed tightly together, and she gently bit her silver teeth. How long have they even known each other, and they're already hooking up? And what's going on with this kid? Oh right, I remember now, she's her husband's biological sister, a married woman who is out here seducing someone else's man. Lu Qingyi gave a soft internal hum. And this asshole man, bringing someone else's wife and child to watch his own girlfriend's concert. Does he have any sense of shame left at all? Lu Qingyi's face had been projected onto the big screen the moment she came out, and the slight changes in her expression were completely captured by the audience. However, the concert environment was complex, so nobody paid it too much mind. Gu Junqing blinked. Having experienced all sorts of chaotic love triangle showdowns, he was no longer afraid. He was a man. What was there to be afraid of? If oral persuasion didn't work, then a round in bed would fix everything. Meanwhile, Lin Shui noticed Lu Qingyi's stern gaze and let out a cold internal hum of her own. Although she was a fan of Lu Qingyi, when it came to snatching a man, she wouldn't be afraid of her. In the past, she might have given way a bit, but after realizing her true feelings for Gu Junqing, she felt it was necessary to fight for him. As for hair-pulling techniques and things like that, she was going to go find someone to teach her right away. Still, she has so many other sisters. I'm afraid I can't outpull them all. No, forget it. I might as well just suck up to her. Didn't all those imperial concubines in ancient times have to suck up to the empress anyway? Lin Shui muttered inwardly. Up on stage, Lu Qingyi's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, but her professional composure allowed her to quickly adjust her emotions, ensuring no unpleasant feelings affected her upcoming performance. She took a gentle breath, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint smile, as if everything just now was merely an illusion of the audience. Good evening, all my dear friends and fans. Lu Qingyi's voice traveled through the speakers across the entire venue, gentle yet powerful, instantly drawing everyone's attention back to the stage. Good evening, goddess. The entire venue instantly erupted in a simultaneous roar of cheers. Even the various wealthy individuals sitting right beside Gu Junqing's group were howling and wailing in excitement, their shouts being especially prominent. Lu Qingyi walked over to the shining silver piano, gently raising her hand as her fingertips danced across the keys. A melodious tune flowed out, instantly filling the entire venue. Her singing voice was as clear as spring water, and as soft as a breeze, piercing straight into everyone's heart. At times she sang softly and gently, like whispering in one's ear. At other times she soared high and passionately, like soaring above the clouds. Every note was impeccably accurate, and every vocal run was filled with emotion, making people unable to help but be moved. As the song progressed, the performance on stage grew increasingly magnificent. Dancers dressed in gorgeous attire danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music, their movements neat and uniform yet unique, forming a perfect harmony with Lu Qingyi's vocals. The clever use of special effect lighting and fog machines pushed the atmosphere of the scene to one climax after another. After singing several songs, Lu Qingyi paused and began chatting with the audience off the stage. I am deeply honored that everyone came here today. To give back to my fans, I plan to randomly select one fan to sing a duet with me. A trace of playfulness flashed in Lu Qingyi's eyes. Oh God, to be able to sing with Goddess Lu. Wouldn't that mean dying of happiness? Pick me, Goddess, I love you for a lifetime. Give me a chance, Goddess Lu. My lifelong wish is just to shake hands with you and sing a song. Hey, you asshole man in front, how do you have the nerve to make your girlfriend carry you on her back? Lower your head already. The goddess is blocking you so she can't see me. A bad premonition flashed through Gu Junqing's heart. Her ticket was specially given by Lu Qingyi herself. Could she possibly want to choose him? Chapter 1306. Is she going to choose me? Gu Junqing muttered inwardly, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward Lu Qingyi. She was scanning the crowd with a smile, but upon seeing him, she locked her gaze tightly onto him. Her bright eyes seemed to hide endless stars, shining so intensely that Gu Junqing did not even dare meet her gaze. He remembered how in his past life, a female celebrity had suddenly proposed to her boyfriend during a concert. At that time, she said something on stage that the male protagonist knew nothing about, leaving him completely dumbfounded upon hearing it. The female star said to the audience, from 18 to 30, there has been one person who has always accompanied me and protected me. 12 years, I don't want to live alone anymore. If you want to marry me, get up on stage. At that moment, the fans instantly erupted, guessing wildly about who this man could be. However, what made it awkward was that after the female star finished speaking, there was a full minute of dead silence, where the male protagonist did not walk up to the stage. It was only until the female star awkwardly added another sentence, if he's coming up, someone tell me please, that her boyfriend, amidst the cheers of everyone at the concert, finally had no choice but to go up and accept the female star's proposal. Unfortunately, the ending for the two of them was not very good either. Thinking of this, Gu Junking's heart could not help pounding fiercely. Singing a song was one thing, but a proposal. If such a thing happened at Liu Qingyi's concert, it wouldn't just be the entire Xia country that was shaken. At least a third of the Xia country's population would definitely focus their gaze right here. Then the boat of his, Lord Gu, would definitely capsize. It would be a miracle if the other heroines didn't turn against him. For a woman whose heart and mind were entirely filled with him, yet whom he could not repay with his whole heart, he still felt quite guilty. He had even brought another woman to watch her concert. He sometimes felt like he was a bit of a scumbag. But that feeling of guilt vanished in an instant. He, Lord Gu, was not some scumbag. He just had a broken heart that had shattered into many pieces, and each different piece had fallen in love with a different person. Overall, Lord Gu could only be described as affectionate. However, if Liu Qingyi really wanted him to sing, or even propose to him, he wouldn't mind either. He, Lord Gu, always expended as much energy as a task required. Weighing his reserve of energy, I can handle it. The chorus list for this time is automatically selected by the system, and everyone has a chance. Oh, Liu Qingyi's voice was like the gentlest breeze in spring, brushing softly past everyone's ears and feeling as though a lover was murmuring right beside them. This caused the over 100,000 people in the entire concert to boil over even more, each of them hoping they would be the lucky one guest. Following her words, Liu Qingyi turned slightly, and the LED big screen behind her began to slowly scroll through rows of seat numbers, as if the wheel of fate was slowly turning to pick the lucky person who would sing on stage with her. Her figure appeared even more moving amidst the interlacing light and shadow. Just after singing a song earlier, Liu Qingyi had gone backstage to change into a glittering, radiant gown. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, like the brightest star in the night sky, both mysterious and dazzling. Her long hair was carefully styled by the makeup artist into natural waves, draped casually over her shoulders and adding a touch of inadvertent allure. In particular, her bright eyes seemed capable of penetrating human hearts or hiding a sea of stars, deep and enchanting. Whenever she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved slightly upward, as if able to dispel all the gloom in the world and making people involuntarily intoxicate themselves in it. At this moment, everyone clearly understood that Liu Qingyi was not only a talented singer, but also a goddess radiating a dazzling light, making everyone present unable to look away. Her beauty lay not only in her exquisite appearance and outstanding temperament, but also in her love and persistence for music, as well as that warmth and power capable of touching people's hearts. Random? So it's not me after all. Gu Junking sighed inwardly. He had to admit that although the stone in his heart had landed, a subtle sense of loss quietly sprouted. He gazed at Liu Qingyi's figure, which was still shining in the center of the stage, feeling a mixture of complex emotions. Though reason told him that such a choice was fair to everyone, he still felt a pang of heartache for Liu Qingyi. If Liu Qingyi had truly made up her mind to quit the entertainment industry in the future, then this performance would be her curtain call. Opportunities of a lifetime like this would clearly no longer exist in the future. Moreover, if she pulled something like this during her curtain call, she could clearly achieve her ultimate wish of leaving a heavy stroke in the entertainment industry. Yet she did not want to put him on the spot. The emotions surging in Gu Junking's heart were complex and hard to describe. He knew that although Liu Qingyi never spared him with her words, she had actually never put him in a difficult position. Just like when she asked him to pose as her boyfriend some time ago, she said with her mouth that she wanted to expose all his information so others would scold him. Yet the measures she took to hide his identity were actually extremely meticulous. Whether on programs or in interviews, even though the media was extremely curious, she never mentioned any information about him. Right at that moment, the seat numbers on the LED big screen gradually stopped scrolling and finally locked onto a single number. Seeing this number, Gu Junking stared in astonishment, his eyes widening. Because this number happened to land precisely on Lin Bei, who was sitting right next to him. The cameras nearby all shifted toward Lin Bei's direction. Then the giant screen in the center clearly reflected Lin Bei's cute and exquisite little face. An explosion of sound-weaving gasps and envy erupted across the entire venue, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on Lin Bei's location. Gu Junking and Lin Shui, who were sitting right beside her, naturally also made it onto the camera. Wow, it's actually a cute kid. Look at that little girl, how adorable she looks. An aunt excitedly pulled her friend beside her, envy flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, her friend beside her paused slightly. Lin Bei, Lin Shui, then the man next to them. Could that be young Master Gu? If the three of them were here, Gu Junking and the others would definitely recognize this woman as Lin Mother, the very person who had driven Lin Shui and Lin Bei out of her home. Because she was in low spirits due to her daughter's rebellion, and because she hadn't been able to contact them, she had come out with a friend to relax, never expecting to see her own daughter on the big screen. It looks like this girl went to stay with this young Master Gu. If this gets out, Lin Mother frowned slightly, thinking inwardly. However, her brow quickly smoothed out, and her mood became much more comfortable. In her view, Lin Shui must have figured things out by now. It looks like this girl has finally figured it out. They might even be living together by now. Even if this young Master Gu doesn't want to marry her, I'll make sure he marries my daughter. Lin Mother chuckled inwardly. In the past, Although she liked Gu Junking very much, on one hand, it was because of Lin Xue's refusal, and on the other hand, she didn't think someone with Gu Junking's family background would actually marry a twice-married woman like Lin Xue. But now that they were living together, she would definitely have to pull some strings to at least make Gu Junking marry her daughter. Chapter 1307. Gu Junking watched his face appear on the big screen, with a sense of helplessness. Although Lu Qingyi hadn't chosen him directly, what difference was there between choosing Lin Bei and choosing him? After a brief moment of silence, when the three faces appeared on the giant screen, the entire venue erupted into cheers that rivaled Lu Qingyi's opening entrance. Wow, Goddess Lu actually drew a cute kid. Look at that little girl, she's so pretty. My son is about the same age. Never mind, he's not worthy. Stop looking at the little girl, look at her parents, that man. Even though he wasn't the direct focus, Gu Junking's impossible to ignore handsomeness quietly rippled through the crowd. Surrounding audience members cast gazes of astonishment and praise, their discussions naturally intertwining into a chorus of compliments regarding his looks. Hey, did you guys notice? The guy next to that girl, is that her dad? He is fucking so handsome. He's practically a walking pictorial. A young girl lowered her voice, her eyes flashing with excitement. Right. Especially his eyes, I feel like just one glance from him could suck away my soul. When he smiles, he's gentle enough to melt ice and snow, and those muscles beneath his clothes. I want to keep a guy like that all to myself. Aside from this young girl, an extremely wealthy and plump middle-aged woman nearby also wore a look of infatuation. Ahem, auntie, look, he already has a child. Can I still try my luck with something like this? A young man nearby who heard this grew restless, giving a light cough and bravely asking a question. You'd better forget it. Young people need to know how to work hard instead of always trying to reach the top in a single step. The wealthy woman swept a glance over him, found him mediocre, and shook her head in an ugly rejection. And his temperament, refined yet possessing masculine vigor. Standing there, he's like a scholar stepping out of ancient times, yet carrying a modern sense of fashion. He's truly a rare beauty of a man. A pretty college student wearing glasses, who looked like a Chinese literature major, pushed up her frames with full admiration in her words. Totally. Even the chosen little girl beside him seems a bit dim by comparison. While the little girl is cute too, this gentleman's appearance simply stands out like a crane among chickens, making it impossible to look away. A mother carrying her child teased her baby, while repeatedly sneaking glances at Gu Junking on the big screen. This provoked objections from her husband beside her, who let out a low, soft hum. I look at beauties, but aren't you unable to control yourself when you see a handsome guy now? Lin Xue looked at herself and Lin Bei on the big screen with shock and suspicion. She never expected her luck could be this good. Lu Qingyi wanted to choose someone to sing with her, and she actually managed to select Lin Bei. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stared expressionlessly right into the camera lens, thrust against her face. She didn't seem surprised or shocked in the least. If it were any other child her age under the live broadcast of 100,000 people, they would never have been as calm and collected as her. This scene surprised not only the three of them, but Lu Qingyi as well. She hadn't failed to consider taking advantage of this prime opportunity to directly corner Gu Junking. Based on her understanding of Gu Junking, under the weight of public opinion, she didn't believe he would refuse her. Besides, she had already given herself to him. Did he expect not to take responsibility? Yet after thinking it over, she hesitated. Was this kind of happiness really what she wanted? Did she, Lu Qingyi, need to use coercion in such a setting to force someone else? Furthermore, even if Gu Junking agreed right now, how would she conduct herself in front of him in the future? Therefore, after hesitating for a long while, she ultimately abandoned the idea. Yet unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, she selected the child sitting right next to him. Now, at the very least, she still had to interview these three people, who looked just like a family of three. Could her hesitation have ended up working in someone else's favor? A mixture of complex emotions churned within Lu Qingyi as she stood in the center of the stage, where under the spotlight she should have been the focal point of all eyes. But at this moment, she found herself involuntarily distracted, focusing on that figure on the screen, Gu Junking. Every subtle expression of his and every flicker of his gaze felt like ripples cast across the lake of her heart, making it difficult for her to remain calm. Little one, who did you come here with? Who are the two people beside you? Although Lu Qingyi knew the answer, with over 100,000 people watching at this moment, saying anything extra might easily expose something. Therefore, she had no choice but to pretend she didn't know them at all. Mommy and Daddy. Lin Bei rolled her eyes around playfully and chirped brightly. She had just heard from Lin Xue's inner thoughts how guarded she was against Lu Qingyi, so she deliberately spoke this way. Is that so? Little ones aren't allowed to lie. Oh. Lu Qingyi bit down slightly on her silver teeth and forced out a smile. This bastard really hooked up with another beauty. Why are you such a scumbag? I'm not lying. They really are my mommy and daddy. Lin Bei nodded earnestly, her eyes clear and innocent, as if capable of insight into human hearts, while maintaining a child's unique purity. She had already decided to take Gu Junking as her master. A master was like a father, so calling him dad wasn't wrong at all. The adorable appearance of this cute kid made the hearts of many audience members melt. Gu Junking and Lin Xue exchanged a subtle look. Neither of them expected Lin Bei to respond so directly. Lin Xue felt a mixture of shock and anger inside. She originally wanted to answer for Lin Bei herself. Just saying they were older brother and sister would have sufficed. She never expected the girl to directly call them mommy and daddy. When did this child learn how to lie? I must properly discipline her after we get off the stage. Even though Lin Shui desperately wanted to be with Gu Junking, she certainly didn't want it to happen this way. Not to mention that Gu Junking and Lu Qingyi had already officially announced their relationship. If people found out later that Gu Junking was Lu Qingyi's boyfriend yet had now become another woman's child's father, it would be a miracle if he wasn't ripped to shreds by online criticism. The combat power of Lu Qingyi's group of brainless fanatics was no joke. Lin Shui had a headache right now, but given the current situation, it wasn't convenient for her to clearly explain things to Gu Junking. Telling lies with a deadpan expression, she really has a bit of the demeanor of the man sitting beside her. Lu Qingyi couldn't help sneering inwardly. Is that so? It looks like your mommy and daddy are very affectionate. Lu Qingyi maintained a smile on the surface, attempting to ease the subtle atmosphere of the venue. She knew deeply that she couldn't dwell on this topic for too long, or it would only arouse unnecessary suspicion and attention. Since the person drawn is a little one, we'll skip the duet segment. How about I just chat with her instead? Chapter 1308. Next, Lu Qingyi probably understood Gu Junking's concerns, and she was not particularly willing to expose him in front of everyone either. With just a few hurried glimpses of his face, his appearance had already caused a commotion at the scene that rivaled her own. She didn't even dare to imagine how much of a sensation Gu Junking would bring to the entire entertainment industry if he truly debuted. Even without any works or marketing, his face and physique alone could make more than half of the women in the Xiao country fall captive to him and spend money on him. Not to mention the identity he held behind the scenes. Aside from being rather promiscuous and lustful, his public packaging could simply be described as perfect. Therefore, Lu Qingyi only hurriedly asked Lin Bei a few polite questions before ending her interaction with the audience. At Lu Qingyi's signal, the entire screen switched back to her face. Night fell and the brilliant lights came on. The massive stage was surrounded by dazzling lights, beating with a melody of reluctance and expectation. In the audience, tens of thousands of fans held glow sticks, forming a vast sea of stars. Actually, everyone probably already knows the purpose of my holding this concert from various gossip sources. Lu Qingyi suddenly spoke slowly into the microphone. Her words were soft yet carried an undeniable power. Even in such a noisy setting, her voice could penetrate through everyone and reach straight to the bottom of every listener's heart. The lights on the stage also seemed to change subtly with her emotions, outlining her figure with an atmosphere of loneliness and sadness. A bad premonition suddenly welled up in the hearts of the audience below, and the entire noisy venue fell silent for a moment. In fact, quite a few people had heard some rumors that had been spreading wildly online recently. That rumor was that Lu Qingyi was going to quit the entertainment industry. However, very few people believed this could be true. Lu Qingyi had debuted for 10 years. There was no telling how many people here had watched her all the way from her youth to the present, practically witnessing her growth and transformation. Her singing voice, like gentle whispers in the years, accompanied one generation after another through their youth. It consumed the half-life journeys of countless middle-aged people, and comforted the fleeting time of many elderly people. Lu Qingyi's fan base could almost be said to span 3 generations: youth, middle age, and old age. Therefore, when this shocking news drifted gently through the air, most people chose to refuse to believe it, preferring to believe this was merely a routine publicity stunt by the entertainment industry, rather than a genuine farewell. They would rather immerse themselves in Lu Qingyi's wonderful singing than face a possible parting. But at this moment, Lu Qingyi's gaze and tone gradually made this unwillingness to face reality clear and heavy. Lu Qingyi slowly opened her mouth, a trace of imperceptible tremor in her voice. Yes, tonight, I want to take this opportunity to officially announce to everyone that I am about to temporarily take my leave from this stage that has given me countless honors and dreams. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue seemed as if a pause button had been pressed, and time froze at this moment. The audience looked at each other in dismay. Some were shocked, some were sad, and more felt a sense of reluctance. The glow sticks in their hands gradually stopped shaking, and their lights grew dim, as if even the brilliance was losing its luster for this sudden parting. Even Lin Shui only just learned about this news, and when she heard Lu Qingyi speak up to this point, she hurriedly cast her gaze toward Gu Junking. She knew that absolutely no one here had more inside information about the news than Gu Junking did. Gu Junking fell silent for a moment, looking at Lu Qingyi on the stage without speaking. When Lu Qingyi entered this industry, and persisted for so long, it wasn't for the sake of wealth. After all, she lacked no financial wealth. If worst came to worst, she could have her fifth sister transfer a few $100 million, yet she chose to pull away and leave when her popularity was at its absolute peak. This kind of courage and boldness was definitely beyond ordinary people. In fact, even Gu Junking couldn't quite understand Lu Qingyi's intention in choosing to quit at her peak. Still, using his common sense, he could probably guess a thing or two. Over the past 2 years, all 7 sisters had gathered together again, and she most likely didn't want excessive public attention to affect her sisters. These 10 years have been the most precious time in my life. I met you all, a group of cute, kind, and supportive fans. It is your love and companionship that give me the courage to stand here and sing the songs in my heart. But life always has different stages, and each stage has its unique meaning and value. Lu Qingyi slowly spoke, then concentrated her gaze in a certain direction below the stage, her expression turning slightly tender. I have begun to realize that besides singing and standing on this stage, there are more dreams and lives I want to fulfill and experience. Of course, this is not the end, and perhaps it is also a new beginning. I plan to put more energy into music creation, music education, and those things that can make my heart feel fulfilled and peaceful. Although I will no longer frequently appear in the public eye, my music and my singing will continue in another way to accompany you. It was standard comforting talk, even though she herself knew that she would most likely never return to this stage. Still, she had to give the fans some hope. Lu Qingyi sighed inwardly. Hearing this, some of the audience below remained silent, some even began to sob softly, and more people expressed their understanding and support for Lu Qingyi with even warmer applause and cheers. They knew that this singer who had accompanied them through their entire youth might truly be bidding a temporary farewell to their sight, yet they were also willing to become her strongest backing and wait for her return all along. Goddess Lu, could it be that boyfriend of yours who made you quit? What right does that asshole have? That's right, it must be that asshole who made you quit the entertainment industry. Suddenly, a wave of dissatisfied shouts rang out from the audience seats. Although these voices were isolated, they were like stones thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. Everyone paid extreme attention to Lu Qingyi's updates, and naturally had a deep understanding of her official announcement from a short time ago. For Lu Qingyi's male fans, who had never had any scandals or rumored partners before, finding a boyfriend was an unforgivable thing. Now, hearing the news that Lu Qingyi was going to quit the entertainment industry, these people held even deeper hatred and disgust for that man who had never exposed his existence. This was Lu Qingyi, and the man who possessed her was actually outrageous enough to want to monopolize her entirely. Please don't misunderstand everyone, my decision is entirely out of personal consideration and future planning, and has nothing to do with anyone. My boyfriend is an important person in my life, and he respects and supports every decision I make. Please do not confuse our private life with my professional choices. Lu Qingyi knitted her delicate dark eyebrows and spoke in explanation. Her words revealed a sense of anger, which gradually quieted the originally restless audience seats. In this age of information explosion, every single move of a public figure would be magnified infinitely. Yet she could not bring any more trouble to Gu Junking. Chapter 1309. Lu Qingyi's words finally quieted the passionate and agitated audience and fans. Of course, a part of my consideration is also because of his wishes. Lu Qingyi spoke once more. Unlike the usual heated atmosphere, this concert felt more like Lu Qingyi was simply having a heart-to-heart chat with the fans who had accompanied her for so long. I really want to tell him, if I love you, I will never be like the clinging trumpet vine, borrowing your high branches to show off myself. I must be a kapok tree right beside you, standing alongside you as a tree. Lu Qingyi said suddenly with a playful tone. Her ethereal, icy voice was like a clear spring in the desert, stirring up a refreshing breeze across this arid land. She knew that her status in the entertainment industry had already reached the absolute limit of what she could achieve. Yet compared to Gu Junking, such status and position fell far, far short. Her words pierced through the venue's commotion, like the brightest star in the night sky, immersing every listener's soul in that deep and pure emotion. In a corner of the concert venue, a man wearing a bizarre mask quietly clenched his fists. Third sister, since when did you fall so deeply in love with him? You're actually willing to give up your entire performing career. The masked man was practically grinding his teeth to pieces. The person beside him gave him a strange look. However, they didn't say anything. Although wearing a mask was somewhat strange, with a full 100,000 people at Lu Qingyi's concert, wearing a mask to listen wasn't a big deal. Just earlier, he had even seen someone who insisted on coming to listen to Lu Qingyi sing despite being in a wheelchair. What does this mean? Could our heavenly queen feel that she's not good enough for him? Or does she think that continuing to develop in the entertainment industry means she can never catch up to him? Questions inevitably rose in the hearts of many, and the audience in the front rows even loudly questioned Lu Qingyi. Facing the doubts and guesses rippling through the audience, Lu Qingyi offered a gentle smile. That smile carried a tenderness that seemed capable of instantly dissolving all confusion and misunderstandings. Everyone need not worry too much. What I said is neither a doubt in my own self-worth nor confusion about my future path. Her voice rang out once more, clear and resolute, as if striking straight at the heart. Everyone has their own role and position in love, and what I pursue is a partnership based on equality and respect. I love him not because of how powerful or successful he is, but because he is simply him, the one who can connect with my soul and grow alongside me. She chuckled softly, then tilted her head slightly, appearing as though she were looking in a specific direction or conversing with the audience of the entire world. Choosing to temporarily step away from the stage is not because I feel the entertainment industry cannot help me grow, or that I feel incapable of standing shoulder to shoulder with someone. On the contrary, this is a well-thought-out decision and a re-examination of my self-worth and life pursuits. Hearing Lu Qingyi speak these words from above, Lin Shui wore a blank expression. Others might not understand what Lu Qingyi meant by her words, yet she could completely empathize with them. If I love you, I will never be like the clinging trumpet vine, borrowing your high branches to show off myself. I must be a kapok tree right beside you, standing alongside you as a tree. Lin Shui murmured softly to herself. She felt that this passage was talking entirely about her. Yet she never imagined that even heavenly Queen Lu Qingyi would experience these exact emotions. So even you feel not good enough when you're standing in front of him. Lin Shui glanced at Gu Junqing and found him watching Lu Qingyi's position on stage, leaving her somewhat curious about what expression he wore right now. Lin Shui's gaze lingered on Gu Junqing's face for a moment, attempting to catch any subtle emotional shift, but his expression was exceptionally calm. What are you thinking about? Lin Shui couldn't help asking. She felt that since Lu Qingyi had made such an affectionate confession on stage, even if he wasn't moved to tears, his expression should at least show some emotion. I'm wondering if she got carried away by the atmosphere hyped up by the fans on stage, and once she cools down backstage later and remembers what she said, she'll cringe so hard her toes curl inside her shoes. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin with a mysterious smile on his face. Wasn't the target of her confession literally him? He was actually thinking about making a joke out of her. How wicked. Lin Shui didn't dare say these words out loud to Gu Junqing, so she could only mutter them in her heart. Alright, stop cursing me out in your head. Seeing Lin Shui's eyes rolling around, Gu Junqing knew what she was thinking. He pinched her cheek in mild annoyance. After a few days of getting along, especially after the trip to the haunted house, their relationship had progressed to the point where casual physical contact was entirely natural. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all and directly reached out. He had roughly figured out Lin Shui's personality by now. Although she appeared quiet and introverted on the surface, that was entirely forced out of her by her mother. Mother Lin was an extremely controlling figure who wanted to manipulate everything about Lin Shui. Whether it was eating, sleeping, or working, she would reprimand her if any single aspect didn't meet her standards. Ever since she was a child, Mother Lin would call her at fixed times to check up on everything she did, forcing her to do many things she had no desire to do. With such an overbearing, domineering, and controlling mother, it was no wonder Lin Shui had always hidden her true temperament. It wasn't until she and Lin Bei were driven out of the house by Mother Lin that she gradually rediscovered her true self. Lin Shui's cheeks flushed slightly from Gu Junqing's sudden affectionate gesture, but she didn't dodge away. She only gave him a reproachful glare with a hint of a smile hiding in her eyes. You only know how to bully me. How am I bullying you? You were clearly making up stories about me in your head. Aren't I allowed to defend myself a little? Gu Junqing chuckled lightly, letting go of her hand with deep eyes. Although on the surface he showed little reaction to Lu Qingyi's words, in reality, he was deeply moved. Even he himself hadn't expected that deep inside Lu Qingyi's heart. Lin Shui curled her lips, but her heart felt warm and cozy. These past few days of getting along had allowed her to gradually let down her guard against Gu Junqing, beginning to enjoy this rare ease and freedom. Still, it would be wonderful if she and Gu Junqing could always stay like this. She sighed softly, looking at Lu Qingyi, who was still shining brightly on stage, her emotions complex. Lin Bei, standing to the side, silently watched the interaction between Gu Junqing and Lin Shui. Deep within her mind, Ling Qi was chattering away frantically. You're really going to have a new dad. After finishing her speech, Lu Qingyi had actually already calmed down on stage. Right now, just as Gu Junqing had predicted, after expressing her thoughts to him in front of so many people, she felt so awkward her toes were curling inside her shoes. Thinking of this, she couldn't help shooting a fierce glare in Gu Junqing's direction. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Lu Qingyi happened to notice Gu Junqing appearing to pinch Lin Shui's cheek. Then, seeing the two of them sitting so close and seemingly speaking sweet words to one another, anger surged from the bottom of her heart. There she was, baring her soul and pouring out a whole bunch of touching words. Yet the main character in question was busy chatting up another chick. Lu Qingyi was so angry she was on the verge of doing something extreme. How about I just expose him right here? Expose him and give this damn playboy some harsh torture. Lu Qingyi thought gloomily in her heart. Right at that moment, a soft and melodious piece of music suddenly sounded through the concert venue, carrying a trace of mystery and romance in its melody, as if meticulously paving the way for the scene to come. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily drawn, turning one after another toward the side of the stage. Lu Qingyi looked over with some puzzlement. In fact, the entire concert had already been rehearsed, and all the segments were almost done. After interacting with the audience and sharing her inner thoughts, at most a few curtain call songs would end it. Music shouldn't be playing at a time like this. Accompanied by that sudden soft music, a brilliant curtain of light slowly rose in the center of the stage like the brightest star in the night sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Beneath the curtain of light, the hidden secret gradually revealed itself. A massive heart-shaped floral array built from countless meticulously arranged flowers slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. These flowers were colorful, each one tender and fresh, exuding a charming fragrance. They were cleverly woven together to form a massive, romantic heart-shaped structure. Right in the center of the floral heart, a huge sapphire was embedded. Under the illumination of the lights, it flickered with a dazzling glow like the brightest star on the entire stage, making it impossible for people to look away. The preciousness of that sapphire embedded in the center of the floral heart was breathtaking. It presented a deep and enchanting blue, resembling the purest condensed galaxy of a distant night sky. What is happening? Could this be a gift someone sent to Goddess Lu? This must be super expensive. You can tell at a glance it's extremely valuable. Fans from all directions below saw everything through the big screen and immediately began whispering to one another. Even Lu Qingyi looked at all of this with full astonishment, clearly completely unaware of it. This is the Blue Galaxy. It was bought at a high price of 1.5 billion by a mysterious person in Eagle Country some time ago. Could this be that very one? An elderly man sitting near Gu Junking and Lin Shui suddenly stood up and cried out in astonishment. 1.5 billion? For a single gemstone? Old man, what kind of joke are you playing? Anyone able to buy VIP seats for Lu Qingyi's concert was no ordinary figure, let alone in the capital, the place where power in the entire Xia country was most concentrated. Those who came here were either immensely wealthy or noble. Yet upon hearing about a gemstone valued at 1.5 billion, they all shook their heads. Don't disbelieve it just yet. The name Blue Galaxy wasn't given casually. When it first debuted at the International Jewelry Exhibition, it attracted the eyes of global jewelry collectors with its unrivaled color and purity. Legend has it that this gemstone was originally discovered within the deep mineral veins of a distant war zone region, and only through tens of millions of years of natural incubation and crustal changes did such an peerless treasure come to be. The old man said with deep emotion. Chapter 1310. Even if it's that precious, it shouldn't be worth 1.5 billion. The pink star, that 59-carat vivid pink diamond rated as the largest internally flawless one, only went for over 400 million. Is this really more valuable than that? Someone voiced their disbelief. Of course it is. This Blue Galaxy refreshed the world auction record for sapphires that had stood for decades. When that mysterious person bought it at auction, it even triggered a nationwide craze of searching for the Blue Galaxy. I never expected it would turn up right here, the old man said with a hint of admiration. This old man is quite knowledgeable. Gu Junking naturally overheard the old man's introduction, muttered a sentence to himself, and turned to look over. Upon seeing the old man's face, he found it somewhat familiar. Wasn't this the person in charge over at the Ministry of Commerce? Gu Junking's gaze lingered on the elder's face for a few seconds, the contours in his memory gradually merging with the person before him. He felt a silent shock. Wasn't this high-ranking official from the Ministry of Commerce frequently seen on the news, renowned for his deep foundation in the jewelry and luxury goods industries? He was usually dressed in a tailored suit, appearing at various high-end forums and international exchange activities. He never expected to see him here today, so low profile, discussing the value of a gemstone with someone. So it's him. No wonder he has such a mastery of the gemstone market. Gu Junking pondered inwardly. To say the least, as expected of Lu Qingyi's concert, even figures of this heavyweight caliber had come here incognito to listen. He had previously heard that Lu Qingyi possessed the moniker of the fugitive nemesis. The reason was that she once held 10 concerts across 2 months, and in the end, she actually helped the police capture over 80 suspects. Now, even figures of this caliber were sneaking in to listen, which gave a clear idea of Lu Qingyi's weight. Even if what you said is true, who could have sent this? Giving away a 1.5 billion gemstone just like that? Who has such a massive hand? Discussions rose and fell in waves among the crowd. Regarding the ownership of this Blue Galaxy, opinions varied, all revealing curiosity and speculation about the person behind this extravagant gift. Even the old man fell into deep thought. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to capture a shred of clue from those excited, surprised, or puzzled faces. But such an action was clearly akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Indeed, who possesses such financial strength and boldness to give away such a precious gemstone as a gift? He muttered softly to himself, yet could not help thinking of himself. Although he wielded considerable power and high position, faced with a massive sum of 1.5 billion, even he would need deep deliberation, let alone giving it away so casually to someone else. If he were to gift such a thing casually, by the next day, no, forget the next day, within 2 hours he would be under investigation. Whoever could send such an item must undoubtedly stand among the absolute peak of the pyramid. Their names might not be widely known to the public, but in the business world, political spheres, or even deeper realms, they held decisive weight. Such a lavish gesture was not merely a symbol of wealth, but a display of power and influence. Perhaps it is some international tycoon who harbors an indescribable obsession with Lu Qingyi's singing, willing to exhaust everything just to win a smile from the beauty. The old man continued to speculate, curiosity flashing in his eyes. He might even know the person, for all he knew. Although his voice was soft, it was enough for the surrounding listeners, who were equally curious about the gemstone's ownership, to prick up their ears and listen. Or perhaps some family purposely selected such an unrivaled treasure to consolidate their relationship with Lu Qingyi, using it as a bridge in hopes of achieving deeper cooperation? Surely no fan would give away something like this just as a gift to an idol, right? Another person chimed in, a joking tone carrying through his words. Hey, could it be Lu Qingyi's mysterious boyfriend who sent this? As soon as these words were spoken, a round of murmurs and soft laughter erupted nearby, filling the air with a cheerful atmosphere. A mysterious boyfriend? He's certainly mysterious enough. If there really is such a boyfriend, what immense financial strength and deep affection that must be. A young man sneered. Though on the surface he was praising, it was actually filled with a sarcastic undertone. Lu Qingyi's mysterious boyfriend had never publicly revealed his identity. They simply didn't believe the other party was someone capable of pulling out a gemstone of this caliber. A gemstone of this level could practically be classified as a national treasure. It wasn't something you could easily gift to a partner. Still, putting that aside, a star of Lu Qingyi's caliber naturally has no shortage of suitors. But someone able to pull out a 1.5 billion gemstone as a gift is probably truly no ordinary person. The old man shook his head lightly, a hint of emotion in his tone. Such financial strength and boldness are rare even on a global scale. He had originally only intended to catch Liu Qingyi's concert, never expecting he would also witness such a rare and peerless treasure. It was truly a trip worth taking. Just as everyone was still discussing, Liu Qingyi on stage had already recovered her composure. She looked toward the few people pushing the massive heart-shaped floral array. They were all her staff members, and even her manager and makeup artist were present. Liu Qingyi also came to her senses. This was probably some surprise segment kept hidden from her. Still, she was genuinely surprised. A smile bloomed across Liu Qingyi's face, and her eyes flashed with a touching brilliance. She raised her hand slightly, signaling the lighting engineer on stage to dim the spotlight a bit to make the overall atmosphere of the venue warmer and more private. Afterward, she walked slowly toward the edge of the stage, her gaze sweeping tenderly over every person who participated in this surprise planning, including her staff, manager, and makeup artist. Every single detail made her feel incomparably warm and happy. "Shaoyan, what is this?" Liu Qingyi asked with a mix of surprise and delight. "This was actually arranged by brother-in-law. We're just executing it on his behalf," Liu Qingyi's manager, Wanyu, said with a smile. Liu Qingyi's manager was also a familiar face to the audience below, so she had brought a microphone when she went on stage, allowing her words to be transmitted directly into the ears of the over 100,000 people below. "Brother-in-law?" Liu Qingyi blinked, then only remembered that this was how several of her staff members addressed Gu Junqing. So he really was the one who sent it. Since that's the case, I suppose I'll forgive him this once. Liu Qingyi muttered inwardly. Her gaze searched through the crowd once more, looking toward Gu Junqing's direction. Faintly, she seemed to see Gu Junqing smiling and waving at her. At this moment, the commotion inside the entire venue seemed to subside, and everyone's attention was tightly captured by those two words. "Yes, King Yi, Mr. wanted to give you a special night, a night you will never forget." Wanyu's voice was filled with smiles. The look she cast toward Liu Qingyi was full of blessing and envy for this romance. Chapter 1311. Liu Qingyi took a deep breath, looking at the massive heart-shaped floral array and the dazzling gemstone, a trace of genuine happiness welling up in her heart. There are no girls who do not like flowers and gemstones. The only reason they might dislike such things is perhaps simply because they dislike the person sending them. A note was attached on top of the floral array, wishing us both countless flowers and endless romance from now on. This note was clearly captured and projected onto the giant screen. Down in the audience, thunderous applause instantly erupted among the fans, accompanied by waves of cheers. They were deeply moved by this sudden romance, sending their most sincere blessings to this couple one after another. Although for Liu Qingyi's farewell concert, her mysterious boyfriend had failed to make an appearance, many fans still harbored lingering grievances. To many fanatic fans, Liu Qingyi was their faith and goddess, and for that man not even to attend such an important occasion for his own goddess, how did he expect them to hold him in high regard? It was already a mercy that they weren't cursing him to death. Yet now, the fact that he could send such a precious gift and surprise was enough to demonstrate his sincerity. Most of the fans began to let go of their resentment. Suddenly, Liu Qingyi's eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist, swirling amidst her already exquisite and charming features. Although the audience didn't know Gu Junqing had come, she knew. This surprise truly made her feel unforgettable. She had originally thought Gu Junqing was just bringing some little mistress along to show off and provoke her. "Thank you all for coming tonight, and thank you for witnessing this moment that is immensely precious to me. I never imagined that on a stage like this, I would receive such an unexpected surprise." Her gaze once again fell upon the edge of the stage. The gemstone in the center of the heart-shaped floral array shone even more brilliantly under the soft lighting, resembling the brightest star in the entire universe, sparkling exclusively for her. "This gift is not merely a precious treasure, it is the deep love and commitment bestowed upon me by the most important person in my life. I suppose this is what love looks like at its finest, not in the extravagance of words, but in the proof of actions." Saying this, Liu Qingyi's gaze pierced through the sea of people, meeting Gu Junqing's eyes from afar. Their glances intersected, and it felt as though the entire world had paused for them. She raised her hand gently, taking a deep breath as if to engrave this emotional moment into her heart forever. "My mysterious mister, thank you for giving me such an unforgettable night. I felt it is deeper than any words." After finishing these touching words, she added a slightly playful tone as she spoke to the audience below. "You see, my mysterious boyfriend isn't bad after all." This remark drew another round of cheers from the audience down below. Gu Junqing offered a faint smile from his seat. Yet inwardly, he muttered to himself, "Ha, women. Just a moment ago she looked like she wanted to chop me to pieces, but now that she's got her treasure and is facing the public, she says such pretty things. With acting skills like these, she wouldn't just be a heavenly queen, an acting empress could be hers for the taking." His understanding of Liu Qingyi far exceeded that of these fans. The fans still held a sort of filter, believing Liu Qingyi was perfection itself, but he had no such illusions. Moreover, even if Liu Qingyi wasn't hiding anything, she was an idol after all, and in public she always needed to project a good image to others, meaning she always had to maintain a certain poise no matter what she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep spouting so many pretty words. Even Lin Shui, who had spent a period of time getting along with her, didn't really understand Liu Qingyi well, mistakenly thinking she was truly as polite to her fans as she appeared on stage. There was a whole slew of words thanking the fans and thanking him. The look of utter exasperation when Lu Qingyi had tried to seduce him for the sake of her sisters at the beginning, only for him to see right through her, that was still fresh in his memory. Yet this wasn't hypocrisy. Whether it was the heavenly queen radiating dazzling light on stage, or her occasionally revealing a vulnerable, womanly side, both were the real Lu Qingyi, merely different faces shown to different people. That private side of her was something only he needed to know. Dear friends, her voice was soft yet full of power, piercing into the heart of every single person. Tonight, standing here, my heart is filled with gratitude and reluctance to leave. Every time I stand on this stage, it is you who give me infinite strength and courage. But life always has new chapters waiting for us to write, and I too must embark on a new journey. As Lu Qingyi's words fell, the atmosphere of the entire venue grew even warmer, tinged with a slight trace of reluctance. The lighting on stage gradually softened, seemingly adding a touch of melancholy to this extraordinary farewell concert. Lu Qingyi stood beneath the spotlight, gazing at the ocean of people cheering and weeping for her, complex emotions surging within her chest. At this point, Lu Qingyi's eyerims turned slightly red, but she forced a smile, refusing to let the tears slip down. I know that for many of you, my singing is a part of your youth, the countless days and nights I accompanied you through. But please believe that even if I leave this stage, the emotion and power brought by that music will remain forever in your hearts. Suddenly, a sound of sobbing drifted up from the audience. Several fans with stirred emotions cried uncontrollably, shouting, "Goddess Lu, don't quit the entertainment industry. Goddess Lu, we need you." Although choked with sobs, their voices were filled with genuine reluctance. While these fandom fans might appear toxic in other circles, they remained extremely docile toward the idols they supported. However, the reason fandom fans were considered the most toxic was primarily due to the complex underlying interest relationships, the intervention of capital, and the extreme behaviors within the fan communities themselves. First of all, behind fandom culture lay the infiltration of capital and platform forces. Social media, entertainment capital, online content platforms, brand sponsors, and marketing companies. Multiple stakeholders joined hands to squeeze profits from fans, jointly promoting the creation and operation of the traffic economy. This interest-driven fan culture was often what led to certain extreme behaviors. For the most part, Lu Qingyi's fans remained predominantly rational. After all, Lu Qingyi was someone who dared to directly confront the leading giants of the entertainment industry. If she hadn't wanted to minimize manipulation by others, she wouldn't have chosen to strike out on her own and found her own studio. Finally, I want to use one song to conclude tonight's performance, and also as my deepest farewell to you. As Lu Qingyi's words slowly drifted down, she took a light step forward, as if every single step carried a deep emotional attachment to the stage. Her gaze flashed with complex brilliance, containing both nostalgia for past years and yearning for the unknown future. The lighting on stage seemed to grow even softer, as if paving a path straight to the depths of the heart for this departing queen. The emotions of the audience reached their peak at this moment. Some of them were already bathed in tears, the cheering sticks or posters clutched tightly in their hands swaying gently in the dim light as a silent plea for Lu Qingyi to stay. The older fans who had accompanied her for many years, regardless of gender or age, were weeping uncontrollably. In their eyes, there was reluctance, but also heartfelt wishes for Lu Qingyi's future life. Lu Qingyi's popularity was no mere boast. Watching these fans crying their eyes out, Wu Junqing felt a wave of emotion in his heart as well. The path of star chasing for fans was not solely driven by liking how good-looking a star was. More importantly, it was about liking their hard work and persistence, as well as their glowing dreams, feeling that those under the spotlight were truly illusory, like a world they had never seen before. Sometimes he would also ponder why people liked these stars in the first place, primarily because they needed a spiritual sustenance. After all, the lives of students and working folks alike were not easy. If one always walked alone without any spiritual motivation to carry them through, it was actually quite difficult. Lu Qingyi on stage took a deep breath. She likewise felt this emotion welling up from deep within the audience. It was like a trickling stream. Not only could her existence bring motivation to her fans, but the fans could likewise grant her spiritual strength in return. She closed her eyes, letting her soul merge with the music, as she began to chant that deeply affectionate farewell song. Her singing flowed out like a spring, clear and pure, every note seeming to carry Lu Qingyi's gratitude and reluctance toward the audience. Her voice echoed throughout the venue, piercing into every listener's heart and awakening the resonance hidden deep within them. The audience listened quietly. Some wept softly, others hummed along in low voices, and the entire venue was enveloped in an indescribable warmth and sorrow. During the performance, tears welled up in Lu Qingyi's eyes as well. She recalled the greenness and nervousness of her first time stepping onto the stage, recalling every unforgettable moment spent together with her fans. Those laughs, those tears, those supports and encouragements all transformed into power and emotion within her singing at this very moment. When the final note fell, the entire venue plunged into a brief silence. Following that, thunderous applause and cheers erupted, with the audience expressing their respect and love for Lu Qingyi in this manner. Lu Qingyi turned around, facing the audience, and bowed deeply. A smile hung upon her face, yet a trace of imperceptible sorrow was hidden within that smile. Under the illumination of the stage lights, Lu Qingyi's figure appeared so beautiful and moving. As she slowly walked off the stage and vanished behind the scenes, the entire venue once again burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The audience stood up one after another, waving the cheering sticks or posters in their hands to offer their most sincere blessings and farewell to Lu Qingyi. This moment would likewise become an eternal memory carved into their hearts, inscribing the glory and emotion of the heavenly queen that was Lu Qingyi. Lin Bei, why are you crying? Ling Xi's voice sounded within Lin Bei's mind. Two trails of clear tears hung on Lin Bei's small face. Upon hearing what Ling Qi said, she hurriedly wiped them away, then stared blankly at her surroundings and muttered softly, I don't know either. Maybe the emotions around here were just too sad. You take Lin Bei back first. I've called a driver to wait for you at the entrance, Gu Junqing said in a low voice to Lin Shui. Okay. Lin Shui nodded. She knew that at a time like this, Gu Junqing would definitely be heading backstage to comfort Lu Qingyi. Chapter 1312. Gu Junqing was somewhat surprised to see not a single trace of jealousy on Lin Shui's face. If Lin Shui truly harbored such emotions, given her level of composure, he doubted she could hide it from him. In terms of personality, Lin Shui was actually as devoid of hidden motives as a child. She was probably even more pure and innocent than her 7-year-old daughter, Lin Bei. Just look at the last time they went to the amusement park, she had played even more happily than Lin Bei. In the past, she was like a suppressed star, with her life and work completely arranged by Mother Linear. Once Mother Lin's suppression was gone, the star gradually radiated its own light and began revealing its true nature. Mother Lin probably saw right through Lin Shui's personality. If Lin Shui hadn't been so lacking in ambition, Mother Lin would never have refused to relinquish power and merely kept her working in the company. She also sent her everywhere on business trips to gain experience, but all that effort seemed to have been completely useless. It was no wonder she wanted to find a better partner for Lin Shui. She was probably just too worried about having no one to succeed her. Gu Junqing felt that although Mother Lin was somewhat harsh and domineering, she really didn't have many good options when faced with someone like Lin Shui. However, constantly suppressing Lin Shui's true nature was definitely not a good method either. While Gu Junqing could understand it, he would never agree with Mother Lin's approach. Therefore, seeing that Lin Shui appeared completely unfazed on the surface, Gu Junqing felt somewhat surprised, yet deeply gratified. If all the fish in his fish pond could be like Lin Shui, how wonderful that would be. After collecting his emotions, Gu Junqing walked toward the backstage area of the performance, only to find the backstage doors blocked by Lu Qingyi's staff members. Several people were attempting to force their way inside to see Lu Qingyi. Judging by their attire and grooming, these individuals possessed considerable wealth and acted quite arrogantly, making it obvious that their family backgrounds were extraordinary. Seeing this, Gu Junqing frowned slightly and quickened his pace toward the center of the crowd. Move aside. We are Qingyi's friends, and we have important matters to see her about, shouted one of the men wearing a designer suit and gold-rimless glasses, his tone filled with unquestionable authority. However, Lu Qingyi's staff and bodyguards did not back down. Well-trained, they stood in a single row to form a solid barrier. I am sorry, gentlemen and ladies, but without Miss Liu's permission, no one is allowed to enter the backstage area, the lead manager stated calmly, her tone carrying an unnegotiable politeness. The few men and women trying to forcefully break backstage clearly hadn't expected anyone to step out and stop them. Their faces were plastered with displeasure and arrogance, as if the entire world should make way for them. Do you know who I am? You dare block me? Me going to see this big celebrity Lu is already doing her a favor. There are countless stars who would kneel before me just for an audience, and I couldn't be bothered to see them. If not for her good looks, do you think I'd bother coming? Another richly dressed man let out a disdainful cold hum, acting as though his identity was the finest pass of all. As soon as this young man's words dropped, the entire venue plunged into dead silence. Everyone stared at him in utter bewilderment. To speak to Lu Qingyi like that, just how arrogant could someone be? If this got recorded and spread outside, the fans wouldn't care who you were. They would just tear you apart online with passionate fury. Hearing this from not far away, Gu Junqing's facial expression twitched slightly. What the fuck? Without the protagonist's influence, there really were this many absolute assholes who knew someone had a boyfriend yet still insisted on going up to bother them. He then walked right through the middle of their group, scanning over them as he walked to double-check. Yep, without any protagonist influence, it turns out there really are fucking complete idiots in this world. Chapter 1313. Seeing Gu Junqing appear, Lu Qingyi's manager, Wanyu, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Incidents like this happened quite often, and could be considered a common occurrence. After Lu Qingyi's concerts ended, there were always people who relied on their status to force their way backstage. Sometimes, even while Lu Qingyi was still performing on stage, fans, no, rather, complete perverts, would try to rush the stage and assault her. They were always intercepted by the security team just in time. This kind of trouble wasn't unique to Lu Qingyi. Other female celebrities faced it too. In this progressive era, there was no shortage of lecherous men, leaving female stars in the entertainment industry to deal with groping, forced kisses, and bear hugs. For incidents like these, celebrities often had to turn a blind eye. However, individuals who relied on their extraordinary backgrounds to force their way through were much harder to handle. A single misstep could easily invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when facing visitors who considered themselves noble and attempted to use power to oppress others, Lu Qingyi's team always adopted a cautious yet firm attitude. They knew handling such issues required not just courage, but wisdom. Still, they only regarded it as a minor annoyance. After all, everyone cared about saving face these days, especially figures from the upper echelons. Information spread far too quickly now, and any scandal would instantly go viral across the entire internet. Given Lu Qingyi's immense fame, public backlash would be fierce and overwhelming. Usually, a few rejections were enough to deter people. Yet they never expected to run into such a total asshole today, who wanted to fucking force his way in after being denied entry. Seeing Gu Junqing walk over, Wan Yu had no intention of letting him deal with this mess, and simply stepped aside to let him pass first. Young Master Gu, go on in first. Sister Lu should be waiting for you in the dressing room. Once you go in, just keep walking left, and make 3 turns to get there, Wan Yu said warmly. In front of outsiders, to keep Gu Junqing's identity hidden, Wan Yu always addressed him as Young Master Gu. In private, however, members of Lu Qingyi's team liked to tease her by calling him brother-in-law, even though they were slightly older than Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing smiled faintly, nodded at Wan Yu, and lightly patted her shoulder in encouragement. He knew that every time situations like this arose, Wan Yu bore considerable pressure to both protect Lu Qingyi's safety and properly handle unexpected emergencies. Hard work, Wan Yu. With you around, Qingyi can always rest much easier. Gu Junqing's words were filled with recognition and trust in Wan Yu's professional capabilities. He had learned a lot about this from Lu Qingyi. Wan Yu had become her manager straight out of graduation. The two of them had weathered a decade of storms together. One had evolved from a newly debuted rookie into the reigning heavenly queen Lu Qingyi. The other had grown from an inexperienced newcomer into a prominent, gold standard manager in the industry, making Wan Yu not just a capable assistant in Lu Qingyi's career, but an indispensable close friend in her life. Her professional competence, calm composure in the face of challenges, and meticulous care for Lu Qingyi had long made her an irreplaceable pillar of the team. Who the hell are you, kid? What gives him the right to walk straight in? The flashily dressed, arrogant man blocked Gu Junqing's path, clearly intensely dissatisfied that Gu Junqing was allowed backstage while he was barred. Wan Yu immediately stepped forward, placing herself between Gu Junqing and the man. She had no desire to drag Gu Junqing into this mess. If trivial matters like this required Gu Junqing's help, then what was the point of their existence? Lu Qingyi paid them an astronomical salary for a reason. Her tone was calm and professional. Sir, please mind your language. Young Master Gu is a special guest of Miss Lu, and has the right to enter the backstage area directly. If you have any questions or require information, please contact us through official channels. I am from the capital's Han family. If you block me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing Wan Yu persistently blocking his path, the man genuinely grew angry. He had initially shown her some courtesy because, after all, she was Lu Qingyi's manager. He hadn't forcefully broken through earlier purely out of respect for Lu Qingyi, not for some lowly manager. She's really pushing her luck, the man thought to himself. The capital Han family? Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. As part of China's top aristocratic families, he had naturally heard of the Hans, knowing their deep-rooted influence in the military was only slightly inferior to the Xia family. In terms of sheer public awareness, the Han family even surpassed the Xia family by a notch. At the very least, Wan Yu had heard of them. The capital Han family? That's one of the top 10 wealthy clans in the capital, and a rare powerhouse even across the whole of China. A few onlookers who noticed the dispute rushed over to watch the spectacle. Even the elderly official in charge from the Ministry of Commerce strolled over leisurely, though upon hearing the young man expose his own identity, he couldn't help letting out a gasp of surprise. Several people nearby who initially wanted to stand up for Lu Qingyi's manager, since she was Lu Qingyi's closest partner, and frequently mentioned on shows, hesitated. Helping her might give them a chance to get acquainted with Lu Qingyi privately, and even if they couldn't win her favor, getting to see her more often was a perk. But upon hearing the identity of the troublemaker, many of their faces turned pale. Exchanging glances and weighing the pros and cons in their hearts, they all chose to remain silent, unwilling to get easily dragged into this dispute. The elderly Ministry of Commerce official sighed softly, and shook his head, looking accustomed to such scenes yet powerless to change anything. Although outsiders viewed him as powerful and high-ranking, often appearing on television programs, before a family like this, stripping him of his post took nothing more than a single word. Families like this boasted several regional governors and numerous generals among their ranks. As for presidents of listed companies, they weren't even worth mentioning, since only the most useless members of such a clan would stoop to doing business. Chapter 1314. Facing this sudden display of power and pressure, Wan Yu's expression remained resolute, without the slightest sign of backing down. She knew that as Lu Qingyi's manager, protecting the artist's rights and image was her primary duty, and no matter how powerful the opponent's background was, she could not yield even half a step. Young Master Han, I respect your status, but everyone is equal before the rules. This is Miss Lu Qingyi's workplace, and any unauthorized entry is a violation of her privacy. I believe that even the Han family would not want their descendants throwing their weight around outside and losing their composure. Wan Yu's voice was not loud, but every word was clear, carrying a force that could not be ignored. Gu Junqing did not step in to stop them, choosing instead to observe quietly from the side, while secretly nodding in approval at Wan Yu's response. As a first-tier aristocratic family, there was no way this young Master Han shouldn't know Lu Qingyi's background. Lu Qingyi had several powerful sisters standing behind her. For instance, her fifth sister, Chu Yuchen, commanded an enterprise empire that could rank among the top globally. Then there was her sixth sister, Mu Peining, a top-tier scientist protected by the state. She had a whole group of veteran elders supporting her from behind. Otherwise, no matter how much Lu Qingyi loathed getting mixed up in the dirty storms of the entertainment industry, it would have been impossible for her to remain untainted under external pressures. Yet this young Master Han dared to act so arrogant right in front of Lu Qingyi. The only explanation was that this young Master Han didn't even have the qualifications to touch the core secrets of the family. From the very beginning, he had been abandoned by the Han family. The Han family would supply him with food and drinks, let him play around, and let him throw around the family's name outside. But wanting to touch real family matters and secrets was completely out of the question. This so-called young Master Han likely belonged to that category of spoiled scions whom the family had given up on, proficient in eating, drinking, and making merry, while completely clueless about anything else related to the family. Moreover, the family wouldn't let him participate anyway. They wanted to avoid him messing things up out of incompetence or breeding unnecessary ambitions that could threaten the true heirs. The most crucial part was that he, Gu Junking, had clearly shown his face. Yet the fucking idiot didn't even recognize him. Although ordinary people seeing his face would only think he was handsome, his identity had long been spread around by his maternal grandfather. Which influential and well-connected figure in the capital didn't recognize him, let alone members of the Han family? So almost instantly, Gu Junking deduced that this young Master Han was likely an unfavored character within the Han family as well. Who the hell do you think you are to talk like that? Are Han family matters something a mere manager like you can speculate on? Several of the surrounding flunkies immediately shouted. I am merely Lu Qingyi's manager, but it is entirely wrong of you to try and force your way into her lounge. Wan Yu showed no fear as she spoke calmly. She would willingly give her life for Lu Qingyi, let alone just block these people. You might be able to easily mobilize resources, or even make certain people tremble, but please believe that there are things in this world harder than power, namely, justice and truth. If today's events get out, I'm afraid it won't do the Han family's reputation any good either. Young Master Han narrowed his eyes and glared at Lu Qingyi's manager, loathing nothing more than the fact that his family had abandoned him. Although he could borrow a tiny fraction of the Han family's momentum outside, he could never leverage real power. If he stirred up trouble outside, minor matters could be solved for him, but if it caused nationwide public outrage, his family would likely abandon him entirely. Young Master Han's expression flickered between shades of blue and white, clearly not expecting a mere manager to dare look down on him. Now, seeing the onlookers watching the spectacle, he could feel their gazes beginning to carry strange nuances, which made him feel like he was riding a tiger and unable to dismount. If he slinked away in defeat, he would lose all his face. Even the Han family's evaluation of him would drop even lower. I don't care about all that crap. Fine, I won't go in today, but you go call Lu Qingyi out right now. Otherwise, if I can't deal with Lu Qingyi, can't I deal with you? Young Master Han said with a cold face. His heart grew vicious. If they pushed him too far, he would resort to all his power at whatever cost. Even if he couldn't ruin Lu Qingyi's reputation completely, didn't she want to retire? He would make sure she didn't have a single peaceful day after retiring. She was just a mere actress. What capital did she have to fight him? Not to mention this manager. With a single word, he could bring ruin to her entire family. Gu Junking frowned slightly from the side, already growing tired of this farce. Seeing Wan Yu and Lu Qingyi's closest people show zero fear in the face of power was already enough for him to watch this play for so long. But just as he was about to step in, slap the guy first, and ask questions later, his expression shifted slightly, and he halted his movements. Who the fuck do you think you are? What gives you the right to make Lu Qingyi come out and see you? Right at that moment, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed from near to far, breaking the stalemate. Everyone turned their gazes toward the sound, only to see a tall woman with flowing short hair walking over gracefully. Her facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional, and her clear eyes were like deep, cold winter lakes, carrying an undeniable heroic aura between her brows. Her figure was tall, hot, and sleekly lined, exuding power and aesthetic beauty in every contour, resembling a wildly untamed panther. Such a great beauty, though she seems a bit too spicy. Everyone couldn't help thinking to themselves. This short-haired woman was gorgeous indeed, but her aggressive aura felt tailor-made to suppress others. Even her walking posture was fiery, and the words she spoke were not what one would expect from a beauty. A girl, and an extremely gorgeous one at that, with a face that, even if slightly inferior to the breathtaking goddess Lu from moments ago, wasn't far behind, yet she kept spitting out vulgarities, like what the fuck, and who the hell do you think you are? The surrounding crowd couldn't help feeling a mixture of shame and regret. So you're the fucking asshole who wants to see Lu Qingyi? The short-haired woman walked over, glanced a few times at young Master Han's slender frame, which clearly screamed of excessive indulgence, and said with utter disdain, "That's right, it's me. So what, who the hell are you?" Young Master Han put up a front, refusing to yield verbally despite being mentally intimidated by the short-haired woman's aura. Even though the short-haired woman in front of him was extremely attractive, suppressed as he was by her imposing aura and her icy gaze, he found himself unable to feel any normal desire toward her. Instead, a baffling sense of fear began to creep into his heart. It felt as though he had run into some unknown creature capable of posing a direct threat to his life. Chapter 1315. Who am I? The short-haired woman's lips curved into a playful smile, her eyes flashing with unquestionable brilliance. She slowly stepped forward until she was just an arm's length away from young Master Han, and softly spoke, "I am the person who will make you regret standing here today." Her words were not loud, yet they clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an irresistible force. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, making even breathing feel cautious. Young Master Han's expression shifted slightly. He had never encountered such a dominant woman, and even his status as a member of the Han family failed to bring him a shred of security at this moment. He swallowed hard, trying to reclaim a shred of dignity. Who do you think you are? Han family matters are not for you to interfere with." The short-haired woman let out a soft laugh laden with a hint of contempt and disdain. The Han family? If you were actually the head of the Han family, that would be one thing, but do you really think that with your tiny shred of power and insignificant role, you can run amok in the capital just by riding on the family's coattails? Let me tell you, the rules of this world are not dictated by the Han family alone. You dare insult young Master Han like that? Don't think we won't beat you just because you're a woman. You motherfucker. Having been insulted practically right to his face, not only the surrounding lacklings, but even young Master Han himself mustered his courage. Too exhausted to care who the other party was anymore, he prepared to flip out. The flunkies stepped forward in unison, as if intending to gang up on her. The onlookers seeing this scene all were expressions of reluctant pity. "All of you, get on your knees for me." Instantly, an invisible, massive force crashed down. Both young Master Han and his surrounding flunkies felt as if they were being forcibly pressed down by a giant hand, and all of them dropped heavily to their knees with loud thuds. "What the fuck did you do to me?" Young Master Han screamed out loud. The short-haired woman gave no reply, continuing to press her hand downward. Young Master Han felt as if he were being crushed by an invisible giant palm, his head slowly lowering until it pressed hard against the ground, forcing him into a prostrate kneeling position. Throughout this process, no matter how desperately young Master Han and his lacklings struggled to stand up, or how bitterly they cursed, the short-haired woman did not stop at all. Only after they were completely forced to their knees did she slowly withdraw her palm, a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. "You're nothing more than a bunch of weaklings." The short-haired woman's words were spoken lightly, yet they struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, instantly plunging the previously clamorous scene into silence. Her gaze swept across the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was too terrified to utter a sound, terrified that an inadvertent movement of their own would invite the exact same treatment. The crowd watched this scene with trembling hearts. She was a beauty whose appearance could rival even Lu Qingyi, yet she acted with such utter lawlessness. Even they had not expected her to disregard young Master Han's background and origins completely, slapping him and his lacklings straight down onto their knees. This wasn't merely humiliating and disciplining young Master Han, it was also a direct insult to the Han family. After all, spoiled young masters like young Master Han valued their pride above all else, and forcing him to prostrate himself like this was practically worse than killing him. Didn't you see how, for the sake of face, he still threatened Lu Qingyi's manager so blatantly even though he knew he shouldn't have? That alone showed he was someone who regarded face as paramount. Furthermore, no matter how much the Han family disregarded young Master Han, or treated him as an outsider of the clan, seeing him prostrate on the ground like this meant they could never simply sit back and ignore it. This was practically a direct challenge to the dignity of the Han family itself. To think she actually has the strength of the divine realm. Gu Junqing marveled inwardly from the side. Based on his understanding, there shouldn't be very many people at the divine realm, which was essentially the foundation establishment stage, in this world. Yet how long had it been before he ran into so many of them? The Slaughter Emperor who teamed up with Dao Tianyan last time was also a divine realm expert. However, that person was only newly entered into the divine realm. He had only gained fame by relying on a few clever moves. Yet the short-haired woman this time had clearly gone far down this realm. At the very least, she was much more formidable than that Slaughter Emperor. Gu Junqing pondered inwardly, realizing the woman's strength far exceeded his expectations. This was driven not only by her displayed divine realm cultivation, but also by the precise and domineering control she exerted over her power. Every ounce of strength was utilized to perfection, deterring her opponent without causing unnecessary harm. This level of cultivation and mindset was certainly not achieved overnight. "If you've got the guts, state your name. The Han family will never let you go." Young Master Han's voice trembled with fury and humiliation. The short-haired woman's lips curved into an even deeper smile, containing both pity for young Master Han's ignorance and absolute confidence in her own strength. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that what you did today has crossed my bottom line. As for the Han family," she changed her tune, a hint of contempt seeping into her tone. "In my eyes, they are just one of many aristocratic families in the capital. If you really want to come looking for trouble with me over this so-called face, I'll welcome you anytime. If you're really that capable, why don't you even dare to state your name?" Young Master Han said with venomous resentment. He swore that once he got out, even if he had to crawl to the feet of his eldest brother, his father, and his grandfather, he would definitely exact vengeance for this. By then, he would make this woman in front of him understand what true despair and powerlessness felt like. young Master Han was already plotting how best to torture her. Yet the short-haired woman just said offhandedly, "Go find me at the Ji family residence, and let's see if your Han family would dare to go head-to-head with my Ji family just for a piece of trash like you." The Ji family? Could it be that Ji family? The old man who had been watching the spectacle couldn't help starting in shock upon hearing this. The Ji family was also one of the top-tier aristocratic families in the capital, with a vast sphere of influence and profound impact that was by no means inferior to the Han family. This young Master Han was clearly an abandoned son of the Han family. Fighting a similarly matched rival family for his sake was obviously out of the question. Not to mention the fact that young Master Han was completely in the wrong. Most likely, the Han family would even have to apologize to this member of the Ji family on young Master Han's behalf. Chapter 1316. The Ji family? Hearing this, young Master Han's expression shifted once more, a flash of disbelief crossing his eyes. The Ji family was a top-tier aristocratic family on par with the Han family, and their profound foundation and influence far exceeded ordinary imagination. He never expected that the seemingly young woman before him would be connected to the Ji family. The surrounding crowd also fell into a flurry of commotion. The name of the Ji family hit their ears like a thunderclap, sparking endless discussions. No one imagined that a seemingly ordinary concert dispute would end up dragging in the names of two major capital families. Hearing this, Gu Junking was somewhat surprised as well. He hadn't expected both a member of the Han family and someone from the Ji family to show up at Lu Qingyi's concert. It had to be said that she truly lived up to the name of Heavenly Queen. He wouldn't even be surprised if an even higher level figure showed up at her concert. Still, the Ji family? It seems my mother once mentioned that I have some matter related to the Ji family. Gu Junking pondered inwardly. Xie Ying had briefly mentioned this matter to him before. However, at the time, he felt it wasn't important and hadn't listened carefully. He simply forgot about it afterward. I'll ask her about it later. Gu Junking mused to himself. After Lu Qingyi's manager, Wan Yu, stepped forward to express her gratitude to the woman surnamed Ji, he felt there was nothing left to handle here and walked backstage to look for Lu Qingyi. There weren't many people backstage. The soft and warm lighting formed a sharp contrast with the external clamor. Gu Junking followed Wan Yu's earlier directions, passing through several slightly crowded yet orderly corridors. Faint sounds of nearby staff chatting and distant music from the stage occasionally drifted into his ears. The air was filled with a faint blend of perfume and cosmetics, naturally causing people to slow their pace. He expertly found Lu Qingyi's lounge. The door was half open, leaking a sliver of light. Gu Junking gently pushed it open to find Lu Qingyi sitting before the vanity, excitedly and infatuatedly examining the blue sapphire he had given her. Seeing this, Gu Junking couldn't help smiling faintly. Actually, the idea of gifting a gemstone came from his second sister, who had mentioned that sparkling things were Lu Qingyi's favorite since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to enter the entertainment industry in the first place, bringing the joy of music to millions under starry lights. That had been Lu Qingyi's initial dream. Yet young Lu Qingyi back then never imagined that the shadows beneath the starry lights would be so dark. Lu Qingyi's eyes appeared even deeper under the reflection of the sapphire, as if capable of insight into the beauty and complexity of all things in the world. She sighed softly and slowly put the gemstone down. Even before Gu Junking made a sound, she seemed to sense his arrival. "Junking, do you know? Sometimes I really miss that self who purely pursued her musical dream, without all this scheming and the shadows hidden behind glamour." Lu Qingyi's gaze shifted to Gu Junking, a trace of imperceptible worry flashing in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Junking sat beside her and asked with concern. "Look, my retirement has already hit #1 on the trending searches, and the entire internet is flooded with wild guesses and discussions." Lu Qingyi smiled bitterly, pointing to a tablet nearby. The screen displayed entertainment news headlines with striking, glaring titles. Lu Qingyi announces retirement after concert. The truth behind sparks heated debate. Suspected mysterious boyfriend demanded her retirement. Mysterious boyfriend spends a fortune at Lu Qingyi's concert. Was the purpose to force her retirement? Exposing the truth behind Lu Qingyi's retirement. Is the entertainment industry too deep, ultimately driven to a dead end by behind-the-scenes masterminds? Shocking. Agreement between Lu Qingyi and mysterious tycoon exposed. Sky-high contract exchanged for a lifetime of freedom. Exclusive exposé. Lu Qingyi's retirement is actually to nurse a pregnancy. Is the mysterious boyfriend a married heavyweight in the industry? Gu Junking took the tablet, quickly skimmed through several news reports, and couldn't help finding it somewhat amusing. Just a few fake news articles have this big celebrity feeling so emotional? Have you had any shortage of trending searches? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm not bothered by these, I'm used to them. It's mainly because too many people are threatening me not to quit." Lu Qingyi's brows furrowed tightly, a trace of helplessness and exhaustion flashing in her eyes. "These threats come not only from those capitalists who want me to stay in the industry, but also from former partners who fear my departure will affect their profit chains. Even, some people I once considered friends are now using various methods to obstruct me." She shook her head gently, a bitter taste coloring her voice. "I thought my retirement was my own decision, my farewell to the past, and my expectation for the future. I expected blessings from others, never imagining this choice would draw so much hindrance and strife." Gu Junking nodded slightly, understanding a bit of it. Lu Qingyi's influence was simply too massive, her existence was practically a blessing to any locality. Whenever Lu Qingyi announced a concert location, hundreds of thousands of people would inevitably swarm there. The revenue generated by such influence was immense. Local economies, tourism, and related industries all stood to reap massive benefits. Therefore, when news of Lu Qingyi's retirement spread, it not only shocked and saddened her fans, but also placed unprecedented pressure on all forces relying on her influence. "Qingyi, your influence far exceeds your imagination," Gu Junqing said softly, his tone carrying both affirmation of Lu Qingyi's capability and consideration for her current situation. "Your retirement is tantamount to an economic earthquake for many. Naturally, they will exhaust every means to keep you, even resorting to manufacturing public opinion pressure." Every action of hers tugged at the heartstrings of hundreds of millions of fans, and her influence had long transcended simple entertainment, becoming part of a social phenomenon. Lu Qingyi nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "I understand, but I'm truly tired. Having struggled in the entertainment industry for so many years, I've given up too much and lost too much. What I crave now is simply a simple, peaceful life, rather than being trapped by various disturbances." Only someone like Lu Qingyi could cast all this glory aside. For someone who had climbed to Lu Qingyi's position, the sheer thrill was self-evident. Nowadays, any ordinary person could trigger massive traffic just by posting a short essay online. Let alone Lu Qingyi. If she casually posted a few punctuation marks across various platforms, it could potentially cause the platforms to crash. That thrill of a single command bringing a response from thousands was perhaps something only those involved could truly understand. Yet Lu Qingyi was able to cast all of this aside and resolutely choose to retire at her absolute peak. This kind of mental fortitude was truly something ordinary people could never achieve. Chapter 1317. Gu Junqing still felt a sense of admiration for Lu Qingyi's ability to make such a resolute decision. Retiring at the height of one's success is easy to talk about, but experiencing that kind of courage and determination firsthand is entirely different. Lu Qingyi's choice was not merely a calm letting go of past efforts, but a brave embrace of infinite future possibilities. Choosing to retreat at the peak requires immense self-control and profound vision. She also had to bear massive external pressure. Mere moments after her announcement, social media platforms exploded, causing several networks to crash entirely. Following the fiercely responsible nature she learned from her second sister Ji Hanyan, Lu Qingyi felt a deep sense of duty. She needed to provide a proper explanation to both her fans and those former beneficiaries. That was why Lu Qingyi looked so utterly exhausted right now. Her usually sparkling eyes had dimmed quite a bit. Gu Junqing glanced at Lu Qingyi's direct messages, where the screen was constantly flashing with relentless updates. He would barely manage to read one fan's message before hundreds of others instantly pushed it down. It made his eyes spin, rendering it completely impossible to keep up. Still, the majority of fans were begging her to stay and refusing to let her quit, allowing him to feel the deep emotional attachment and reluctance of Lu Qingyi's fanbase. Naturally, there were also various mood-spoiling messages mixed in. Gu Junqing simply chose to ignore them. At a moment like this, Lu Qingyi appeared remarkably calm as she took her phone back from Gu Junqing. She turned off the continuously beeping device to temporarily detach herself from the storm. Inside the dressing room, soft lighting spilled into every corner to create a warm and intimate atmosphere. Abstract art paintings hung on the walls, colorful yet serene, forming a sharp contrast with the noisy world outside. The air was filled with a faint blend of floral fragrance and high-end perfume, refreshing the mind and allowing one to temporarily forget outside disturbances. On the vanity, various cosmetics and skincare items were neatly arranged, ranging from exquisite eyeshadow palettes to petite lipstick tubes. Every single item shone with an alluring luster. Lu Qingyi sat quietly in her seat, gazing at the blue sapphire placed on the table. Even the flowers decorating around the sapphire had been arranged one by one on the table by her. Clearly, looking at the things she loved helped soothe her mood. Gu Junqing simply accompanied her quietly from the side, knowing that the best approach right now was to let her calm down on her own. Given their relationship, redundant words like "I'll help you" were clearly unnecessary. After a little while, Lu Qingyi finally recovered her composure. She turned her head toward Gu Junqing with a fierce expression and said, "Let me play with your phone. I don't want to open mine right now." Play with my phone? Gu Junqing's heart skipped a beat before slowly resuming its rhythm. He wondered if the system on his phone had switched back to the Seven Sisters system in time. He had set up corresponding systems on his phone for almost every female lead. This was specifically to prevent any accidents when they checked his phone, such as getting caught with contact info for tons of other women. Besides, he had just been chatting with Lin Shui earlier. "What's the matter, unwilling?" Lu Qingyi looked at Gu Junqing suspiciously. "Of course not. It's just that there are a lot of work matters that are inconvenient to show," Gu Junqing said with a smile. At the same time, he unostentatiously restarted his phone and pressed the volume up music key. With the phone's reboot, his interface quickly switched to the pure mode he had specially prepared for the Seven Sisters. Under this mode, all private messages, work emails, and chat logs with other women were cleverly hidden, replaced by harmless social media apps and a few soothing songs. "Stop putting on an act. Do you think I don't know you? A lot of work matters? A lot of women, more like," she said. "Hand it over quickly. I want to see if you're hiding any shameful secrets and exactly how many vixens are in your phone." She spoke with feigned severity, though her tone carried a hint of teasing. She didn't even need to think to know Gu Junking had other women. Could a man like him ever lack women? Yet at the very least, he should be somewhat single-minded while chasing her. Upon seeing Lin Shui appear at the concert, she had guessed that Gu Junking must have hooked up with that young married woman, whose husband was missing. Now that there was already one Lin Shui, she wanted to see just how many more there were. Gu Junking quickly adjusted his thoughts, inwardly thanking himself for his prior meticulous arrangement. He maintained a helpless, doting boyfriend's smile on his face as he handed the phone to Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi glanced at Gu Junking with mild suspicion, her eyes holding a trace of surprise. She hadn't expected Gu Junking to actually hand over his phone. As for something as private as a phone, she was really just talking trash and teasing him occasionally. She never thought he would actually give it to her. Some people would format their phones even if they were about to pass out from getting hit by a car. Second sister's number. Oh, this is seventh sister's screen name. Fifth sister's, sixth sister's, and mine. Empress Dowager. That must be Auntie. It's quite clean actually, but who is this female user? Lu Qingyi had been quite happy at first. There actually weren't many women on Gu Junking's phone, just her fellow sisters from her group, along with a few employees clearly holding work titles. However, after scrolling down a bit further, she suddenly frowned, tilted the phone sideways, and pointed to an account with the nickname Sweetheart Baby. What about this one? An ex-girlfriend. Gu Junking glanced at the account and said without changing expression. In truth, some of those accounts were mere placeholders. The other ends were either bots or empty chats. If his phone only contained the 7 sisters, even a dog wouldn't believe it. It would look completely fake at a glance. He wasn't that stupid. Moreover, he, Gu Junking, still had some self-awareness. Anyone with a rough understanding of his life history should largely know about his promiscuous traits. Why are you still keeping your ex-girlfriend's contact info? Lu Qingyi was already angry about being threatened after her retirement, and now she was even angrier. Knitted eyebrows furrowed as she questioned him angrily. Women were just women. No matter who they were, they would make a fuss over nothing and arbitrarily vent life's frustrations onto their boyfriends, Gu Junking muttered inwardly. Isn't it so she can watch us show off our affection? Gu Junking chuckled softly. Delete her. Why? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly, unwilling to spare even an ex-girlfriend. What if we argue and you go back to find her? Lu Qingyi said righteously. Then we just won't argue, will we? Gu Junking blinked. Chapter 1318. Isn't this to let her watch us show off our affection, display our happy life, and let her know that I'm already taken? Gu Junking chuckled softly. Delete her. Why do you still have to keep your ex-girlfriend's contact info? Why? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. Do women really get so jealous that they can't even spare an ex-girlfriend? What if we argue and she seizes the opportunity to move in? Or what if you suddenly remember her good points one day and go back to find her? Lu Qingyi said righteously. Then we just won't argue, will we? Gu Junking blinked. The previously self-righteous Lu Qingyi was suddenly stunned by the response, her gaze turning somewhat vacant as she tilted her head. Look, as long as we don't argue and you remain gentle with me, how could I possibly go back to my ex-girlfriend? Doesn't that mean she won't stand a chance? Gu Junking said calmly. That actually sounds a bit reasonable. Lu Qingyi tilted her small head in thought, finding that this logic didn't seem wrong at all. So if we always stay on good terms without falling out, does it matter whether I have her contact info or not? Gu Junking coaxed her softly. Lu Qingyi nodded obediently and vigorously upon hearing this. Still, keeping an ex-girlfriend's contact info really does feel a bit wrong, and it makes you unhappy. I'll just delete her. Gu Junking reached for the phone as he spoke. Don't delete her. I just wanted to test your attitude. From now on, let her watch us flaunt our affection more. Hee, come give me a kiss first. Seeing that Gu Junking was genuinely about to delete the ex-girlfriend, Lu Qingyi immediately stopped him. Beaming with joy, she stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a fierce kiss on his cheek. Ah, the so-called high IQ of women in love is truly something else. Feeling the kiss on his cheek, Gu Junking muttered inwardly. Are you feeling happy now? Seeing that Lu Qingyi's expression was no longer as heavy and vexed as before, Gu Junking knew she had basically set aside the various lingering worries following her retirement. The melancholic, literary youth vibe of a tragic heroine that she was about to radiate had dissipated quite a bit as well. To be honest, when Lu Qingyi first talked about the darkness of the entertainment industry and how difficult things were, he had actually thought someone was trying to force her into unspoken rules. It turned out to be nothing more than some online commentary threatening her not to retire. Lu Qingyi nodded, feeling her mood lighten considerably. Right, did something happen outside just now? I felt like it was noisy out there and wanted to check it out, but then the noise stopped so I didn't bother. Recalling something, Lu Qingyi spoke up to ask. She had heard the commotion backstage earlier, but her mood had been deeply depressed to begin with, first from being threatened, and second from seeing Gu Junking, that scoundrel, bringing another woman to her concert. That was why she hadn't bothered to go out and check. Besides, it was probably just someone trying to force their way in and getting blocked anyway. Incidents like that appeared far too frequently in her career, practically acting as daily routine. Ah, some spoiled scion kept making a fuss and demanding to see you. Gu Junking nodded slightly, feeling somewhat amused inwardly. Things had gotten so chaotic out there earlier that the Han family member was practically ready to start throwing punches, yet Lu Qingyi had been comfortably lounging in her dressing room wallowing in sentimental sorrow. A spoiled scion? Lu Qingyi's brows knitted together lightly, her tone carrying a trace of disgust. Although she was accustomed to the disturbances of the entertainment industry, she still harbored an intense aversion to people who stirred up trouble for no reason, especially those who only knew how to throw their weight around and bully others by relying on their family background. He claimed to be from the Han family, showed a continuous interest in you, and somehow sneaked into the backstage area this time, even trying to force his way into your lounge to find you, Gu Junking explained. The Han family? Do top-tier families even produce spoiled scions like that? Lu Qingyi was somewhat surprised. She had heard of this Han family, and had dealt with them quite a few times. She had always assumed that such spoiled scions only popped up in mid-tier or low-tier families. After all, if a top-tier family allowed such inferior genes to persist, it couldn't possibly maintain its glory for so long. People like that were usually regarded as massive blemishes on the family, impacting the entire clan's reputation and standing. Consequently, prominent families typically educated and disciplined their offspring much more strictly to prevent them from committing acts that brought shame to the family lineage. The Han family is far too massive with numerous descendants, so it's inevitable to have one or two good-for-nothings, Gu Junking chuckled softly. Then, rubbing his chin, he continued slowly, still, that's not the main point. The security guards and your manager quickly intercepted him and kept him out. When he tried to force his way in later, and I was just about to step in and help you out, another woman intervened and stopped him. What does she look like? Is she pretty or ugly? Lu Qingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. She was currently extremely vigilant against any women who suddenly appeared, especially those who were exceptionally attractive. Take Lin Shui for instance, she had merely run into her on a cruise ship as someone under second sister's protection, yet before long, she had already developed an ambiguous relationship with Gu Junking. Who knew when she might suddenly gain another sister? Lu Qingyi's thoughts drifted far away, but she quickly realized her reaction might be a bit over the top, shaking her head gently to chase those unrealistic thoughts out of her mind. How could she possibly worry about every single woman who appeared? If she did that, she'd be living in a state of constant anxiety all day long. Besides, did Gu Junking really possess that much charm? Would every woman fall for him the moment she saw him? She was completely worrying over nothing. Lu Qingyi glanced toward Gu Junking's flawlessly handsome face, which looked as though sculpted for a deity, and the unease in her heart surged up once more. Any woman who looked at a face like this would be mesmerized. Shouldn't your first concern be who she is and why she helped you? Hearing this, the corners of Gu Junking's mouth involuntarily hooked into a faint smile, carrying a hint of helplessness and doting fondness, as if indulging Lu Qingyi's occasional minor bouts of jealousy. That smile made Lu Qingyi's heart skip a beat. As expected, men are good-looking after all. How on earth did I ever think I liked women in the past? Lu Qingyi muttered inwardly. Oh right, who is she? Lu Qingyi always felt that ever since she and Gu Junking confirmed their relationship, her brain power tended to fall short. It was fine when Gu Junking wasn't around, she would simply miss him in her heart, but the moment he appeared beside her, she felt her eyes, brain, and heartbeat all lose control, and follow him everywhere. I can tell you aren't concerned with who she is at all. Watching Lu Qingyi's absent-minded state, Gu Junking shook his head speechlessly. He had actually wanted to ask whether she recognized that person surnamed Ji, but judging by Lu Qingyi's uncharacteristically jealous demeanor, even if she knew her, she probably wouldn't tell him. Chapter 1319. Who says I didn't want to know? Lu Qingyi muttered quietly. I'm definitely not telling you then. Gu Junking glanced at her sideways. Humph, is that supposed to be rare? I can just have Wan Yu tell me later. Lu Qingyi pouted. She had instructed everyone not to enter the dressing room while she was talking with Gu Junking. That was why the two of them currently had a private space to themselves. Once she finished handling things later, Wan Yu would naturally tell her who had stepped up to help. Although that reckless heir from the Han family had been dismissed, the other party would surely find a way to retaliate against that woman later. Even though she showed a hint of vigilance at first because she heard about the person from Gu Junking, she still wouldn't let someone who helped her face threats and harm. That went against her upbringing and principles. If it was truly as Gu Junking said, that the person stood fearless against power and willingly helped her even knowing the Han family's status, then Lu Qingyi truly wanted to get to know them. Right, do you have any plans after your concert ends? Gu Junking asked casually, unbothered. To him, this matter was completely trivial. If he hadn't been surprised by the strength of that woman surnamed Ji, he might not have even brought it up with Lu Qingyi. Lu Qingyi tilted her head in thought, her charming eyes carrying a lazy hint of affection as she smiled. I originally planned to head straight home, but since you asked, how about we grab a midnight snack together? Her voice was seductive and tender, like a little hand scratching at one's heart and making it itch. It sent ripples through Gu Junking's chest. That definitely didn't sound like just grabbing a midnight snack. It probably came with a fragrant someone as a bonus. However, Gu Junking still suppressed the restlessness in his heart. After all, he was a decent man, even if his lower instincts tended to take over. A midnight snack? That's not out of the question. But I happen to have a much better proposal, Gu Junking said with a straight face. Hearing this, a trace of curiosity flashed in Lu Qingyi's eyes while a playful smile curved the corners of her lips. She softly replied, a better proposal. Let's hear it, and if it's interesting enough, I might just change my mind. It's to dig in right here, right now. Gu Junking suddenly leaned forward, pulling Lu Qingyi into a semi-embracing hold, as he spoke in a low voice. Hearing that low, husky voice right beside her ear, Lu Qingyi's pretty face couldn't help but flush red as if coated in rouge. The tenderness between her brows seemed capable of making anyone sink right into it. How are we supposed to eat in this dressing room? There's no dining space here, and this table isn't nearly big enough. Lu Qingyi blinked feigned ignorance, speaking with a suggestive undertone. She wasn't wrong, as the dressing room table was small and neatly arranged. Its surface was covered with an elegant white tablecloth, whose edges shimmered with a soft gloss. Several uncapped cosmetics were scattered across the table next to a large mirror inlaid with tiny rhinestones that flickered under the light. There were quite a few messy items around, and such a small space certainly wouldn't give him enough room to stretch out. What other space do you need since you think it's not big enough? Hearing this, Gu Junking curved his lips into a playful smile. He gently released Lu Qingyi, yet didn't completely let go, instead standing beside her in a semi-enclosing posture, as if the entire dressing room had turned into their private sanctuary. Immediately after, his actions were faster than words as he gave a gentle wave of his hand. The cosmetic bottles on the table rose slowly as if pulled by an invisible force, tracing elegant arcs through the air before crashing to the ground with crisp shattering sounds. They transformed into a floor full of fragments where crystal-clear liquids intertwined with glass shards, appearing exceptionally glaring. Under his deliberate palm wind, the large mirror inlaid with rhinestones separated its frame from the glass surface. Rhinestones scattered everywhere, carving dazzling yet brief trajectories under the lights before finally littering the floor. The dressing room instantly became a mess, yet Gu Junking seemed completely unbothered by it. His gaze remained locked onto Lu Qingyi, making this sudden destructive act feel entirely natural. Now, isn't there plenty of space? A trace of smugness laced his low voice. You smashed everything to pieces and you're proud of yourself, right? Do you even know how expensive all of this stuff is? Lu Qingyi was left speechless. Fortunately, she had noticed Gu Junking's strange movements earlier and tightly clutched the sapphire he gave her to her chest. Otherwise, that dense and impatient fellow would have probably smashed that too. Hearing this, Gu Junking didn't get annoyed. Instead, his smile grew even more brilliant. He slowly closed the distance toward Lu Qingyi until they were close enough to feel each other's breath. I'll buy you even better ones later, but let's have a different kind of midnight snack first. His words carried an irrefutable tone while his eyes flickered with a burning intensity. The moment his voice fell, he lifted Lu Qingyi onto the table and planted a kiss right against her neck. Why are you being so impatient this time? Lu Qingyi pulled Gu Junking's head into her arms, her slender fingers gently stroking his hair. She tilted up her fair chin to reveal a charming collarbone, her eyes shimmering with an inviting tenderness as she spoke with infinite allure on her lips. After speaking, she lowered her head to gently blow a breath at Gu Junking, flashing an exquisite and enchanting smile. Isn't it because you, little vixen, seduced me first? Gu Junking's muffled voice came through, sounding a bit off as if he was already tasting something. I only told you to eat a midnight snack, not to eat me. Lu Qingyi suddenly let out a soft moan, her gaze fluctuating with tenderness like a pool of azure water. As she spoke, she gently struggled as if she wanted to get up, but her posture felt more like coy resistance, which only further ignited Gu Junking's desire. With a soft chuckle, he tightened his arms and locked Lu Qingyi closer into his embrace, leaving virtually no gap between their bodies. Aren't I eating my midnight snack right now? Gu Junking's voice was low and magnetic. After indulging for a moment, he raised his head and kissed Lu Qingyi's lips once more, this time with a fiercer and deeper passion. Lu Qingyi gradually closed her eyes, feeling Gu Junking's kiss as an unspeakable flutter surged through her heart. She knew she had long since been unable to resist this man's charm, leaving her utterly intoxicated and beyond rescue. Chapter 1320. To be honest, Lu Qingyi's devastatingly gorgeous face could easily bewitch anyone once she made such a seductive pose. Even Gu Junking found it hard to resist. Her slightly parted lips and gentle panting, combined with their rosy color, gave Gu Junking the urge to kiss them for a lifetime. Her tender voice was endlessly heart-stirring, echoing in the depths of one's soul like a magical melody. It felt like a cat's paw scratching at his heart. The experience it brought to Gu Junking was simply unparalleled. She was different from those mature, mesmerizing beauties who offered an automatic, soul-draining physical experience until you were completely spent. Instead, Lu Qingyi triggered a psychological impulse, making one want to devour her whole. After being intimate for a short while, Gu Junking could completely no longer endure this urge. He hardened his resolve to take Lu Qingyi completely, even in a situation where someone might walk in at any moment. Aren't you really afraid someone will walk in? Lu Qingyi extended her slender fingers, gently tracing across Gu Junking's chest while her beautiful eyes blinked slightly. Vaguely sensing Gu Junking secretly peeling off her clothes and pants, Lu Qingyi wore an elusive smile at the corners of her lips. She looked at him with seductive, watery eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. It's fine, I locked the door when I came in, and didn't you instruct Wanyu and the others not to disturb you without your call? Could it be that you actually prepared for this in advance? Gu Junking half-hugged Lu Qingyi with one hand while sneakily undoing her undergarment clasp with the other, speaking in a teasing tone. Who prepared anything? I just wanted a private chatting environment with you. Who knew what wretched thoughts were running through your perverted mind? Lu Qingyi snuggled into Gu Junking's arms like a lazy little cat, denying it lazily. All right, stop babbling and hurry up. "It won't be good if someone sees us later, my reputation would be completely ruined if this gets out." In truth, Lu Qingyi didn't want to wait any more either, shedding her tender and lazy posture to resume her queen-like demeanor as she stretched out her slender fingers and directly stripped off Gu Junking's clothes. While Gu Junking had to sneakily peel off her clothes, Lu Qingyi acted so bold as if she were the proactive one. With a soft sound of compressed air, the two of them were already pressed closely together. An indescribable ambiguity and burning heat filled the air. Gu Junking wrapped his hands around Lu Qingyi's waist, feeling that warmth and firmness, while an unprecedented impulse surged in his heart. "You little vixen." Gu Junking let out a low, muffled groan with a deep voice. Immediately afterward, with an irresistible posture, he completely pulled Lu Qingyi into his embrace, their figures weaving into a touching picture within the slightly messy dressing room. As the night grew deeper, the lights inside the dressing room seemed to soften, creating a private and cozy little world for this pair of lovers. The hustle and bustle of the outside world seemed locked away, leaving only their hurried breathing and heartbeats, alongside wet splashing sounds echoing in this narrow space. After dealing with that reckless air from the Han family, Ji-won was originally about to tell Wanyu that she was going to look for Lu Qingyi. However, midway through, she sensed a gaze of formidable strength constantly tracking her. This instantly piqued her interest. After bidding farewell to Wanyu, she began wandering around the corridors of the concert stadium. Ji-won's steps were light and agile as she shuttled freely through the corridors of this massive stadium, which connected various functional areas, like a honeycomb maze. She passed by one lavishly decorated lounge after another, occasionally catching sight of busy staff members. She had already increased her speed, yet the sensation of being monitored within the stadium's internal passages had not vanished in the slightest. The other party was actually able to keep up with her pace. This made the interest in Ji-won's eyes grow even more intense. It had been a long time since she encountered a decent opponent. Even in the war zones filled with masters and legendary fighters, only a handful of people could match her. Perhaps only that god of war, who shared equal fame with her, could make her cast a second look. A playful smile curved the corners of Ji-won's lips as she decided not to wait passively, but to strike proactively and find the source of that mysterious gaze. She quickened her pace, not running blindly, but cleverly utilizing the stadium's complex structure to circle around and attempt to capture the tracker's trail. She turned left and right alternately, weaving through narrow corridors and leaping past tightly closed doors, with every turn accompanied by her sharp observation and judgment. However, that mysterious presence seemed unwilling to expose itself easily, constantly maintaining a subtle distance that was neither too far nor too close. This began to make Ji-won somewhat impatient. Thus, after actively running into an unoccupied room, she temporarily stopped. Ji-won closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled as if declaring her existence to the entire world. Her aura rippled outward, carrying an undeniable dominance and confidence. Moments later, she opened her eyes again. That was because the mysterious person had already appeared right in front of her. "Who are you? Why have you been following me all this time?" Ji-won asked with some surprise as she looked at the figure wrapped entirely in a black robe before her. The person in the black robe slowly raised his head, wearing a ferocious mask on his face. "Just how unpresentable are you? You're already wearing a black robe, and you still have to wear a mask, making me think you're not even from modern times," Ji-won said, feeling somewhat speechless. She knew some experts in this world had strange personalities, but she never expected them to be this bizarre. The black robe already made it impossible to tell their gender, and now with a mask on top of that, it was even harder to distinguish. The person in the black robe was naturally Dao Tianyan, who had sneaked over to watch Lu Qingyi's concert. At this moment, looking at Ji-won before him, he choked up and couldn't utter a word. This was his fourth older sister, but could he really still trust these sisters of his right now? Just thinking about the gazes of his second and third sisters on the cruise ship, followed by being blocked by several of his sisters afterward, made him feel like he was suffocating. He never wanted to experience that feeling ever again. Furthermore, he dared not be certain whether his fourth sister would stand on his side after knowing the full sequence of events. Or would she collude with the rest of his sisters and sell out his whereabouts to Gu Junking? Chapter 1321. Dao Tianyan beneath the black robe felt a stormy sea of emotions churning inside him. The tangled feelings left him speechless. He gazed at Ji-won, the eyes hidden behind his mask flickering with a complex glow. They held both the tenderness of craving understanding and the fear and wariness of the unknown. There was also a deep obsession and infatuation. Every single sister represented a memory of his childhood to him. The seeds of love they left deep in his heart had long since taken root and sprouted after years of watering. It was just like growing up together with a childhood sweetheart next door. In those days, his sisters were not only his playmates, but also the harbor for his soul. That warmth and strength remained the most precious wealth deep within his heart to this day. And now, Ji-won stood right before him. She was not just a sister from his memories, but an independent, confident, and charismatic woman whose every move exuded the charm of a mature female. Even setting aside childhood factors and just looking at Ji-won's appearance, he couldn't help but fall in love with her. After all, although Ji-won lacked a bit of feminine softness and wore her hair short, her hairstyle was clean and professional. The short hair was skillfully trimmed into layers that gently brushed across her smooth forehead, adding a dash of heroic vigor. Her hair color might not have been the most dazzling, but it was like the brightest star in the night sky. It retained a subtle brilliance that made it impossible to ignore. The beauty of Ji-won lay not only in her exquisite and flawless features, it also resided in that heroic spirit radiating from within, allowing her to find a perfect balance between gentleness and tenacity. Her smooth and defined jawline showcased her unique charm at every turn. Her eyes were her most striking feature. Those deep eyes seemed capable of insight into the human heart, carrying a trace of an unnoticeable wild gleam that involuntarily drew people in. Her thick, curled eyelashes added a touch of allure and mystery to those eyes. Her figure was blazing hot and well-curved. Every inch of her skin seemed to embody infinite strength and aesthetic appeal. The impact she gave to men was hardly any less than Liu Qingyi's. Although her skin wasn't as fair due to years of exposure to the sunday, Ji-won's healthy skin tone appeared even more vibrant under the sunlight, resembling a piece of art radiating a noble aura with unique charm and appeal. This skin tone did not diminish her beauty in the least. Instead, it added a touch of wildness and vitality that made it even harder to look away. He tried to speak, but his voice was hoarse and trembling, finally turning into a soft sigh. Seeing this, Ji-won furrowed her brow slightly, growing somewhat impatient. She had originally thought the other person came looking for a fight, but she hadn't sensed any killing intent or combative aura from him whatsoever. Now that he had shown up, he was just standing there spacing out in front of her, which was a complete waste of time. What on earth do you want? Whether you want to fight or whatever, spell it out clearly, because I absolutely hate people who dawdle. Ji-won said briskly. I have no intention of making an enemy out of you, nor do I want to fight you. He tried hard to keep his voice steady. I just have a lot of things I want to say to you, but I don't know where to begin. Go ahead, I'm listening. Hearing this, Ji-won's expression softened a little, her eyebrows raising, while a trace of doubt lingered in her eyes. She instinctively crossed her arms, adopting an attitude of listening attentively. She had a hunch that the other party probably knew her, which gave her a rare bit of patience. Furthermore, she detected a hint of familiarity in this person's voice. It felt as if she had heard it somewhere before. Have you been doing well these past few years? Dao Tianyan sighed and spoke slowly. You know me? Hearing this, Ji-won narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing at the black-robed person in front of her with a scrutinizing look. Yes, Dao Tianyan nodded. Then why don't you take off your mask? Could you be some kind of enemy? Or are you just too ugly to show your face? Ji-won looked over the black-robed person, speaking with suspicion. Chapter 1322. I'm sorry I can't reveal my identity right now, but please believe me, I would never harm you. Dao Tianyan said sincerely. His voice carried a trace of imperceptible bitterness. Beneath the mask, he lowered his eyelids slightly, as if silently wrestling with the struggle deep inside his heart. The body beneath the black robe trembled slightly. It was the weight of his desperate suppression of emotion and secrets. He knew that once this mask was removed, if Gu Junking discovered his appearance, Gu Junking would never let him go. After clashing with Gu Junking, he was now painfully aware of his terrifying strength. Though he hated to admit it, deep down he understood he was currently no match for Gu Junking. Right now, he could only wait for a shift in circumstances and the arrival of his junior brother, the god of war. Unless he joined forces with his martial brother, perhaps then they would have a chance to defeat Gu Junking. He had encountered countless formidable enemies in his life, and had tasted failure before, yet he wasn't afraid of defeat, because he believed he would ultimately triumph. But Gu Junking was different. His hidden plotting, his terrifying strength, and that indifferent gaze that seemed to ignore everything made him the first existence to instill true fear. At that time, Gu Junking hovered above him, casting a high and mighty look that treated him like dust, planting a deep shadow in his mind. He couldn't even remember clearly how he had managed to escape from his hands. Therefore, when it came to Gu Junking, no amount of caution was ever too much. I don't know what you're hesitating about, but if you actually have business with me, you should at least let me know who you are or what you're here for. Otherwise, get lost. Ji-won's tone betrayed a trace of impatience and boredom. For a hooded coward who didn't even dare show his face, her patience had reached its absolute limit. I came here simply to warn you, your sisters are in danger. Dao Tianyan rasped out. Hearing this, Ji-won's expression changed abruptly. Her previous annoyance and boredom were instantly replaced by tension and gravity. She snapped her head up, staring like a torch at the black-robed figure before her. Although she couldn't see his face, the people mentioned in that voice made it impossible for her to ignore. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Ji-won furrowed her brow tightly. To her, while she personally chased the thrill of living on the edge of danger, her 6 sisters had to remain completely safe. She would eradicate every single factor that threatened any of her sisters. No, I'm not threatening you. A sense of urgency filled Dao Tianyan's voice. I am simply delivering information that might jeopardize your sister's safety. Who on earth are you? Why are you telling me this? And how do you know my sisters are in danger? Ji-won fired off a triple interrogation. Her previous lazy and indifferent attitude was completely gone. Dao Tianyan hesitated for a moment. How was he supposed to explain this? Should he say Gu Junking was going to trick her sisters into bed, or that Gu Junking posed a threat to their lives? For a moment, Dao Tianyan actually regretted appearing before Ji-won. If he hadn't missed his 4th sister so much, he never would have acted so impulsively. If you aren't going to talk, I know a much better way to ask questions. Seeing his hesitation, Ji-won's tone grew even colder and harder. Or I can use my own methods to find the answer. But if I do, you might not leave here in one piece. If she weren't unsure of his strength and afraid of scaring him away before she could fight, she would have already lost control. Facing a hidden rat who somehow knew all her information, a shred of wariness began to rise within her. Dao Tianyan knew Ji Wan's fiery temper well. While she usually seemed cynical and carefree, she was actually a woman of immense decisiveness and power. She was also the person he feared most among all 7 sisters. While the second sister was strict, she at least operated by the rules. Even if she beat you, she would lay out every single reason beforehand. But this fourth sister didn't care about any of that. Once her temper flared, she didn't give a damn who you were. Back in the orphanage days, she was practically the children's ringleader. You'd never find her doing anything good, but whenever there was fighting, brawling, or troublemaking, she was right in the middle of it. Wait, please listen to me. Dao Tianyan's voice carried a hint of helplessness and entreaty, knowing full well that once Ji Wan decided to strike, the consequences would be unpredictable. I didn't mean to hide anything. It's just that this matter is of grave importance, and my identity shouldn't be exposed right now. But I swear, the danger to your sisters that I spoke of is no groundless rumor. He took a deep breath, trying to find a way to leak information without blowing his cover. There is a man named Gu Junking around your sisters. Some of his recent actions have made me realize he has an unusual interest in them, and that interest might not be out of goodwill. What do you mean? Can you just speak plainly? Ji Wan knitted her brows. The person in front of her spoke so cryptically that trying to understand a single sentence was a nightmare. Remembering that her fourth sister wasn't exactly known for her literary education, Dao Tianyan was left speechless. Basically, this guy is a bad egg who will probably try to sleep with Lu Qingyi and the others. He's a playboy who stops at nothing, and I'm worried he'll do something terrible to your sisters. Well, that's much easier to understand. Ji Wan nodded with satisfaction. Is that all? Weren't there always rich young masters trying to court my sisters anyway? Given how gorgeous my sisters are, how could such a thing be rare? I just chased one off a minute ago. What kind of threat could they possibly pose to us? Ji Wan felt a slight relief in her heart, and looked at the black-robed person with a hint of disdain. Is there anything else? If not, you can get lost. Ji Wan waved her hand dismissively. Seeing how secretive this person was acting, she had originally thought he was going to reveal some earth-shattering secret, like an assassin targeting her family. Who would have thought he wasted so much of her time over such a trivial matter? But he's different. Several of your sisters already have feelings for him and I'm afraid he'll use that to get physical with them. Seeing Ji Wan's dismissive attitude, Dao Tianyan anxiously blurted out. Even though Lu Qingyi and the others had likely already gone down that road with Gu Junking, he deep down refused to accept it. Furthermore, several of his other sisters had already fallen for Gu Junking, and he truly didn't want Ji Wan to fall for him too. That was why he had to make Ji Wan take this matter seriously. Chapter 1323. But he is different. Several of your sisters have already fallen for him and I'm afraid he'll use that to get physical with them. Ji Wan was left full of question marks upon hearing this. Impossible. After pondering for a moment, Ji Wan spoke with absolute certainty, a flash of disdain crossing her eyes. My sisters are not the kind of people to be easily bewitched by men, especially playboys like the one you're talking about. Besides, we sisters are as close as can be. If they found a man, would they really not tell me? Ji Wan said proudly. Hearing this, Dao Tianyan felt secretly anxious inside, but he also understood Ji Wan's personality, and knew that talking more was useless, and might even provoke her aversion. Yet, he simply could not sit idly by and watch Ji Wan get acquainted with Gu Junking. In the past, he had been far too careless regarding Gu Junking, thinking that even if he indulged himself a bit, his sisters would never be taken by Gu Junking. Alright, perhaps I was just being overly nervous. But regardless, I still hope you can remind your sisters to stay vigilant, especially against this Gu Junking. He spoke, only to be interrupted by Ji Wan raising a hand. Alright, you don't need to say any more. Setting aside whether this is even true, what if it actually is? If they really like him, and he dares to betray my sisters in the future, I'll just chop off his dick with my own hands. Then he won't be able to betray them, right? Ji Wan said leisurely. But I just wanted to make you more vigilant. Dao Tianyan instantly grew anxious. If it were really that simple, he would have already done it. Let's talk about your identity instead. No need to say anything else. You seem to know everything about my sister's surroundings. Tell me, are you the one with malicious intentions? Ji Wan suddenly turned fierce. Ji Wan's gaze instantly turned as sharp as a blade, seeming to pierce through the black robe, and look straight into the depths of Dao Tianyan's soul. Her words were filled with unquestionable majesty, causing the surrounding air to freeze. I'll say it again, no matter who you are or what your purpose is, if you dare to harm my sisters, I will never let you go. Ji Wan's voice was low and powerful, every word sounding like it was squeezed from between her teeth, with a threat that could not be underestimated. Feeling this pressure, the body beneath the black robe trembled slightly, but he still maintained his composure, attempting to persuade Ji Wan with reason. Ji Wan, calm down. I am not an enemy, nor do I have any intention of harming your sisters. I simply hope you can realize the danger of Gu Junking. He is not as simple as he looks on the surface. Humph, on what grounds do you say that? Just because of this black robe and a mouth of yours? Ji Wan sneered, obviously dismissing his words. I have my own sources of intelligence and my own basis for judgment. Dao Tianyan took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound more sincere. Gu Junking's strength and background are far more complicated than you imagine, and his approach to your sisters likely has hidden motives. Seeing that the other party still refused to reveal his identity, Ji-won could no longer hold back. Her eyes suddenly turned fierce as her figure moved, swift as a leopard, instantly closing the distance between her and Dao Tianyan. Since you refuse to state your true purpose and identity, don't blame me for being unpolite. Ji-won's voice was ice cold. The moment her voice fell, Ji-won's figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow straight toward Dao Tianyan. Her fist wind carried a whistling sound, tearing the air apart and forming visible ripples to the naked eye. Seeing this, even though he didn't want to fight Ji-won, Dao Tianyan had no choice but to abandon verbal efforts and react quickly. When facing a peer-level expert, unless the gap was massive, falling behind by just a move or two could mean losing any chance to fight back. He unfolded his figure, his black robe fluttering like a ghost in the night, skillfully evading Ji-won's offensive. The space between the two seemed distorted by an invisible force, and every clash was accompanied by exploding air waves that made the surrounding air hum loudly. Inside the spacious room, perhaps because everyone had gone off duty after Liu Qingyi's concert, the lighting was dim, with only a few incandescent lamps casting a weak glow. The two figures flashed rapidly within the dim room. Ji-won's offensive grew fiercer and fiercer, her fists and kicks dense as raindrops, each strike containing enough power to split mountains and shatter stones. Yet, Dao Tianyan always managed to find flaws at critical moments, either counterattacking by leveraging momentum, or nimbly dodging away. Their figures shuttled rapidly across the room, leaving behind trails of after-images. "Humph!" Playing the ghost, Ji-won shouted angrily. She suddenly paused her figure, then sprang violently into the air, her legs crossing to form a sharp scissor kick aimed straight at Dao Tianyan's head. Seeing this, a hint of solemnity flashed in Dao Tianyan's eyes. He quickly retreated while his hands swiftly formed seals, causing a faint spiritual energy to surge from within his body and gather in his palms to form a defensive barrier. Bang! Ji-won's scissor kick slammed heavily into the spiritual barrier, producing a deafening crash as shockwaves scattered everywhere. The tables and chairs in the room were knocked askew, and even the incandescent lamps flickered out one by one, plunging the entire room into pitch darkness. Dao Tianyan did not remain idle, knowing that if he failed to halt his fourth sister Ji-won's actions right now, his purpose for coming here would be completely wasted. Utilizing the cover of darkness, his figure appeared like a phantom on Ji-won's flank, thrusting out a palm straight for her ribs. Ji-won reacted extremely fast, relying on her sharp intuition and years of combat experience to sense the approaching danger even in the dark. She swiftly sidestepped to dodge while concurrently unleashing a palm strike that collided with Dao Tianyan's in midair, bursting with dazzling light. Crack! Their palm forces collided in midair, producing a crisp sound of bone fracture. However, it wasn't actual bone breaking, but rather the intense airflow generated by their clashing palm forces compressing the surrounding air until it nearly solidified. As the light dissipated, the room was left in absolute ruin, with Ji-won and Dao Tianyan standing at opposite ends, staring at each other with solemnity and vigilance flashing in their eyes. Although it was pitch black all around, seeing in the dark was no difficult task for either of them. After a brief silence, Dao Tianyan took a deep breath, his voice sounding exceptionally steady through the darkness. Ji-won, there is no meaning in us fighting like this. You know me, so you must be someone familiar to me. Tell me your name, and we won't have to keep fighting. Ji-won frowned and said, her strength and the person before her were roughly on par, and for them to determine a winner through combat would likely take well over 1,000 moves. Ji-won, believe me, everything about Gu Junking is true, and he is definitely not a good person, but I cannot tell you too much right now, because it involves greater secrets and dangers. As for me, he paused, a hint of helplessness creeping into his voice, I just don't want the misunderstanding between us to deepen. I will use my own way to protect you sisters, and please believe me, I harbor no malicious intent. Finished speaking, Dao Tianyan's figure suddenly grew blurry, as if melting into the surrounding darkness. Ji-won only felt a blur before her eyes, and when she refocused her gaze, Dao Tianyan had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only an empty, wrecked room. She couldn't be bothered to chase him either, as catching him was no easy task anyway. Chapter 1324. Ji-won stood in place, gazing at the direction where the black-robed person had vanished, while a solemn expression flickered across her eyes. She slowly retracted her offensive posture, the aura around her body gradually subsiding, leaving her standing alone in the center of the chaotic room, lost in deep thought. The strength of this black-robed person was extraordinary. Even she could not easily defeat him. If he were truly to move against her sisters, they would honestly be unable to stop him. Furthermore, he was able to accurately call out both her name and the names of her sisters. This point made her deeply wary, as the danger posed by someone around you who understood you was obviously much greater than that of an external enemy. However, judging by what he said, the reason he concealed his identity was precisely because he was worried that the Gu Junking he spoke of would pose a danger to their sisters. Although Ji-won didn't pay much attention to it at the time, she still kept it in mind. Ji-won walked out of the utterly ruined room, glanced around guiltily to confirm no one had noticed her, and then hurriedly left the area. Meanwhile, Dao Tianyan stood in the shadows, silently watching Ji-won's departing back with mixed emotions stirring in his heart. He knew that his actions today might have already alerted Ji-won's vigilance, and possibly even drawn Gu Junking's attention. Yet, this was the absolute limit of what he could do. Lacking further evidence, he could only use words to describe Gu Junking's various malicious deeds. Lacking sufficient strength to directly confront Gu Junking, he could only pin his hopes on Ji-won exercising caution and avoiding being taken advantage of by Gu Junking. I hope I can find my martial brother from the God of War division soon. Only then can we jointly fight Gu Junking and protect them. Dao Tianyan silently prayed in his heart before his figure flashed, once again melting into the night as he continued his lonely vigil and waiting. He felt as though he was now like a defeated male lion, forced to watch another stronger male lion enjoy his harem, while being utterly helpless. He had to rely on another lion brother for assistance. Clear songs blow against the bright moon. Flying pendants descend to the jade capital. Ji-won hummed her third older sister's song while walking toward her dressing room. As she walked, Ji-won's thoughts drifted away, carrying a trace of imperceptible anticipation in her heart. It had been quite a while since she last saw her third sister. I'll be seeing the third sister soon. How wonderful. Ji-won muttered to herself. She almost completely disbelieved what the black-robed person had said. If any of her sisters had found a boyfriend, how could they possibly not tell her? However, she could always ask the third sister to help her analyze the identity of that black-robed person. Instead, she felt even more that the black-robed person wanted to sow discord, or deliberately exaggerated things. The Gu Junking mentioned by that black-robed person might truly exist, but he certainly hadn't reached the level of intimate contact the black-robed person claimed. A wealthy young master from a prominent family. So what if he came from a top-tier clan? Wanting to court her third sister was completely normal, as countless people desired to do so. But actually tasting the swan's flesh, wasn't that an absolute fantasy? At most, he might have just held a little hand. Ji-won even felt that the other person probably hadn't even managed to touch a little hand. Besides, if the other person tried to pressure them with power, would the third sister really keep her in the dark? The influence of the Ji family was no joke either. Still, this name Gu Junking sounds somewhat familiar. Right, should I tell the third sister about encountering this black-robed person today? Ji-won frowned slightly. She still couldn't quite guess the identity of this black-robed person. There weren't many people who understood their sisters so thoroughly. Moreover, knowing their whereabouts and appearances like the back of his hand narrowed down the list of candidates considerably. Although the third sister isn't particularly smart either and her IQ is on par with mine, having an extra person think about it is always better. Since The knows us so well, the two of us should be able to guess his identity. Ji-won thought confidently. Carrying a mixture of relaxed and slightly nervous anticipation, Ji-won pushed open the door to her third sister's dressing room, though she sensed something was amiss before even stepping inside. Not there. Lu Qingyi's voice vaguely drifted into Ji-won's mind. Oh no, could the third sister have been attacked? What that black-robed person said was true, she really is in danger. Ji-won, who had just been pondering the black-robed person's identity, instantly changed her expression. Her heart tightened fiercely, and once the feeling of worry arose, she completely threw caution to the wind, failing to notice that Lu Qingyi's cries actually sounded a bit off. Anyone with a slightly better brain would have instantly realized that there must be two shameless scoundrels inside doing something improper. After all, Lu Qingyi's sweet, lingering voice and distinct soprano pitch could not be blocked by a mere door. Coupled with the characteristic rhythmic drumbeat-like accompaniment sounds, it carried a distinct rhythm resembling a song meant for creating life. Anyone else would have long since taken a detour. Only Ji-won, hearing that her third sister's voice sounded wrong, charged right in headfirst. Ji-won's pace accelerated instantly, practically crashing the door open with a slam before rushing into the dressing room. Upon entering, the sight before her left her practically petrified. The dressing room was in utter chaos with overturned tables and chairs, cosmetics scattered across the floor, and a woman sitting disheveled on a table next to a disheveled man. That man's hand was still resting on Lu Qingyi's flawless waist. Both of them looked at her in extreme astonishment. Is staring at this inappropriate? Should I cover my eyes and say sorry? Wait. This is the third sister. Ji-won sniffed the faint scent of the ocean lingering in the room, and recognized the peerlessly gorgeous face of her third sister, Lu Qingyi. Her face instantly flushed crimson red as embarrassment, shock, and anger intertwined, leaving her practically speechless. She abruptly halted her steps, her eyes widening, as she froze in place, her mind going completely blank, as a surge of hot blood rushed straight to her head. Lu Qingyi's reaction was swift as well. She hurriedly pulled up the clothes Gu Junking had tugged down to cover herself first, her face displaying a complex blend of embarrassment and shock before transforming into shame and fury. Gu Junking was currently feeling a wave of speechlessness himself. He had actually noticed some movement outside earlier, as if someone was passing by. However, he simply assumed it was Lu Qingyi's manager Wanyu and the others. He never expected it to be this Ji family miss who had just helped Wanyu. That was why he hadn't stopped, assuming the person would sensibly leave upon realizing people inside were busy, never imagining she would barge in without saying a word. This caused him, Gu Junking, to make such an ungraceful appearance for the very first time. You motherfucker dare to bully my third sister, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm going to grind your bones to dust. Chapter 1325. Ji-won's eyes blazed with fury as she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms, feeling no pain at all. Her heart was filled with nothing but an endless, uncontrollable rage, like an erupting volcano. She had caught a fleeting glimpse of this exact man earlier near Lu Qingyi's manager, while brushing off that fellow surnamed Han. At first, she thought he looked genuinely handsome, and stood on Wan Yu's side, assuming he was some famous celebrity, or a close friend of Lu Qingyi. She had even internally marveled at how good the entertainment industry had it these days with beauties like Lu Qingyi, and such a handsome guy around. When the man vanished shortly after, she hadn't paid it much mind. Even if she wanted to meet him, she could have easily done so through Lu Qingyi and the others. Yet, to her shock, after delaying for just a short moment, her third sister had been bullied by this very man. "You bastard," she roared, her voice laced with hatred and absolute resolve. "You dared to do such a thing to my third sister, and I swear to make you pay the price." She took a fierce step forward, lunging at Gu Junking like a leopard with her hands transforming into sharp, lethal claws aimed right for his vital points. Having spent a long time in combat zones, all of her moves targeted the human body's most vulnerable spots. Seeing this, Gu Junking's expression shifted slightly. He quickly pushed Lu Qingyi aside and flashed sideways, narrowly dodging Ji Wan's attack. He leisurely pulled up his trousers to adjust his clothes before coldly staring back at her. It was fortunate he hadn't stripped off his pants completely from the start, or else he would have had to fight her stark naked. If he had been swinging his little brother around while fighting, Gu Junking would have truly lost all his face. Inside the dressing room, the atmosphere reached an extreme state of tension. Ji Wan was like an enraged leopard, agile and swift as every strike carried fierce momentum aimed straight at his vitals. Her eyes blazed with furious intent, and every blow carried absolute lethal resolve. Since he bullied her third sister, she would make him pay the due price even if it meant perishing together. However, Gu Junking appeared completely at ease. His movements were light, and every dodge was timed to perfection as if Ji Wan's attacks were entirely within his expectations. Though he handled her offense effortlessly, a displeased smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Anyone whose good time was abruptly interrupted and startled halfway through wouldn't be in a great mood either. If he didn't possess such strong psychological resilience, an ordinary person would have been scarred for life with permanent impotence. Miss Ji, is this all the strength you have?" Gu Junking taunted. "Your attacks feel as powerless as a child's game to me." That marginal young master from the Han family might fear the Ji family, but he certainly did not. Hearing this, Ji Wan's anger flared even hotter in her chest. She clenched her teeth and launched another assault, her hands transforming into razor-sharp claw winds that whistled as they tore through the air. Yet Gu Junking still responded with total ease. He spun his body to effortlessly evade her strikes while mocking her. "What's wrong, Miss Ji? Do you only know these flashy tricks? You're truly disappointing." Ji Wan's attacks missed time and time again, but she refused to give up. She knew she couldn't let Gu Junking leave just like that, and had to seek justice for her third sister. Thus, she launched yet another offensive, this time turning even more frantic as if venting all her anger and heartache onto Gu Junking. Even Gu Junking accidentally took a few hits due to her sheer intensity. Gu Junking tilted his head slightly as a fist wind hissed past his ear, and without missing a beat, Ji Wan suddenly kicked a foot straight toward his crotch. "If you don't stop right now, I'm going to counterattack." Gu Junking quickly blocked with both hands and retreated backward, cold sweat instantly pouring down his temples as he shouted in anger. This was a man's primal instinct to protect his little brother, something even Gu Junking couldn't control. A ruthless glint flashed in Ji Wan's eyes, and far from backing down at his warning, her assault only grew fiercer. She knew that at this juncture, the slightest hesitation might leave her third sister's grievance unredressed. "Counterattack? You should have done so long ago." Ji Wan's voice was icy cold, every word squeezed from between her teeth. "When you were bullying my third sister, why didn't you think about a moment like this?" "Your third sister? When on earth did I bully her?" Gu Junking retorted impatiently. "I never imagined someone in this world would still try to suffocate after being caught red-handed in bed. If you had just owned up to it like a man, I'd at least respect you as one." Ji Wan sneered. Could catching someone red-handed in bed even be used that way? Gu Junking felt a trace of internal doubt. Still, he finally pieced it together. If Lu Qingyi was her third sister, then she must be the fourth sister among the 7 who hadn't appeared yet aside from the eldest. Gu Junking knitted his brows tightly, scanning Ji Wan's face back and forth until he finally realized what was going on. "Wait, you're saying Lu Qingyi is your third sister? How is that even possible?" His tone was filled with disbelief. Weren't those 7 sisters from an orphanage? How did a young miss from the Ji family suddenly pop up among them? It was precisely for this reason that he hadn't linked the two together in the beginning. He had originally assumed this fourth sister would be a top expert in some field just like the others. He never expected her to actually be a wealthy young socialite. Furthermore, she didn't seem particularly educated or all that bright. "How is it impossible? Are you trying to distract me so you can make a run for it? Let me tell you, you aren't getting away easily today." Ji Wan sneered. Before her voice could even fade, she lunged forward like a swimming dragon. The two figures shuttled through the cramped dressing room, amidst whistling fists and heavy kicks, their collisions sparking shockwaves that shook the entire space. Ji Wan's striking was sharp and precise, with every punch targeting Gu Junking's vital areas. Yet Gu Junking always managed to evade them with unbelievable angles and speed, occasionally launching subtle counterattacks that forced her to exercise even greater caution. "Ji Wan, stop this right now." Just as she prepared to strike again, Lu Qingyi, who had finally finished dressing and composing herself, cried out to intervene. Third sister, don't be afraid, I'm here to get justice for you. Once I take him down, whether you want to castrate this guy or drag him back to be your bandit husband to exploit for a lifetime, it's all up to you. Ji-won shouted back hurriedly in the heat of combat. Chapter 1326. Ji-won realized she had gotten too excited from fighting and didn't even want to listen to what her third sister was saying, giving her only a quick reply after hearing her voice. Compared to that black-robed person from earlier, Gu Junking's strength clearly exceeded her expectations. Furthermore, unlike that black-robed person who was tied down and afraid to make a move, Gu Junking held nothing back. She could feel a faint ache spreading across her body. The man on the opposite side didn't care at all that she was a woman, as he truly knew how to throw a punch. Ji-won twisted her arm with a glint of excitement in her eyes and rushed forward once again. Seeing this, Lu Qingyi wore a complex expression filled with a trace of helplessness and anxiety. She knew her fourth sister extremely well. Once Ji-won got carried away in a fight, even the second sister couldn't hold her back. Only the eldest sister could crush her with sheer strength and make her obey. When Ji-won lost her mind in battle, the eldest would simply beat her into submission. Therefore, she chose not to forcefully intervene in their battlefield, lest she fail to stop them and get hurt herself anyway. Besides, now that Gu Junking knew Ji-won was the fourth sister he had occasionally asked about, he certainly wouldn't think of hurting her. As for whether Ji-won could actually injure Gu Junking, she felt the possibility was quite low. Even after seizing the initial advantage, Ji-won hadn't managed to push Gu Junking into any dangerous situations. Seeing that even Lu Qingyi couldn't stop Ji-won, and that her offensive was actually intensifying, a trace of helplessness flashed across Gu Junking's brows. If such meaningless fighting continued, it would only make the situation worse. There would be plenty of time to fight later, and fighting in bed was certainly better than fighting right here, though he might actually lose if they fought in bed. Therefore, he took a deep breath as a surge of energy slowly gathered within his body, preparing to put an end to this farce. Enough. Gu Junking's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried unquestionable majesty. His figure moved, shifting from purely dodging to taking the initiative. His form shuttled like a ghost through Ji-won's attacks, every strike precise and flawless. He not only evaded her sharp edge, but also cleverly deflected her momentum off target. After a few rounds, Ji-won gradually felt overwhelmed as her offensive began to grow chaotic. Every single attack of hers was dissolved by Gu Junking using the principle of redirecting 1,000 pounds with a feather. Finally, during a fierce clash, Gu Junking gently tapped his palm against Ji-won's shoulder. A gentle yet powerful force instantly surged into her body, forcing her to stumble back a few steps and nearly fall. Your strength is not bad. Though pushed back, Ji-won's fighting spirit was still burning fiercely. She once again assumed a leopard-like stance, preparing to lunge forward once more. This time, however, Lu Qingyi interrupted her in the nick of time. What on earth is wrong with you? Didn't I teach you to knock before entering a door? Lu Qingyi stepped forward and scolded her point blank. When dealing with this fourth sister, blunt scolding worked far better than patient education, because if you tried reasoning with her, she simply wouldn't listen at all. Didn't I hear you crying out and think something happened to you? Seeing her third sister looking furious enough to sprout hair, Ji-won instantly calmed down and pouted in response. Lu Qingyi's face flushed red. He didn't force you, you were actually willing? Disregarding the fact that Gu Junking was right there, Ji-won spoke with complete bluntness. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. Did his face really look like that of a person who liked forcing others? Of course, otherwise did you think just anyone could bully me? Lu Qingyi nodded and retorted irritably. Is he that undisclosed boyfriend of yours? Ji-won continued to inquire. She had no intention of making fun of her own sister. After all, Gu Junking was a grown man standing right here, so she still needed to save a bit of face for her third sister. Even so, when she first pushed open the door and saw Lu Qingyi's flushed face lingering with afterglow alongside those slightly frantic movements, her inner shock had been beyond description. As for Gu Junking's existence, she had heard of it before. After all, with Lu Qingyi being such a massive star, the slightest ripple of news flooded the entire internet. When Lu Qingyi officially announced online that she had found a boyfriend, several social media platforms were completely paralyzed by swarms of netizens. She had even heard about it while she was stationed in the war zones. However, she had simply assumed it was a smokescreen thrown up by Lu Qingyi. She knew how many people pursued Lu Qingyi and understood that she genuinely needed a shield. Secondly, she was Lu Qingyi's fourth sister. If Lu Qingyi had truly found a lifelong partner, would she really not tell her? Yet never had she expected. A cold snort instantly echoed in Ji-won's heart. She suddenly felt that from now on, she shouldn't bother giving this third sister any face at all. Lu Qingyi hesitated for a moment before nodding in response. I never would have imagined this, third sister, that you'd secretly indulge behind our backs without telling us sisters. Did you really sell yourself out just for a piece of sapphire? If the second sister finds out about this, you're bound to be skinned alive. Furthermore, if the younger sisters learn about you and this man, won't you be setting a terrible example for them? What will you do if they end up bringing home some random punk? Ji-won pulled Lu Qingyi aside, pointing at the sapphire hanging from her chest with a heartbroken expression. She had also witnessed the scene of the sapphire being gifted during the concert earlier. She figured her third sister must have surrendered herself to this man purely because of that stone. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi blinked her eyes. Could she possibly tell Ji-won that right now, Practically the only person in the world who didn't know about her relationship with Gu Junking was Ji-won herself. Forget it, she decided not to mention it. If she did, Ji-won would probably think her sisters had abandoned and excluded her. Lu Qingyi muttered inwardly to herself. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you still need me, your younger sister, to worry about you? Oh well, forget it. I'll help you keep this secret and won't tell anyone else about him. However, you can't do things like this too often, you know. Think of how bad the impact is. It's a good thing my psychological endurance is strong. Seeing Lu Qingyi remain silent, Ji-won assumed she felt a bit wronged by her words, causing her heart to soften involuntarily as her tone eased slightly. Ha, are you lecturing me now? Didn't your act of sneaking off to the war zones bring a negative influence on the younger sisters? Looking at the seventh sister's personality, she probably takes completely after you, knowing only how to tear down roofs every single day. Lu Qingyi raised her slender eyebrows slightly, finally displaying the majesty of an elder sister. That's still better than you, daring to sneak a bite behind our backs, and not even knowing how to share such great resources with your younger sister. If I had known earlier, why on earth would I have gone to the war zones? Ji-won glanced toward Gu Junking, unable to conceal the appreciation in her eyes. Originally, if he were merely handsome, she would have just treated him as a typical toy boy. But coupled with his unfathomable strength, he couldn't simply be described as a mere toy boy anymore. That was a catch of a lifetime. Chapter 1327. A catch of a lifetime? More like a massive pervert. Lu Qingyi was amused and exasperated by Ji-won's words, rolling her eyes inwardly. If this guy hadn't let his lust get the better of him, she wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Even now, she still felt somewhat awkward and didn't quite know how to face Ji-won. After all, Ji-won had witnessed such an embarrassing scene. When Ji-won walked in on her and Gu Junking's friendly exchange of love, the situation was beyond awkward. At that moment, she genuinely wanted to bury herself alive. Fortunately, it was her own closest sister. If it had been Wanyu and the others, she probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. A catch of a lifetime? You really get more outrageous by the minute, girl. Lu Qingyi glanced at Gu Junking and spoke casually. Actually, Gu Junking was a pretty decent guy with a great family background, handsome looks, and extraordinary strength, making him the absolute prime candidate for a catch of a lifetime. If only he weren't a bit of a pervert, who didn't just sleep with several of her sisters together, but also loved playing all sorts of embarrassing new tricks, like the scene just now. Otherwise, his overall charm might have been rated even higher. Then again, being too perfect wasn't a good thing either, so Gu Junking right now was just right. Thinking about this, Lu Qingyi still felt quite pleased with herself. Besides, it wasn't like she couldn't satisfy him. With that thought, Lu Qingyi deliberately cast an enchantingly seductive glance his way. It made Gu Junking's body, which hadn't completely cooled down yet, tingle slightly. Lu Qingyi's sizzling figure, taut and flawless skin, aloof temperament, delicate face, and soaring soprano pitch provided an ultimate experience that echoed throughout one's entire skull, something that could only be understood through personal experience. Enough, stop showing off your affection. What a hypocritical woman. Ji-won had long noticed the two of them making eyes at each other, and couldn't help rolling her eyes at her third sister. In the past, she thought her third sister had a strong literary vibe, but now it seemed she also carried a hint of subtle manipulation. The saying that out of 10 artistic women, 9 were manipulative really wasn't wrong. Brother-in-law, what's your name? After finishing her private chat with Lu Qingyi in the corner of the dressing room, Ji-won walked over to Gu Junking alone and asked with full breath. She was already calling him brother-in-law just like that. Gu Junking found it somewhat amusing internally, yet he still calmly stated his name. My name is Gu Junking, nice to meet you. I've heard your third sister mention your name long ago, Ji-won. Gu Junking replied with a smile, his voice warm and magnetic, naturally evoking favorable impressions. He noticed Ji-won's curiosity and directness. Finding this unmasked candor made the young girl quite interesting. So it really was that name. And the black-robed person hadn't been wrong. Though he said the two might have intimate contact, she never expected they had already reached zero-distance contact. Wait, but this man was quite well endowed. Would he break her third sister? Oh dear, where was her mind wandering? Ji-won muttered inwardly. In Gu Junking's eyes, this turned into Ji-won wearing a thoughtful expression, before suddenly knocking her own head in distress. She was clearly caught up in a tangled inner monologue. Yet he had no idea what on earth the other party was thinking. Gu Junking's eyes flickered slightly as an imperceptible flash of golden light crossed them. Female lead Ji-won. Identity, one of the 7 sisters' female leads. Age 27. Charm value 93. Affection toward host, -10 to 15, fluctuating around strangers. Female lead Halo 5232. The moment Gu Junking captured these brief snippets of information regarding Ji-won, what puzzled him was that Ji-won's affection value toward him kept fluctuating. Usually, this kind of issue occurred because Ji-won was uncertain in her heart whether he was good or bad. Normally, such a situation shouldn't happen upon a first meeting. Gu Junking felt somewhat surprised internally as well. A situation where feelings fluctuated right upon first meeting, even dropping to negative numbers, was something even he had never witnessed before. However, thinking back to the earlier reaction he sensed from the demonic heart-planting technique, a flash of understanding crossed Gu Junking's mind. Could that brat Dao Tianyan have met with Ji-won first? Ji-won, seeing you stay silent all this time, do you have some kind of issue with me? Gu Junking decided to ask directly yet politely, figuring that since Ji-won had a straightforward personality, she would prefer a straight-to-the-point conversation. Although this is our first official meeting, I believe that through our future interactions, you'll come to understand me better. Of course, you can also ask me questions right now. After all, since you witnessed that kind of scene between me and your sister on your very first encounter, you must have plenty of doubts in your heart. At the same time, Gu Junking's gaze lingered unconsciously and seamlessly on Ji-won for a few extra seconds, prompting an internal sigh of admiration. Such a unique and wild woman was a rare sight even for him. Every single detail of Ji-won seemed like a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by nature, making it hard for anyone to look away. Her facial features weren't overly exquisite, but every single part was just right, neither excessively flashy nor lacking its unique charm. Those clear eyes were deep and bright, exuding an unmistakable wildness that seemed capable of piercing human hearts when she gazed at you, and the fierce aura radiating from those eyes during their fight just now was no fake. Between her brows flickered an indescribable heroic spirit, a gender-transcending sense of strength that made people feel her inner power and independence. This heroic aura complemented her wild temperament perfectly, allowing her to instantly become the center of attention even standing in a crowd. As for her figure, it made Gu Junking's eyes light up even more upright and blazing hot, with smooth, muscular lines radiating health and vitality everywhere. Her steps were steady and powerful, resembling a hunting leopard brimming with wild dynamics. Such a physique was not only pleasing to the eye, but also made one feel the infinite potential and explosive power hidden within her body. A woman like this was definitely not something an ordinary person could control or conquer. But was he, Gu Junking, an ordinary person? Although Gu Junking muttered that inwardly, he still maintained a proper smile on the surface, while his attitude remained earnest and sincere. Ji-won nodded toward Gu Junking with extreme satisfaction. Seeing Gu Junking adopt such a good attitude, the doubt and vigilance rising in her heart immediately dissipated by a lot. At the very least, he wasn't nearly as detestable as that black-robed person made him out to be. In the words of that black-robed person, she felt as though Gu Junking sounded like a reincarnation of a lustful ghost who wouldn't even spare a village sow, which was a bit too exaggerated. Yet seeing this person with her own eyes, his gaze didn't carry the disgusting look other men tended to display. It seemed not bad at all. Chapter 1328. Putting aside the remarks of that black-robed person, Ji-won's first impression of Gu Junking was actually quite good. Aside from being well-mannered and extremely handsome, the most crucial part was that he could actually fight, proving he wasn't just some pampered toy boy. Ji-won thought to herself, deciding to give this catch a chance and evaluate him properly. After all, her first impression was decent, and she was genuinely curious about what kind of charm could make her third sister so infatuated. Although her third sister was a celebrity, she possessed a scholar-like pride and cared immensely about her reputation. Even someone as close as her fourth sister knew that Lu Qingyi would never lower her dignity to fool around outside, let alone allow herself to lose face publicly. Yet Gu Junking had managed to stir such intense passion in Lu Qingyi right inside a dressing room. If they had been outdoors, it would have practically been akin to a wild rendezvous. The difficulty of achieving such a feat could easily be imagined. Yet Gu Junking had not only pulled it off, but he had done so thoroughly. I certainly have plenty of doubts in my mind, but we can take our time talking about them. Ji-won nodded. Though she appreciated Gu Junking to some extent, she still maintained a trace of vigilance. Due to preconceived notions, the words of that black-robed person still lingered in her mind. Primarily because the black-robed person had been terrifyingly accurate about Gu Junking having improper relationships with her sisters, which turned out to be entirely true. Therefore, she still harbored doubts about whether that man's promiscuous nature, accused by the black-robed person of wanting to seduce even elderly women at the village entrance, was actually real. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Moreover, her third sister had already shared such an intimate relationship with this man. If this man were to betray her third sister in the future, how heartbroken would her third sister be? Other matters can wait, but there is one thing I must remind you of first. Don't let my third sister's usual gentleness fool you. If you ever dare treat her badly, I as her sister will not let you off. Ji-won's words carried a faint hint of threat. Hearing this, Gu Junking chuckled softly. He knew Ji-won was expressing her care for Lu Qingyi in her own way, as almost every single one of the 7 sisters had said something similar to him before. Thus, he handled it with practiced ease, nodding solemnly as he made a resonant promise. Rest assured, I will never let anyone bully her, including myself. Ji-won nodded with satisfaction, the guardedness and doubt in her heart dissipating by a fraction. As for Lu Qingyi, she stood there wearing a completely expressionless face. Watching Ji-won issue warnings to Gu Junking right now filled her heart with a sense of tragic irony. She suddenly recalled the time she discovered the illicit affair between Gu Junking and their second sister. Back then, despite feeling heartbroken, she had uttered words identical to Ji-won's. And this scumbag Gu Junking was using the exact same script he had used on her back then. It was practically becoming an instinctive conversational routine for him. Yet everything this scumbag said was completely worthless, just like farting in the wind. Not only did he bully her every single day, but even the younger women he brought around bullied her too. Thinking about how Gu Junking had even brought Lin Shui and her child to her concert, Lu Qingyi couldn't help venting her grievances internally. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ji-won, and I'm Sister Liu's fourth sister. You should already know about the rest of her sisters, right? Ji-won nodded and spoke with open generosity. She wasn't someone prone to hesitation, so since she decided to accept Gu Junking, she accepted him outright. Hearing this, Gu Junking looked at Ji-won with gentle eyes, a sincere smile curving the corner of his lips. Of course, I've already heard Lu Qingyi mention you and your sisters. Each of you has distinct characteristics and leaves a deep impression, and I feel deeply honored to know you all. He knows your sisters even better than you do. At least you haven't seen what those younger sisters look like fully grown. Yet this scumbag of a man had even gone in deep with them. Lu Qingyi thought to herself with a deadpan expression. She currently felt utterly suffocated, having to keep playing along and hiding things from Ji-won. If Ji-won were to find out about everything, she truly had no idea whether Ji-won would be able to handle the shock. Hearing this, Ji-won's guard dropped a bit more as she realized her impression of Gu Junking had inadvertently improved further. This man not only possessed outstanding looks, but his words and demeanor also exuded an indescribable charm that naturally drew people close to him. Since that's the case, let's lay our cards on the table. Ji-won decided to cut straight to the point. How do you plan to handle my third sister's situation? Entering a relationship without the intention to marry is just playing around, and I hope you can give her a clear and definite answer. Gu Junking could tell at a glance that Ji-won came from a good background, which gave some credibility to the black-robed person's claim that this guy named Gu was just playing around with her third sister. Therefore, she at least needed to demand a concrete answer from Gu Junking. Hearing this, Gu Junking felt a trace of internal helplessness. He had met direct people before, but never someone quite this direct. They were meeting for the very first time, and she was already demanding that he marry her sister? Wouldn't that mean the rest of the sisters would start having opinions too? Gu Junking muttered a silent complaint internally. Chapter 1329. Gu Junking felt somewhat cautious facing Ji-won's various questions now. He couldn't afford not to be careful. Ji-won's personality looked quite straightforward, and if she developed a bad impression, it might stick with her permanently. Moreover, her questions were the kind that were difficult to answer vaguely. They all required a clear attitude. A vague response would give the impression that he didn't want to marry her, or that he was just messing around. It would also leave a hypocritical impression. Therefore, Gu Junking answered almost without hesitation. You can rest assured about that. The word forever is something only children and liars can speak aloud, but I am willing to promise you, Ji-won, that my feelings for Lu Qingyi transcend the boundaries of time. It is not a rash forever, but a determination that grows deeper every single day compared to the last. I cannot predict every single moment of the future, but what I can do is cherish and care for her wholeheartedly in every present moment, proving my true feelings with actions. Gu Junking spoke at great length in a tone filled with emotional resonance. As soon as these words came out, let alone Ji-won, even Lu Qingyi's expression moved slightly. However, compared to Ji-won, Lu Qingyi clearly understood Gu Junking much better. It felt like he had said a lot, but listening closely, it seemed like he hadn't said anything at all. Lu Qingyi muttered inwardly. Yet on the surface, she still had to look toward Gu Junking with an expression of being deeply moved. Ji-won took all of this in, believing she had warmed up their relationship, and proudly raising her head as if she had performed a boundless act of merit. Well said, Ji-won praised. Although she didn't quite understand most of it, she recognized every single word, but together they made no sense. It didn't matter. As long as she saw her third sister happy, that was enough. Ji-won nodded with satisfaction, a sly gleam flashing in her eyes as if she had just mediated a beautiful exchange of vows ceremony. It seems my worries were entirely redundant. Third sister, I'm truly glad you could find someone who treats you with such sincerity. As she spoke, she reached out to gently pat Lu Qingyi's shoulder, her movements filled with intimacy and blessing. Then you guys should prepare to get married. I just saw that you didn't use any protection, and it looks like you probably never do normally. I think you two should go get your marriage certificate sooner rather than later, and not wait until your belly swells up to tie the knot, which wouldn't look good. I certainly wouldn't want my little nephew to be an illegitimate child. Ji-won glanced down toward Gu Junking's lower region, then said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, both Gu Junking and Lu Qingyi froze in place like statues, looking at each other without knowing what to say. Stop, stop, stop. Look at you, I'm not even worried about getting married myself, so what are you rushing for? Alright, let's talk about these things later. Tell me about yourself first. Why did you suddenly want to come back? In the end, Lu Qingyi was the first to snap back to her senses, irritably changing the subject. When it came to matters like marriage, it wasn't that she didn't want it. However, putting such a thing on Gu Junking was simply too unrealistic. She knew very well that Gu Junking had far too many romantic debts hanging over him. Just among the 7 sisters alone, there were already several of them. They couldn't all possibly marry him together. Therefore, whenever possible, they avoided discussing these topics altogether. She never expected that Ji-won, who was completely unaware of the inner situation, would bring it up directly. I just suddenly wanted to come back. If I didn't return, I felt like my nephew would already be born by then. Seeing neither of them picking up her conversational thread, Ji-won couldn't help pouting. Lu Qingyi's pretty face flushed red as she glared indignantly at Ji-won. She knew that being caught doing that kind of thing meant she would definitely be teased endlessly. This made a mischievous resentment rise in her heart. What if she engineered a situation where something happened between Ji-won and Gu Junking, and then she went to catch them red-handed. Could she tease her back then? However, she quickly dismissed that thought a moment later. It wasn't that she didn't want to let Gu Junking off easy, but rather that for someone unconventional like Ji Won, scheming against her was simply too difficult. Drugging her or things like that basically wouldn't work at all. Such a major marital affair is no small matter, Gu Junking said with a trace of helplessness. Normally, he was the shameless one, and women didn't have many ways to deal with him. However, encountering someone like Ji Won who acted like a female rogue left him temporarily, without any good methods to handle her. The main reason was that he didn't understand her well enough yet. Only by gaining a deep understanding later on could he seize the initiative. Still, he deeply understood the strategic principles of advancing when the enemy retreats, harassing when they camp, and striking when they are exhausted. Anyway, taking things slow and getting to know each other first was definitely the right move. All right, I know you guys find me meddlesome. Ji Won feigned a pout, though the amusement in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Still, I genuinely hope you two can be happy. Since you have things under control, I won't meddle anymore, but remember, I'm going to be the most gorgeous bridesmaid in the future. You might not be a bridesmaid, but you could easily become another bride. Gu Junking smiled on the surface while muttering this inwardly. Chapter 1330. However, we have a deal. If you two really do end up together, you cannot forget about me, Ji Won emphasized. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Gu Junking's lips as amusement flashed in his eyes. He nodded gently and agreed, naturally. With Miss Ji's stunning beauty, serving as a bridesmaid at our future wedding would certainly add a lot of brilliance to the occasion. Lu Qingyi stood to the side, listening to their exchange with a complex mixture of emotions. While she was genuinely glad for Ji Won's return, and pleased that she seemed to be getting along well with Gu Junking, she secretly worried about the complex situation that might arise in the future. There would always come a day when Ji Won discovered the full truth. After when she herself found out that Gu Junking had wooed every single one of her younger sisters, even she had felt a strong sense of betrayal and anger toward him. Her fourth sister's temper certainly wasn't as gentle as her own. If they really ended up at each other's throats, the rest of the sisters would have a hard time trying to mediate. Right now, everything depended entirely on Gu Junking's own skills. If he could manage to sweet-talk her fourth sister into submission, that would be one thing. But if he failed, the rest of the sisters wouldn't be able to offer much help either. Speaking of which, Ji Won, what are your actual plans now that you're back? Lu Qingyi timely shifted the topic, eager to learn more about her fourth sister's recent circumstances. Me? I don't really have any grand plans. I just intend to take a nice, long break, wander around the capital, and check in on the old men back home. Of course, if there's anything fun and lively happening around the city, I won't miss it either. Ji Won stopped pushing the topic of romance once she realized Lu Qingyi genuinely wanted to move on. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she spoke of her future plans, and she stood up to spin around the room as countless schemes swirled in her mind. To her, putting that arrogant young Master Han in his place earlier was just a fun little pastime. Such things happened quite often in the capital. The thought of arrogant individuals bullying others using their status, only for someone with an even higher status to come along and crush them, always amused her greatly. Though more often than not, she preferred taking matters into her own hands and letting them experience what it felt like to taste a fist of solid muscle. Seeing the excited gleam in Ji Won's eyes, Lu Qingyi knew she certainly wasn't plotting anything wholesome. An inward sigh of helplessness escaped her. Her seventh sister was usually quite mischievous, always dreaming of playing the hero, which was likely something she learned directly from this fourth sister. In the past, the seventh sister had already caused plenty of high-ranking officials and corporate executives a great deal of distress. But those were mere trifles. Ji Won's actual background was entirely different. As the eldest young miss of the Ji family carrying such a massive reputation, whatever she decided to stick her nose into was bound to be a major affair. Take her lingering grievances with the Dark Castle from a decade ago. The reason why those high and mighty parasites dared not openly retaliate against her was precisely because of Ji Won's own hidden hand. Hearing this, a thoughtful glint crossed Gu Junking's eyes before he raised an eyebrow. Wandering around? That sounds rather nice, and if you ever need a guide or a companion, I can recommend a few places, or, if you don't mind, I could even accompany you myself. Caught off guard by his words, Ji Won blinked before her eyes rolled with a swift calculation, and she immediately agreed. Then it's a deal. If anything comes up, I'll be sure to call you. Ji Won clapped her hands in excitement, looking as though she could hardly wait. Naturally, she was quite pleased with this arrangement. After all, she had harbored numerous questions about Gu Junking from the start. That was precisely why she kept probing him during their very first encounter. She had even pushed the conversation all the way to topics like marriage, which Lu Qingyi clearly wanted to avoid. Her primary concern was that this fellow named Gu simply wanted to toy with her third sister before pulling up his pants and refusing to take responsibility. Otherwise, why would her third sister keep this man's identity entirely under wraps? Being able to proactively get close and understand him better now struck her as a rather good opportunity. Definitely. Just give the word whenever you need anything, Gu Junking replied readily. Ha, they always say a brother-in-law knows how to please the sister-in-law. Third sister, look at him. You're my actual sister, yet why aren't you even half as doting to me as my future brother-in-law? Ji Won's crisp, melodic laughter echoed through the room as she turned toward Lu Qingyi with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Third sister, it seems your taste is truly top-notch. Not only is this brother-in-law of mine exceptionally handsome, but he sure knows how to talk sweet. Though she still harbored doubts about Gu Junking's true intentions and character, she certainly wouldn't let it show on the surface. Was this what her sisters often called being refined beneath a rough exterior? Her sisters used to tease that she must have been reincarnated wrong and turned out a rough brute, but she figured she was actually much more attentive than any of them. Ji-won thought to herself with a smug sense of satisfaction. Right, I heard your third sister mention that you all grew up in an orphanage. How is it that you claim to be a daughter of the Ji family? Do they make a habit of raising their young misses in orphanages? Gu Junking asked half-jokingly. Oh that. It's just some typical high society drama. My parents died in a car crash when I was still an infant in swaddling clothes, but they shielded me in their arms and saved my life. The Ji family thought I had burned to death, so the person who rescued me couldn't find my relatives and left me in an orphanage for several years, until the Ji family finally tracked me down and told me everything. Ji-won explained dismissively. Hearing this, Gu Junking froze slightly before offering a solemn and apologetic, I'm sorry. It's fine, that was years ago anyway. Ji-won waved her hand dismissively with an air of absolute carefree nonchalance. Lu Qingyi already knew about all of this, so she said nothing, quietly standing by Ji-won's side to squeeze her hand. The atmosphere in the dressing room turned somewhat heavy for a moment. Ji-won herself broke the heavy silence, but since she no longer felt like teasing the two of them, and the hour was growing late, she decided it was time to leave. Ji-won stretched lazily, causing the twin peaks at her neckline to lift high in that languid posture, revealing a breathtaking cleavage. They swayed gently as she moved, making Gu Junking's throat feel instantly dry and parched with an urge for a drink. While delicate, fair, and smooth skin was certainly attractive, Ji-won's wild, seductive, and impeccably toned physique carried an even more potent allure. Her willow-thin waist accentuated the staggering magnitude of her chest as she tilted her head upward to tell Gu Junking, give me your number. Let's exchange contacts, and I'll reach out if anything comes up. Gu Junking recited his number while taking out his phone to save Ji-won's contact details as well. He then gave his phone a little shake and said, of course, I'm always welcome to your calls. Remember, if you ever need any help, just call me directly. No need to stand on ceremony with me. Rest assured, handsome Gu, if you truly become my brother-in-law, I won't hold back at all. Who knows, maybe one day I'll show up with a whole group of sisters-in-law just to cause trouble for you. Ji-won blinked and laughed. Chapter 1331. Rest assured, handsome Gu, if you truly become my brother-in-law, I won't hold back at all. Who knows, maybe one day I'll show up with a whole group of sisters-in-law just to cause trouble for you. Ji-won blinked and laughed. With 7 sisters in total, if a whole group of sisters-in-law really decided to cause trouble for Gu Junking, he definitely wouldn't have a moment of peace. It's fine. Boys grow up to be clowns, while girls grow up to be troublemakers, and I warmly welcome you to come cause trouble. Gu Junking waved his hand, looking entirely welcoming. Hearing this, a flash of confusion crossed Ji-won's face as she muttered inwardly, troublemaker. Is he praising me or insulting me? But something feels a bit off, like there's a hidden meaning behind his words. Fearing her incomprehension would show, she quickly put on a look of sudden realization and hooked her lips into an understanding smile, acting as though she truly grasped Gu Junking's joke. Haha, handsome Gu, you really know how to joke. Still, when it comes to causing trouble, I'm an absolute expert. Just make sure you don't get annoyed with me later. As she spoke, Ji-won deliberately patted her chest with a look that said you've got good judgment. Lu Qingyi watched their interaction from the side, feeling both amused and helpless while shooting a fierce glare at Gu Junking. How dare he crack racy jokes with her foolish younger sister. Alright, it's getting late, and I should head back. Ji-won looked out the window at the pitch-black sky, and suddenly changed the subject, preparing to wrap up this unexpected encounter. She didn't want the subtle emotions within her heart to continue fermenting, nor did she want Lu Qingyi to notice her little thoughts. Should I walk you out? Gu Junking stood up and offered a gentlemanly escort. No need, I drove here myself. You guys can keep chatting. I'm afraid if I stay any longer, third sister might just murder me since you guys were only halfway through your business. Ji-won waved her hand to reject Gu Junking's kind offer, then let out a completely uninhibited, mischievous grin. Ji-won. Lu Qingyi's fair, pretty face instantly flushed bright red as she angrily shouted Ji-won's name and lunged forward to beat her up. Ji-won laughed heartily as she dodged Lu Qingyi's blows. After the two sisters bickered for a while and Ji-won prepared to leave, Lu Qingyi pulled her back with a hint of reluctance. Are you staying at my place tonight? We can chat more, and your other sisters miss you a lot too. She knew Ji-won always had a lot on her plate, especially during these days right after returning to the capital. Yet it had also been a long time since she last saw her fourth sister, especially since Ji-won rarely even had time to access the internet, due to the multiple factors like magnetic fields and warfare in the war zones that left signals non-existent. All the sisters missed Ji-won dearly. Ji-won smiled and patted the back of Lu Qingyi's hand, her eyes filled with warmth and apology. Third sister, I know you all miss me, and I miss you too, but tonight probably won't work, because I have to head back to the Ji family first. If I don't go back to see the old man soon, he'll probably come looking for me with a cleaver. Alright then, be careful on the road and stay in touch. Since several of the sisters are in the capital right now, we can always get together whenever we want. Lu Qingyi didn't push further, offering only a gentle word of advice. Got it. You guys get some rest early too. Ji-won blinked playfully and turned toward the door, not forgetting to glance back at Gu Junking just before leaving. Handsome Gu, you better take good care of my third sister tonight. If you don't take good care of her, I won't agree to you two being together. Ji-won wasn't some stubborn old antique. When she first walked in and saw Gu Junking and her third sister in that state, the reason she was furious enough to want to kill Gu Junking was simply because she thought Gu Junking had forced Liu Qingyi, or threatened her through some means. However, after chatting for a bit, she discovered that Liu Qingyi was entirely willing. Furthermore, through casual observation, Gu Junking didn't seem to hold any playful or mocking intentions toward Liu Qingyi like that black-robed person had claimed. Naturally, she wouldn't go against her third sister's wishes. As long as her third sister felt truly happy, that was all that mattered. Of course, if Gu Junking ever dared to toy with her third sister's emotions and body, Ji-won figured she would risk her life to retaliate against him. She reckoned that even if she couldn't take Gu Junking down, she could certainly use various methods and pull out all the stops to castrate him without much trouble. You can rest easy about that. I guarantee I'll put in the effort. Gu Junking patted his chest in response to Ji-won's playful remark, with a trace of amusement in his eyes, knowing full well the deep emotional bonds among the sisters, and gladly accepting his place within this warm atmosphere. Ji-won's personality was anything but gentle, and reserved like her name suggested. And he, Gu Junking, was even less so. If Ji-won wanted to race cars with him, she needed a lot more practice. After Ji-won left, he turned around, and looked at Liu Qingyi with a gaze that was tender and deep. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Liu Qingyi didn't have skin quite as thick as the two of them, and hearing them openly discuss such matters, she rebuked Gu Junking irritably. How is that nonsense? Am I not putting in enough effort every single time? Gu Junking rubbed his chin, looking somewhat puzzled. Every single time, Liu Qingyi was the one begging for mercy, so how did it become him not putting in enough effort? Then again, there are no plowed out fields, only exhausted cattle. With someone like Liu Qingyi who possessed a great physical constitution, her recovery was remarkably fast. If he hadn't specially trained in this aspect, he might not have easily satisfied Liu Qingyi's demands. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore, though it seems your status in your sister's hearts is truly monumental, he said softly, a trace of imperceptible sentiment coloring his tone. This wasn't the first time he had felt emotional about the bond between the sisters. Even after long periods apart, their bond remained genuinely unbreakable. Unlike superficial college dormitories where 6 girls have 8 chat groups, they were beings who could genuinely sacrifice everything for one another. That's right, we sisters grew up together and weathered many storms, so our bond is naturally deep. Even though Ji-won is usually careless, she cares deeply about every single one of us in her heart. Liu Qingyi smiled softly, her expression as warm and bright as blooming spring flowers. Since you say they're so close, why didn't you give a heads up that your sister was coming, leaving her completely clueless about my existence, and forcing me to rack my brain acting with you? Are you starring in infernal affairs, or something? Keeping secrets from your own sister. Such a great relationship you've got there. Gu Junking finally found an opening to tease Liu Qingyi and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Truth be told, suddenly having his entire body seen by someone else wasn't something Gu Junking had zero issues with. Fortunately, she was a pretty girl, otherwise he wouldn't have let the matter go so easily. Yet he also knew he couldn't entirely blame Liu Qingyi, considering that he himself had lost his head during that crucial climax of passion. Chapter 1332. I didn't know she was back, and you're still blaming me? If it weren't for you, pervert, how would Ji-won have caught us doing that kind of thing? Liu Qingyi retorted irritably. There was hardly anything hidden between the sisters, as bathing together and sharing a bed were regular occurrences. They even occasionally chatted about blush-inducing topics during late-night talks. However, suddenly being caught by a sister in such a compromising scene still made her uncontrollably shy. Ha, you're pushing all the blame onto me. Then I really wonder who was saying they couldn't let go here at first, only to cling tightly to my back with both hands later. Gu Junking scoffed pointedly. Gu Junking, do you want to die? Liu Qingyi's face flushed crimson as she pinched his arm a bit harder. The tiny tear mole beneath her delicate eyes tilted upward slightly with the corner of her eye, adding a touch of coquettish anger and shame that looked like glistening, alluring morning dew. Her autumn water eyes held both the panic of being caught in the truth and dissatisfaction with his teasing, her lips trembling slightly as she wanted to speak but stopped. Is that so? Then could you bear to? Am I making things up? Gu Junking caught her smooth, tender hand in his palm and said with a smile. You stop talking nonsense. When did I cling to your back? Liu Qingyi's voice was as soft as a gnat's, yet it failed to mask her bashfulness and panic. As soon as those words left her mouth, her cheeks instantly blushed as red as a sunset cloud. She abruptly closed her eyes as if that could shut out those embarrassing words, her heart fluttering wildly like a trapped fawn. She tried to pull her hand back and move away from Gu Junking, only to find her strength insignificant against his seemingly casual yet firm grip. Seeing this, Gu Junking curved his lips into a sly smile, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice to a level only the two of them could hear. Oh, am I talking nonsense? Then who was whispering in my ear just now, saying they loved this feeling, and begging me not to stop? Shouldn't I keep working hard then? His long arm suddenly wrapped around Liu Qingyi's delicate shoulder, whispering seductively in her ear. It wasn't just women who could charm men, as men could charm women just as easily. You pervert. Lu Qingyi glared at Gu Junking with her beautiful eyes, a thin mist seemingly shrouding them. Yet thinking of his robust physique, her eyes naturally rippled with seduction. Since Ji-won had interrupted her before she was fully satisfied, she was already stirred up again, her petite lips parting slightly, as she breathed lazily with a complex mix of resentment and affection. How about we continue? Seeing that the teasing had reached its peak, Gu Junking struck while the iron was hot. No. Lu Qingyi fought hard against the temptation in her heart, and shook her head firmly. She certainly didn't want to be mocked by Gu Junking again. When a woman says no, it means she wants it, as long as she isn't struggling, it's an opportunity, so Gu Junking didn't take her refusal seriously at all. You could only ever listen to half of what a woman said, because believing it entirely would spell disaster. How could these women be like him, whose every word was as solid as a nail driven into wood? Gu Junking muttered inwardly. Then how about we don't do it here, and go home instead? Gu Junking wore a knowing smile, fully aware of Lu Qingyi's pretense, while enjoying this subtle emotional tug-of-war. He gently released his hold on her without pulling away completely, instead drawing her softly into his embrace with a gentler, firmer posture. Qingyi, I know you're willing in your heart, you're just feeling shy. His low, magnetic voice seemed capable of piercing through people's hearts and reaching their softest spots. Lu Qingyi's heartbeat quickened as she felt the warmth and strength radiating from his chest. Aren't you going to find your Lin Shui today? Lu Qingyi pouted, her words laced with a hint of sour jealousy and dissatisfaction. She hadn't seen much of Gu Junking over the past few days, though she had also been busy preparing for her concert, and lacked the time to meet him. Yet if Gu Junking wanted to see her, he could definitely carve out time to do so. Combined with him bringing Lin Shui to the concert today, and that doll-like little girl who got selected, she didn't even need to guess to know this pervert must be getting hot and heavy with Lin Shui. Thinking of this, she gently broke free from Gu Junking's embrace and turned around, avoiding his gaze that always seemed capable of piercing through people's souls for fear her thoughts would be laid entirely bare. She was simply jealous and wanted someone to coax her. Gu Junking felt a trace of helplessness internally. She had just finished acting jealous, so why was she doing it again? He couldn't help reflecting on whether he had gotten too carried away lately. Back when he worked as a master time manager, he had always treaded very carefully. Furthermore, he had originally thought Lu Qingyi wouldn't get too jealous anymore, only to realize she had been keeping it all in mind. Gu Junking let out a soft sigh, knowing full well that Lu Qingyi possessed a delicate and rich emotional world, and he truly had neglected to accompany her properly in recent days. He slowly walked forward, gently wrapping his arms around her willow waist from behind while resting his chin on her shoulder, and said gently and sincerely, Qingyi, it's my fault. I've been too busy lately, and neglected your feelings. His words were filled with apology and sincerity, attempting to soothe the jealousy and dissatisfaction in Lu Qingyi's heart. Feeling his warm body temperature and sincere tone, Lu Qingyi's resentment dissipated by a few fractions, yet she still put on an aloof act and didn't turn around immediately. Humph, then tell me, exactly where do I rank in your heart? Though her words were unforgiving, her tone had already taken on a coaxing, spoiled hint. Gu Junking chuckled softly, knowing this was Lu Qingyi throwing him a lifeline and expressing her love in her own unique way. He gently cupped her cheeks, making her face him as his eyes brimmed with deep affection. Qingyi, no one can compare to your position in my heart. You are the most important person in my life, and whether now or in the future, I will never change this sentiment. Then what about my sisters? Even though Lu Qingyi knew Gu Junking was just coaxing her, she was still secretly delighted, turning around to cast a sidelong glance at him. Gu Junking was already feeling a bit mentally exhausted. Lu Qingyi truly gave off the vibe of a sensitive, artsy college girl, being sentimental and lacking a solid sense of security. She always enjoyed tirelessly probing her man in various ways to see if he still loved her. Yet as long as he coaxed her, she would happily forget any unpleasantness. Therefore, Gu Junking still maintained plenty of patience. If you want to sleep with women without having any patience, you truly deserve to never get any. Your sisters are the same. Gu Junking blinked. Lu Qingyi watched Gu Junking look rather helpless when he wanted to coax her, but didn't quite know how, feeling secretly amused inside. She even opened her mouth wanting to say something more to torment him, actually quite enjoying being alone with this man, and finding immense fun in teasing him with words. Stop, 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 let's head out first. I'll treat you to some late-night snacks as an apology. Chapter 1333. Stop, stop, stop. Let's just head out first, and I'll treat you to some late-night snacks as an apology. Gu Junking quickly chimed in, afraid that Lu Qingyi would say something else that gave him a headache. What are we eating? Lu Qingyi stopped her verbal assault upon seeing this, casting a suspicious glance at Gu Junking. Gu Junking secretly breathed a sigh of relief for cutting off Lu Qingyi's upcoming round of probing, keeping a doting smile on his face. He gently took Lu Qingyi's hand and led her toward the exit, saying as they walked, we can eat anything. Come on, my little princess, I know a spicy hot pot place that's absolutely top tier. Just right to nourish you since you've gotten so thin. Anyway, since you're retiring from the entertainment industry, you don't have to care too much about your image anymore. Gu Junking's eyes flickered slightly as he said with a smile. Of course, he wasn't actually planning to treat Lu Qingyi to street-style spicy hot pot. The meme about the 6 UN spicy hot pot had left too deep an impression on him. Back then, a post titled "You Bastard" I flew from Qingdao to Chengdu to find you, and you treated me to a 6 yuan spicy hot pot, and banged me 13 times in one night, had practically gone viral nationwide. It had almost become a kind of innuendo. That was why Gu Junking subconsciously thought of spicy hot pot, and said it like that. If I don't care about my image, I'm afraid you'll banish me to the cold palace. You wouldn't even come visit when I still cared about my image, so if I stop caring, you'll never come see me again for the rest of my life. Lu Qingyi pouted. This left Gu Junking with a bitter smile. When a woman starts getting jealous, a few words simply aren't enough to coax her. Gu Junking felt that things were just interrupted right in the middle of their good time earlier. Otherwise, Lu Qingyi's worries would have simply washed away with the flow of passion. There's no way she would still be dwelling on it in her heart. Still, I actually am hungry this time, so let's get going. But I need to put on some makeup and disguise myself a bit first so we can slip out through the back door later. Lu Qingyi's lips curled into an imperceptible smile containing a hint of playfulness and tenderness. Even though she knew Gu Junking definitely harbored some hidden intentions, she didn't expose his little schemes. Instead, she deliberately put on an expectant look and let him pull her hand, walking toward his car in the night. Sometimes, a little unspoken mutual understanding is needed between two people. She understood his game of playing hard to get, and he had to understand her modesty. Before leaving, Lu Qingyi also put on a disguise to hide her identity, ensuring at least that she wouldn't be easily recognized or photographed by paparazzi. She had already cancelled the press conference scheduled right after the performance. Who knows how many reporters were staked out outside right now. Moonlight gently draped a soft radiance over their figures, filling the air with an unspoken tacit understanding and sweetness. Although the atmosphere between the two of them was wonderful, someone else's mood was anything but good. Dao Tianyan strolled alone outside the night-shrouded stadium, where plenty of Lu Qingyi's fans were still lingering nearby, feeling a complex mix of emotions in his heart. After managing to slip away from his fight with Ji-won, he had remained secretly lurking inside the stadium. Ji-won was bound to look for Lu Qingyi. On such an important night like tonight, Gu Junking would definitely head backstage to find Lu Qingyi as well. He believed that after hearing what he said, Ji-won would definitely be on guard against Gu Junking, especially she discovered any intimate behavior between Gu Junking and Lu Qingyi. Given Ji-won's hot-tempered personality, she would undoubtedly start a fight with Gu Junking without a second word. And she definitely wouldn't be able to beat Gu Junking. It wasn't that he looked down on his fourth sister, but rather that Gu Junking's strength was truly unfathomable. That godlike, disdainful gaze he wore out at sea was something he still couldn't forget to this day. Though he knew Gu Junking certainly wouldn't do anything terrible to his fourth sister, his internal worries drove him not to leave too far away. Knowing that Gu Junking also had subordinates hiding within the venue, he never dared to show his face, forcing himself to wander around, while cloaked in the dark corners. Dao Tianyan stood within the shadows of the stadium, his gaze piercing through the night, as he stared fixedly at the tightly shut doors, a thousand thoughts swirling in his mind. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a faint sound of footsteps broke the surrounding quiet, causing Dao Tianyan to quickly pull himself together and look around alertly. A figure quietly slipped out through the back door of the stadium, dressed in casual clothes with a duck-billed cap, a face mask, and a lowered head, clearly intentionally concealing their identity. Despite the secretive disguise, Dao Tianyan still recognized her through sharp intuition. Lu Qingyi, third sister. Emotion suddenly surged within Dao Tianyan's heart. Yet remembering his third sister's merciless gaze, the pain rose in his heart once more, suppressing his previously surging emotions. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to follow her while maintaining a safe distance to avoid being discovered by Lu Qingyi. Dao Tianyan knew very well that the relationship between him and Lu Qingyi was complex and delicate, intertwining the familial affection of childhood playmates with past misunderstandings and barriers. He longed to find an opportunity to repair this relationship, even if it meant simply watching over her silently from the sidelines. Lu Qingyi didn't seem to notice she was being followed, stepping lightly and glancing back from time to time to make sure no one was paying attention. Seeing this, Dao Tianyan hid his tracks even more carefully, using the night and surrounding buildings as cover to tail her closely. The two of them moved one after another. After bypassing some clustered crowds, Dao Tianyan followed Lu Qingyi all the way to the parking lot. Was she leaving now? Strange, where was Gu Junking? And why didn't they come out together? Or had the two of them separated by now? Dao Tianyan felt a bit puzzled, but a trace of excitement welled up inside him. He could understand why Lu Qingyi wanted to hide her identity, since leaving without a disguise would have gotten her swarmed by crazy fans long ago. This was especially true on a frenzied night like tonight. Lu Qingyi's retirement was a shocking bombshell that no one could have anticipated. Right now, goodness knows how many reporters and paparazzi were searching for her whereabouts, and even her managers were being cursed to high heaven. Therefore, Lu Qingyi definitely couldn't show her face tonight, at least until the emotionally charged public calmed down. Yet at this critical moment, Gu Junking was unexpectedly absent. If he showed up right now, wouldn't he have a chance to be alone with Lu Qingyi? He could even clear up all misunderstandings with her while her mood was heavy. Dao Tianyan had already forgotten how, during his dejected state a while back, he had thought about how to take revenge on Lu Qingyi and the others to make them regret their choices. Right now, he only wanted to reconcile with Lu Qingyi, take her away from Gu Junking's side, and pour out his heart about how difficult things had been for him lately. Chapter 1334. Dao Tianyan did not believe that he, her childhood younger brother, could truly rank lower in Lu Qingyi's heart than Gu Junking, a scoundrel who had appeared halfway through their lives. They must have been bewitched by Gu Junking, which was why they had blocked him. At first he had felt anger toward his sisters. However, when Dao Tianyan saw Lu Qingyi again, those feelings of anger and sadness were instantly melted by her stunning beauty. Every single gesture and smile of hers felt like a spring breeze, stirring an indescribable emotion deep within his heart. His sister's actions weren't entirely unforgivable. This thought inevitably surfaced within Dao Tianyan's mind. Gu Junking was so evil and treacherous, possessing supreme strength yet always keeping a low profile, who knew what kind of dark sorcery he had used to control his sisters. Now, as long as he properly explained things to Lu Qingyi, their misunderstanding would surely be resolved quickly. At worst, he would capture Lu Qingyi and take her to his master. With his master's boundless divine powers, he could definitely break the sorcery Gu Junking had cast upon them. Dao Tianyan stood in the empty parking lot as a cool night breeze swept past, yet it failed to dispel the fervent warmth and determination burning in his heart. During the period of waiting after being defeated by Gu Junking, Dao Tianyan had not remained idle. He began to reflect on his past behavior and ponder how to better communicate with his sisters and deepen their bonds. He even started learning how to control his emotions and express his true thoughts, and even studied some psychology with his master in hopes of better understanding his sisters' inner worlds. In short, he had picked up quite a bit of knowledge on how to court women. He no longer relied on past experiences and his sister's affection as crutches. Dao Tianyan knew that change didn't happen overnight, but he had already decided to take firm steps forward. He needed to start trying to approach Lu Qingyi and his other sisters in a more mature and considerate manner. He couldn't let them keep viewing him as the little brother from the past. Instead, he wanted to boldly tell them that he was already a mature man, a man capable of protecting them. He had constantly reflected on whether the ending would have been different if he had directly revealed his identity to his sisters and let them know he had always been watching over them in secret. In the past, he hadn't rushed for quick success. Instead, he chose to slowly infiltrate their lives, wanting to prove his strength through practical actions. He wanted to slowly amaze them with his growing power. Furthermore, he had never spoken of his hardships and quiet devotion. Yet he had overlooked a crucial problem. That was whether his sisters even cared about any of that. Playing the pig to eat the tiger and basking in his sisters' looks of awe and surprise certainly felt quite exhilarating. But he had neglected many other things. Having experienced so many setbacks, Dao Tianyan now deeply realized that true strength wasn't merely reflected in the display of martial might or ability, but rather in emotional maturity and communication. He finally began to realize that his past approach of silently guarding them without ever speaking out was perhaps one of the reasons for creating a barrier between them. What his sisters needed wasn't just a powerful protector, but a partner who could walk side by side with them and share in their joys and sorrows. Just as Dao Tianyan was secretly thrilled, feeling that he had a chance to reconcile with Lu Qingyi, or even rescue her from the clutches of Gu Junking's demonic grip, Lu Qingyi suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked around her surroundings as if confirming whether it was safe. Afterwards, she walked with practiced familiarity toward an inconspicuous black sedan parked by the roadside, its doors unlocking automatically, revealing that the car had clearly been specially modified. Then Lu Qingyi climbed into the passenger seat. Dao Tianyan's forward-moving steps suddenly paused slightly. That was because he had already seen the man sitting in the driver's seat. Gu Junking, you really wouldn't pass up this opportunity. Dao Tianyan's heart plummeted violently as veins bulged on his forehead, feeling as though his heart had been struck by a massive boulder. He stared with disbelieving eyes, locking his gaze firmly onto the driver's seat of that black sedan. He could clearly see the profile of Gu Junking, the man he viewed as a thorn in his side and a nail in his flesh, sitting there leisurely, looking at Lu Qingyi in the passenger seat, with a faint, calm smile hanging from the corner of his mouth. The two of them seemed to be discussing something, and their actions and gestures were extremely intimate. Talk about a narrow path for enemies. Dao Tianyan cursed inwardly as a strong surge of jealousy and unwillingness welled up in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his palms without feeling any pain at all. It's so late. Where are they going now? Home or to a hotel? Are they going to check into a hotel room? Dao Tianyan was already speechless, his heart aching as if it were being choked. Tonight was supposed to be a special day, even though he didn't know why Lu Qingyi had chosen to announce her retirement during the concert. What he did know, however, was that Lu Qingyi was definitely in a sentimental state tonight. If Gu Junking comforted her properly tonight, then perhaps he would lose this third sister completely. Dao Tianyan's legs felt as though they were filled with lead, each step exceptionally heavy, yet he still involuntarily drew closer to the black sedan that was about to drive away. Within the night, his gaze flickered with complex emotions, anger, unwillingness, and above all, the fear and powerlessness of being on the verge of losing Lu Qingyi. I can't just give up like this, he roared in his heart as countless possible plans of action flashed through his mind, but he immediately dismissed every single one. He knew that rushing forward blindly would only make things worse, not to mention that Gu Junking's strength was unfathomable, and he might not even be a match for him. Just then, the black sedan slowly started up, its headlights piercing through the darkness and illuminating Dao Tianyan's pale face even further. He gritted his teeth fiercely and made his decision. He had to chase after them and see, even if he died, he wanted to die knowing the truth. Dao Tianyan immediately followed far behind the vehicle, running frantically after Gu Junking's car. Ding. Host caused mental damage to the male lead Dao Tianyan. Rewarded with 3,000 villain points. Ding. Host caused Dao Tianyan's mental state to imbalance. Rewarded with 5,000 villain points. Ding. Host caused Dao Tianyan's mental state to collapse. Rewarded with 7,000 villain points. Looking at the series of pop-up notifications from the system, Gu Junking couldn't help raising an eyebrow slightly. At the same time, sensing the faint aura of the demonic seed lingering behind his car, Gu Junking naturally knew that the crouching tiger male lead was tailing his vehicle and chasing after them. How about I lead him on and let him run a bit more behind us? A touch of mischievous humor could not help but arise within Gu Junking's heart. Thinking of Dao Tianyan charging forward for love, Gu Junking couldn't help chuckling quietly to himself. Chapter 1335. Gu Junking curled his lips into a playful smile, his gaze sweeping casually past the rearview mirror through the windshield, though the figure tailing them relentlessly did not appear within view. Clearly, Dao Tianyan was being quite cautious in his pursuit, keeping his figure entirely hidden outside of any angle where Gu Junking could spot him. Gu Junking did not mind this in the least. He wasn't relying purely on his eyes to detect Dao Tianyan's presence anyway. Gu Junking lightly pressed the accelerator, and the black sedan instantly accelerated. However, rather than shaking Dao Tianyan off completely, he maintained a distance that neither allowed the other party to easily catch up nor caused them to completely lose the trail. In truth, given Dao Tianyan's speed, even if he floored the throttle, his car might not necessarily match him. Yet this was a city after all, and trying to track Gu Junking's vehicle, while entirely avoiding line of sight, was obviously exceedingly difficult. It required not only immense computational power and road familiarity, but also a healthy dose of pure luck. The game has begun, Gu Junking muttered inwardly, enjoying this chase directed entirely by his own hand. As the car's speed increased, city lights flashed swiftly past the windows like streaks of vibrant color. Gu Junking deliberately chose several complex and shifting streets, turning sharply and accelerating at intervals, as if showcasing his effortless driving skills to Dao Tianyan, while silently challenging the other's limits. Inside the car, Lu Qingyi noticed Gu Junking's maneuvers and furrowed her delicate brows, asking softly, "Junking, what are you doing? Weren't we going for a late-night snack? Someone is tailing us from behind. I want to see if I can shake them off." Gu Junking replied in a calm tone. "Tailing us? Could it be those annoying paparazzi? I was so careful, yet I still got photographed." Lu Qingyi was startled upon hearing this, a look of worry crossing her face. It wouldn't matter much if her rendezvous with Gu Junking were exposed, but Gu Junking's identity could not be made public. Even though she constantly threatened Gu Junking that she would broadcast his identity to the world, she had never actually done such a thing. Because no matter how extraordinary Gu Junking's background was, anyone of high status online would inevitably face countless attacks and criticisms, let alone considering her own level of exposure, where the identity of her boyfriend was a constant source of media curiosity. Then there was the aggressiveness and combat power of her small faction of radical fans, which even she, as an idol, feared. Whenever they saw someone online cursing her, they would launch a doxing campaign, frequently exposing not just the troll's personal information, but even publishing their family members' details online. She shuddered to think what those obsessive fans might do if they found out about Gu Junking's identity as her boyfriend. The resulting cyberbullying and endless rumors could easily be imagined. Though Gu Junking acted indifferent and completely unbothered, she simply could not afford to be careless. She also didn't want to cause any trouble for Gu Junking. Otherwise, it might become difficult for her to enter his household in the future. Lu Qingyi muttered quietly to herself. In a family like Gu Junking's, actually becoming his other half and stepping through their doors was no easy feat. A flash of worry flickered through Lu Qingyi's eyes before she took a deep breath, forcing her voice to sound steady. "Junking, your background is too unique. If it really gets exposed, not only will you be affected, but I will too. I don't want our private lives to become public fodder, and I certainly don't want baseless guesses and attacks to hurt you. Relax, it's probably not paparazzi. If it were, would ordinary paparazzi be able to keep up with my driving skills?" Gu Junking glanced at the anxiety on Lu Qingyi's face with a hint of amusement. He had merely mentioned that someone might be following behind, yet Lu Qingyi seemed to have already concocted a full-length blockbuster script in her head, though he couldn't tell if this blockbuster was about family ethics or warfare. Besides, don't you think cruising like this without a care in the world under the night sky feels wonderful? Gu Junking said cheerfully. A hint of teasing colored Gu Junking's tone, yet it successfully eased the tense atmosphere inside the car. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi turned her head to look at Gu Junking's flawless profile, the corners of her mouth curling upward involuntarily. Though her worries had not completely dissipated, she felt a reassuring sense of peace. Yeah, a night like this and a speed like this really do lift one's spirits. Lu Qingyi's voice softened considerably, though her gaze never left Gu Junking's face. The city lights shone brighter against the night, as though every single lamp added a touch of romance to this unexpected pursuit. Seeing this, Gu Junking curved his lips into a deeper smile, gently turning the steering wheel as the car wove flexibly through the intricate web of streets. Every lane change was so precise and composed, making it seem as though he were not merely driving a vehicle, but orchestrating the rhythm of the game itself. As the night deepened, the hustle and bustle of the city seemed captivated by this sudden chase, turning exceptionally quiet save for the faint friction of tires against the pavement and the occasional roar of a distant vehicle. A playful confidence gleamed in Gu Junking's eyes, relishing the thrill of matching wits with an unknown opponent, while savoring this special time shared with Lu Qingyi. Qingyi, hold on tight. Things might get a bit more exciting now, Gu Junking warned softly, a trace of imperceptible excitement coloring his tone. He had, after all, once been a youth who raced cars down major thoroughfares. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi instinctively gripped her seatbelt tighter. Though a lingering trace of unease remained in her heart, it was outweighed by her unconditional trust in Gu Junking. She nodded, her gaze firm as she looked back at Gu Junking, as if saying, "No matter what happens, I am with you." Gu Junking understood her tacit agreement, a gentle smile tracing the corners of his mouth before he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The black sedan surged forward like a wild horse breaking free of its reins, charging instantly into a narrow, dimly lit alley. Towering walls flanked both sides of the alley, nearly brushing the roof of the car, and creating a sense of oppression, yet Gu Junking navigated through them with effortless mastery. Every turn was executed with pinpoint precision, as if he knew the alley like the back of his hand. The vehicle sped furiously through the cramped corridors. It maneuvered without the slightest obstruction, weaving through like a dragon plunging into the sea to roam freely. Why is this bastard driving to such a remote place? Dao Tianyan felt like he was running himself to the point of vomiting blood. It wasn't that he couldn't run, but rather that the route Gu Junking chose was far too crafty. Almost every path was a little-known city shortcut, including plenty of hidden alleyways that even GPS navigation failed to record. Though his physical skills were extraordinary, trying to tail them single-handedly through this complex urban labyrinth was undeniably like hunting for a needle in a haystack. This punk is an absolute bastard, Dao Tianyan cursed inwardly, while accelerating his pace, attempting to close the distance between himself and Gu Junking. Drawing upon his sharp perception of terrain, he constantly adjusted his tracking strategy, at times vaulting over walls and leaping across roofs, at others threading through tight alleys. Every movement was precise and swift, showcasing his exceptional physical prowess and sharp intellect. Yet Gu Junking always seemed capable of anticipating his actions, adjusting his route, and accelerating with such precise timing that he consistently slipped away from the tracking paths. This not only left Dao Tianyan feeling thoroughly defeated, but also filled him with a grudging admiration for Gu Junking's driving skills and tactical layout. Chapter 1336. The night deepened, and the chase through the narrow alleys intensified. Two forces silently pitted themselves against each other in the tranquil darkness. The black sedan driven by Gu Junking seemed to transform into a ghost of the night, weaving flexibly through the cramped spaces. Every sharp turn was accompanied by the piercing friction of tires against the ground, shattering the silence of the night. No way, how can he run so fast? Did he figure out I was here? That's impossible, I'm staying so far back. Dao Tianyan felt somewhat depressed. He knew Gu Junking's strength was terrifying, so he only dared to trail far behind. He was already so far back that he couldn't even catch a whiff of the car's exhaust fumes. If not for his strong scouting abilities and fast running pace, he felt he would have lost the trail entirely. If my tracks weren't discovered, why is he driving in such a hurry? Dao Tianyan felt speechless. He never expected Gu Junking to be capable of driving so far. Looking at the surrounding environment, they seemed almost on the verge of reaching the suburbs. Having driven for this long, any further, and they would probably be driving right out of the capital. By the end of it, Dao Tianyan was left panting heavily. He had sprinted wildly for several tens of minutes. Physical exhaustion was secondary. The mental fatigue of constantly chasing Gu Junking, who was carrying off his third sister, was what truly drained him. His mind kept racing, wondering where Gu Junking would take his third sister at this late hour, and how he would treat her. It felt as though he knew full well what Gu Junking might do to her, yet he was utterly powerless and unwilling to believe it. All of this drove Dao Tianyan's mental state closer and closer to collapse. As Gu Junking's car slowly drove into an even more secluded street, and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated inn, the heart of Dao Tianyan, watching from afar atop a distant roof, leapt straight into his throat. This inn felt like a corner forgotten by time, with peeling exterior walls and dim, yellow lighting that clashed jarringly with the surrounding modern architecture. A sign outside read 200 yuan for an overnight stay, 30 yuan for an hourly room. Gu Junking casually extinguished the headlights and stepped out of the car alongside Lu Qingyi. Their figures appeared exceptionally clear under the faint light, and they seemed to be tugging at each other as if Lu Qingyi was reluctant to go inside. Dao Tianyan stared intently at all of this, feeling as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. He couldn't believe Gu Junking would actually bring his third sister to a place like this. If they were going to an inn to do those kinds of things, they should at least go to some luxury 5-star hotel, or bring her home. Although he, Dao Tianyan, was jealous, envious, and in pain, he could barely accept it. After all, he had already roughly figured out the relationship between Gu Junking and his third sister back on the cruise ship. But now Gu Junking had brought his third sister to this kind of rundown dump? Was Gu Junking trampling on his third sister's dignity? Dao Tianyan desperately wanted to rush over right now and snatch his third sister away. However, reason told him he couldn't act rashly and must maintain his composure. Gu Junking, are you the fuck broke to this extent? Third sister, don't go in there, Please don't go in. Dao Tianyan watched as Lu Qingyi, radiant, pristine, and seemingly glowing all over, stood before the door of that dilapidated inn. She looked like a celestial fairy who had accidentally stumbled into the mortal realm, forming a stark and glaring contrast with her surroundings. Dao Tianyan felt just like a man who discovers his gorgeous wife once went into a cheap 50 yuan motel with another man to surrender herself, only for him to have to pay a 500,000 yuan dowry to marry her back. Turmoil churned within Dao Tianyan's heart as an indescribable mix of sour heartbreak and fury intertwined, pressing down on his chest like a massive boulder and leaving him barely able to breathe. He realized that his concern wasn't just for his third sister's safety, but stemmed even more from a profound sense of defeat and powerlessness. He couldn't accept that his third sister, the goddess in his heart, might actually engage in intimacy with another man under such squalid conditions. What made his eyes split with fury even further was that after hesitating for a moment on the spot, Lu Qingyi actually followed Gu Junqing into that shabby roadside inn. He even resented having such sharp eyesight, being able to see Lu Qingyi's hesitant expression clearly from such a great distance. Third sister, what on earth are you thinking? Are you really going to do it with Gu Junqing in a place like this? Watching her graceful figure slowly vanish from sight behind that battered wooden door, the image of his third sister, as a flawless goddess, slowly crumbled within his heart. Yet he could only stand silently in the chilling wind, watching the scene unfold with his fists tightly clenched. He had to endure until the arrival of his god of war junior brother. On the other side, Lu Qingyi had no idea that her younger brother Dao Tianyan, with whom she had practically severed ties, was spying on them from afar. Gu Junqing, however, was fully aware of it. That was because his system had already popped up multiple alerts regarding Dao Tianyan's mental state collapsing. Could that battle at sea have shattered the Azura King's state of mind completely? Gu Junqing was actually somewhat surprised. He had initially expected Dao Tianyan to charge down and fight him to the death. Are we really doing this in a place like this? Gu Junqing, if you want to sleep with me, you're only willing to shell out 200 yuan? Lu Qingyi rebuked him irritably from the side. She hadn't realized at first that Gu Junqing would actually bring her to such a place. Despite her words, she still followed closely beside Gu Junqing as they walked into the inn. What are you talking about? This is the best place in the entire capital. Haven't you heard that good wine needs no bush, and the best treasures are hidden away in places like this? Gu Junqing said with helpless amusement. As Gu Junqing and Lu Qingyi pushed open that seemingly dilapidated door, a warm and soft light spilled out from the crack, instantly shattering the desolation of the outside world. Behind the door lay a corridor paved with a deep red carpet, its walls adorned with exquisite artworks. Soft lighting cascaded across every inch of space, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and cozy, forming a stark contrast to the shabby exterior. At the end of the corridor, an ornate, carved double door slowly opened to reveal a spacious and brilliantly lit hall. A massive crystal chandelier hung in the center, radiating light that illuminated the entire hall as bright as day. Exquisite sofas and coffee tables lined the perimeter of the hall, with every single detail oozing understated luxury. As it turned out, this inn was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It was actually a little-known secret gathering place in the capital, specifically tailored for upper-class individuals pursuing privacy and high-end services. The owner of the inn was a master of human psychology, designing the exterior to look completely plain and unadorned while keeping the interior exquisitely luxurious to satisfy all client needs. This setup helped avoid unnecessary attention, especially in a place like the capital, where such obscured, half-true deceptions were utterly essential. Chapter 1337. Gu Junqing and Lu Qingyi stepped into the grand hall, where gorgeous and attractive female attendants immediately stepped forward to guide them toward their reserved rooms with respectful and polite composure. Aside from exquisite artwork, paintings and photographs hung along the corridor walls, recording the past glory of the inn and chronicling its unique history as a secret gathering place. Every single painting and photograph seemed to whisper to Gu Junqing and Lu Qingyi, telling the story of this space's unique charm and history. As they walked deeper inside, they passed through an archway decorated with rare flowers, where the floral fragrance intertwined with the subtle aroma of indoor incense to lift the spirits. Beyond the archway lay a small fountain with the gentle murmur of flowing water, adding a touch of vitality and life to the tranquil night. Along the way, they also saw many female attendants, many of whom initially wore expressionless faces. Yet upon seeing Gu Junqing, their expressions shifted into respectful and grateful smiles. Lu Qingyi couldn't help feeling that these female attendants were exceptionally grateful to Gu Junqing, looking as though they already knew him. This left her momentarily surprised, though she didn't ask immediately. Eventually, the attendant led them to a door and pushed it open gently, releasing a wave of warm and comfortable air. The lighting was soft and cozy, promising a night filled with anticipation and tenderness just for the two of them. The interior of the room offered a whole new world, boasting luxurious decor alongside advanced technological equipment and the most comfortable bedding, with every single detail reflecting the creator's ingenuity. Even Lu Qingyi herself had never visited a place quite like this. She looked around the unimaginably luxurious room, her initial surprise gradually shifting into curiosity. She had never imagined that behind this seemingly unremarkable, dilapidated inn lay such a luxurious and secluded space. She could only marvel at how the wealthy truly knew how to play. But since this wealthy man was right beside her, it warranted some careful consideration. All those attendants looked so pretty, and they all recognize you? What a nice place, do you come here often? And since this place is so luxurious, who owns it? Lu Qingyi narrowed her eyes and asked abruptly. Luxury implied corruption, and a place hidden away so secretly, and filled with such decadent, intoxicating luxury looked at first glance like anything but a proper establishment. She suddenly recalled how the dark castle of the past had been just like this. It too was built in a remote location, using an unpretentious exterior as a camouflage while housing golden, brilliant halls, and even harboring plenty of beautiful women. Could this place also be a den of debauchery just like that? Suspicions grew heavier within Lu Qingyi's heart as she vigilantly scanned her surroundings. I own it, Gu Junqing replied with helpless amusement. You own it. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi's eyes widened instantly, as she stared at Gu Junqing in utter disbelief, feeling as though she had heard the most absurd thing in the world. She whipped her head around to glare straight at Gu Junqing, a trace of trembling anger in her voice. You own it? Gu Junqing tried to pull Lu Qingyi close to explain, but she violently brushed him off. You haven't broken the law, have you? Lu Qingyi asked with a tremor in her voice. She worried this place might be just like the Dark Castle. Listen to me first. Don't you remember where this is? Didn't it feel quite familiar when we drove here along the way? Seeing Lu Qingyi's agitated state, Gu Junqing had no choice but to pull her firmly aside. It does seem a bit, Lu Qingyi said hesitantly. Gu Junqing grasped Lu Qingyi's shoulders gently yet firmly, forcing her to face him as he tried to calm the turbulent waves in her heart. Qingyi, calm down and listen to my explanation. This place is indeed one of the properties under my name. I know what you're thinking, but it is definitely not the kind of place you imagine. I know you've always kept the matter of the Dark Castle on your mind, and that the tragedy back then had a massive impact on you. This place is actually the original site of the Dark Castle. You've been here before. Gu Junqing's words struck Lu Qingyi's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her head to snap upward with eyes full of disbelief and shock. What? This is the original site of the Dark Castle? Memories rushed back like a tidal wave, dragging that deliberately buried dark history back before her eyes. The Dark Castle had once been a secret hidden away from the world's sight, an abyss filled with sin and twisted desires. Rumor had it that it was a hotbed for power and money exchanges and moral collapse, where countless innocent young girls were dragged in to become playthings manipulated in the hands of the powerful. Others had only heard rumors, but Lu Qingyi had witnessed it all firsthand. Lu Qingyi's complexion turned instantly pale, as though an invisible force was choking her throat and robbing her of breath. The luxury and tranquility before her clashed sharply with the bloodshed and despair of the Dark Castle in her memory, generating a strong sense of nausea and discomfort. This, she muttered to herself, her hands clenched tightly into fists as her fingernails dug deep into her palms. She felt no physical pain, trapped entirely by the piercing agony in her heart. The suffering endured by those innocent girls cut through her memory like sharp blades, carving deep into her mind with every single recollection tearing at her soul once more. Her gaze turned hollow and profound, as though piercing through the river of time, to see those helpless eyes, desperate tears, and struggling figures caught in the dark. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Lu Qingyi's voice trembled, barely forming complete sentences. Those girls, there was no light left in their eyes, only fear and numbness. They were traded like commodities, losing their dignity, their futures, their lives, and even having their bodies used to make money after death. People even messed with corpses? Did someone actually have a fetish like that? Was this what people called staying fresh? The rich really knew how to play. Gu Junqing fell silent upon hearing this. He was well aware of the darkness within these circles. The wealthy played whatever they wanted and enjoyed whatever they pleased. Celebrities and socialites looked up to by ordinary people were often mere playthings to them. Women and even male crossdressers were never in short supply. These people's physiological thresholds had reached astronomical heights, rendering ordinary pleasures completely ineffective. At that stage, they began pursuing increasingly extreme and distorted thrills to satisfy their ever-expanding desires. Such behavior not only violated human nature, but also amounted to a gross desecration of life. For average individuals, or even someone with a relatively resilient mind like Lu Qingyi, it dealt a devastating blow to their worldview. Without witnessing it with one's own eyes, it was truly hard to imagine human beings sinking to such evil depths. Her eyes welled with moisture, tears swirling in her sockets as she fought back to keep them from falling. I thought I had escaped that place, and I thought I could lock those memories away in the corner of my heart forever, without ever touching them again. After accepting Gu Junqing, she had thought she completely left that place behind. Watching Lu Qingyi's agonizing expression, Gu Junqing felt a surge of pity and self-reproach, gently rubbing her back to offer a shred of comfort. He knew that dark history had inflicted indelible trauma upon her, and that bringing her face to face with it once more weighed heavily on his conscience. He stepped forward slowly, drawing Lu Qingyi gently into his embrace as he whispered in a gentle and firm voice beside her ear, "Third sister, Qingyi, I know all of this is too cruel for you, but bringing you here isn't about making you relieve those painful memories. I want to show you that the Dark Castle no longer exists. It is now merely a symbol, a place completely transformed by my own hands. I used my own methods to make amends for the irreparable mistakes caused by those people. This place is no longer a breeding ground for sin, It is a fortress I use to combat those dark forces and protect the innocent. Determination rang clear in Gu Junking's voice. I established this secluded space not for luxury and enjoyment, but to gather intelligence, expose, and halt those forces still committing evil in the shadows. It also serves to provide a living space for the girls who survived back then. The attendants and waitstaff you saw earlier are those exact girls who suffered back then. Some of them have stepped out of the shadows, rediscovered the courage and hope to live, and chosen to work here, creating a new future with their own hands. Though time's traces still linger on their faces, what shines through even brighter is resilience and confidence, a unique radiance born from weathering storms. Gu Junking continued, this is the place where they experienced rebirth. While I cannot heal their psychological trauma, I hired professional psychological counselors and social workers to provide necessary counseling and vocational training, helping them gradually integrate into society and start anew. At the same time, I established a foundation to support girls still undergoing recovery or needing legal aid. The girls you saw earlier are all willing to work for me. Listening to Gu Junking's words, the shock in Lu Qingyi's heart gradually transformed into warmth and emotion. She raised her head to look at Gu Junking, her eyes shimmering with tears. You really managed to accomplish all of this? Gu Junking smiled faintly, his gaze gentle and deep. I merely did what I could to do what I believed was right. The world may be filled with darkness, but there are always those willing to become that ray of light guiding others along their path. Distinguishing between good and evil, justice and villainy, is actually quite difficult. Everything is ultimately tied to interests. Anything else is just empty talk. Doing something like this brought him 100 benefits without a single drawback, costing nothing more than some wealth. As for him, he was so poor that he had nothing left except money. Wealth that went unused couldn't be taken into the grave anyway. Resources weren't meant to be hoarded, but consumed. If this act could boost a heroine's favorability toward him, that was what mattered above all else. Chapter 1338. Lu Qingyi found it hard to believe for a moment that Gu Junking had quietly done so much for her sake. Shaken and unsteady on her feet, she stood up and walked out of the room. She explicitly instructed Gu Junking not to follow her. She wanted to personally question the female attendants whom Gu Junking had settled here. Gu Junking naturally agreed, as he had no need to fabricate such matters. Lu Qingyi walked out with slightly staggered steps, her heart a whirlwind of complex emotions, shock, gratitude, and a pressing desire for verification. She took a deep, cool breath of the night air, trying to steady her turbulent mood. Then she walked toward the direction where she remembered the female attendants might be. The corridor retained its luxurious and tranquil air, but to Lu Qingyi, everything now carried a new meaning. She passed through the archway decorated with rare flowers, listening to the murmuring water, as if the sounds of nature were accompanying the ripples in her heart. Before long, she arrived at what seemed to be a lounge area. Several female attendants were chatting softly there, looking completely calm and composed, entirely unlike the women Lu Qingyi had seen in the Dark Castle a decade ago. They didn't look very old either. That made sense, as many of the females in the Dark Castle back then had been in their early teens. 10 years later, they were now in their early 20s. Lu Qingyi walked over slowly. Noticing her approach, the attendants stopped talking and stood up respectfully, their gazes mixed with a trace of curiosity and caution. Lu Qingyi took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. Excuse me, may I ask you a few questions? The lead attendant, a delicate-faced woman with a resilient gleam in her eyes, nodded slightly, signaling the others to return to their work before stepping forward to reply gently, of course, Miss Lu. What would you like to know? You recognize me? Lu Qingyi asked with mild surprise. You're so famous, of course we recognize you. I've even been to your concerts many times, keeping every single ticket stub, and I can sing all your songs. The lead attendant chuckled softly. Lu Qingyi felt a bit helpless. Receiving this sudden news had momentarily flustered her, making her forget her status as a major celebrity. And I've always wanted to thank you. Others might not know, but I knew back then that you were the one who reported the Dark Castle to the outside world, saving us from that abyss of misery. I've always wanted a chance to thank you. The lead attendant glanced around, and upon noticing that everyone else was far enough away not to overhear, she spoke softly to Lu Qingyi. It was only right, though I should have come sooner. A shadow of sorrow crossed Lu Qingyi's eyes. This isn't your fault. You helped us, and we are more than grateful. The attendant suddenly looked somewhat flustered in return. While others didn't know Lu Qingyi was their savior, this attendant had overheard words from the minor boss who had exploited her back then. She had heard that a woman had risked her life by sneaking in and filming footage inside the Dark Castle. Later, when many wanted to target her, she somehow managed to break through and escape. Chaos had erupted inside at that time. The so-called gentlemen and masters of the Dark Castle were thrown into absolute panic. They all knew the unimaginable consequences if those secrets leaked out. Some fled, others hid in the shadows cloaked in their status, and a few resisted stubbornly, refusing to believe their backers couldn't protect them anymore. It wasn't until later that they were finally rescued from that pitch-black environment. Although she knew Lu Qingyi was their great benefactor, she had never breathed a word to anyone else. She was terrified of bringing unnecessary trouble upon Lu Qingyi. Even though Lu Qingyi had never been defiled by those monsters, women coming out of that place faced harsh judgment from many. She also worried that Lu Qingyi might face retaliation from those vicious men. Therefore, for all these years, she had quietly supported and appreciated Lu Qingyi's help from afar. Lu Qingyi looked into her eyes. The fear and numbness of the past were gone, replaced by a love and hope for life. A warm current surged through her heart as she asked softly, "How are you all holding up now? How does Gu Junking treat you?" "We're doing very well, and young Master Gu treats us wonderfully." The lead attendant smiled, sensing what Lu Qingyi wanted to ask. "He's truly put his heart into helping people like us." In truth, the sisters working here are all survivors who couldn't break free from that environment, and many still suffer from severe depression. She pointed toward a smiling attendant playing with someone nearby. Lu Qingyi looked over. The attendant looked pleasant enough, with skin of an extreme, vampire-like paleness, as if she hadn't seen the sun in ages. Don't let her smile fool you. She tried to commit suicide 3 times, and didn't leave her house for 10 years. When I first found her, I thought I was looking at a vampire. Walking with Lu Qingyi around the small observation deck, the lead attendant then pointed to a shy teenager, of 17 or 18, who was staring blankly at the garden fountain by himself. "And that delicate-looking boy over there, he suffered just as much as the girls, if not more. He was only 7 or 8 years old back then. The reason we were able to walk out of the dark is because Mr. Gu is our savior. Not only did he arrange jobs for us so we could stand on our own 2 feet and live normal lives, but here, we've gained respect, friends, and most importantly, our long-lost dignity and hope." The lead attendant spoke with deep emotion. "Then why did you come back to this very place? Weren't you afraid of the memories?" Lu Qingyi couldn't help asking. This was the original side of the Dark Castle. Even if dilapidated, the address remained unchanged. She actually felt that setting up these people's lives on the exact same grounds was somewhat cruel. Judging from their words, these individuals had fragile mental states. Wouldn't the location trigger painful memories? Because he dragged those men who tortured us out of prison, and had people torture them to death right here, using the exact same methods they inflicted on us. That is why we trust him, as surely as we trust that we can walk out of our own darkness." The lead attendant's mouth suddenly stretched into a wide smile, her pearly white teeth glinting with a chilling edge. Lu Qingyi blinked. She couldn't help feeling that something was slightly off. Weren't they supposed to be having a heartwarming conversation? Why did it suddenly turn somewhat bloody? Did he do that just to give you closure?" Lu Qingyi's voice trembled slightly as she tried to understand the motivation behind Gu Junking's actions. The lead attendant nodded gently, a fanatical gleam flashing in her eyes. "Yes, Miss Lu. We lost too much in that pitch-black place, our dignity, our hope, even our passion for life. Mr. Gu showed us through his actions that retribution might be late, but it never fails to arrive. He gave us a second chance at life, and ensured those sinners received their due punishment. He told us that sitting around and wallowing in self-pity is useless. Only by personally executing the enemies who dragged us into such misery can we truly break free from the shackles of the past, be reborn, and find the exit toward the light." Her words carried a hint of zealotry. Clearly, she treated Gu Junking's words as absolute truth. Chapter 1339. If this place is hell, wouldn't it be even better to execute these demons to their deaths with your own hands right here in hell? The female attendant remembered how Gu Junking had smiled at her and calmly spoken those words. He had been the epitome of perfection, nobility, compassion, life, and light. If God truly existed in this world, he would undoubtedly look like Gu Junking. The female attendant believed this with all her heart. Lu Qingyi was utterly stunned by her words. She had never imagined that Gu Junking possessed such a side to him. Standing in place, she gazed with a complex mixture of emotions at the lead attendant's resolute and faithful face. So those people who tortured them were the psychological counselors Gu Junking hired for them? A heavy silence settled in her heart. She had previously thought her understanding of Gu Junking was deep enough. However, the sudden truth tore apart her impressions of him as a lustful pervert, revealing a far more complex man underneath. I never knew he would do something like this." Lu Qingyi's voice dropped, carrying a tremor of disbelief. She couldn't help but wonder if such actions, while bringing a sense of justice and comfort to the victims, crossed certain invisible boundaries. Noticing her hesitation, the lead attendant gently took Lu Qingyi's hand to offer silent support. "Miss Lu, please do not blame Mr. Gu. In this world, how can justice be served without an eye for an eye? Everything Mr. Gu did was to allow us to truly let go of the past and live again. Besides," the attendant continued, "young Master Gu never forced us to face this. He gave us a choice, to continue living in the shadows, or bravely stand up and face our past nightmares. We chose the latter because we trusted young Master Gu and our own hearts. As for the sisters who chose a different path, young Master Gu gave them other options as well, so we have no issues at all." The lead attendant guided Lu Qingyi around to observe the environment and the people there. Seeing the peaceful expressions of those individuals, Lu Qingyi's own resolve grew firmer. Although the sky outside was pitch black, they felt as though they were walking down a corridor radiating light and hope. Every step felt like treading on the boundary between the past and the future. The surrounding decor had been entirely renovated. Despite its luxurious appearance, it could barely mask the faint scent of charred decay left behind by the fires of the past. Listening to the attendant's gentle narrative, Lu Qingyi felt her shock transform into an indescribable vortex of admiration and complex emotions. She felt as though she had just been given a profound lesson by the attendant. It made her realize how naive she had been in the past. Since these people who had lived in the shadows of past pain could bravely walk out, why couldn't she? Why did she insist on binding herself with such heavy shackles? Although Gu Junking's actions carried a strong sense of an eye-for-an-eye retribution, they hardly seemed like the deeds of a righteous hero. Yet she held not a single shred of prejudice against them. Instead, she deeply supported his actions and methods. If she were in his shoes, she would have done the exact same thing. When Lu Qingyi prepared to return to her room, the lead attendant bowed slightly and spoke respectfully, wishing her a wonderful evening. Lu Qingyi nodded gently. Her mood was no longer complex and chaotic, replaced instead by an unprecedented sense of determination and release. She closed the door softly, leaning her back against it and closing her eyes. Her mind replayed her conversation with the attendants along with every calculated action of Gu Junking's cold yet highly effective revenge. She realized that while Gu Junking's actions might seem extreme to outsiders, they offered an indescribable redemption to those who had suffered deeply. He had used his own methods to demand justice for the victims and help them find the courage to stand back up. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingyi decided to find Gu Junking and personally express her gratitude and understanding. She walked out of the room and back down the hopeful corridor, each step growing firmer. Ding. Heroine Lu Qingyi's favorability toward the host has increased by 20, now reaching 100, undying devotion. Protagonist Dao Tianyan's destiny value -300, heroine Lu Qingyi's luck value -300, host's villain luck +600. Ding. The host has significantly altered the plot, rewarding 10,000 villain points. Ding. The host has significantly altered the plot, rewarding 20,000 villain points. Ding. The host has significantly altered the plot, rewarding 30,000 villain points. Returning to the room, Lu Qingyi looked at Gu Junking, who was quietly watching her. The moisture in her eyes gathered into tears that slipped down her cheeks, carrying a trace of release and comfort. She placed her slightly trembling hands on Gu Junking's face, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his heart. It felt as though the gloomy clouds of recent days had been swept away by this single force. Thank you and I love you. Lu Qingyi's words brushed past like a spring breeze over a lake, stirring gentle ripples of emotion. She pressed tightly against Gu Junking's chest, their undying love needing no words in this moment, as it deeply imprinted itself between them. Gu Junking gently wiped away the tear tracks on Lu Qingyi's face without saying a word. Essentially, nothing happening outside could escape his notice. He had already said and done everything that needed to be done. He never doubted that Lu Qingyi was some narrow-minded do-gooder. If this still couldn't completely win her heart over, then something would truly be wrong. Lu Qingyi raised her head, and the two exchanged a smile. It felt as though all past and future converged at this moment, condensing into an unshakable force. Inside the room, the warm lighting grew even softer, adding a touch of romance and coziness for the couple. Gradually, within the shadows cast by the lights, their figures slowly intertwined. Outside the door, Dao Tianyan was no longer able to keep his composure. He discovered that Lu Qingyi had followed Gu Junking inside and hadn't come out for a long time. He didn't need to guess twice to know what the two of them were doing inside. Dao Tianyan stood in a secluded corner outside the inn, as the inky night drew his shadow out into a long silhouette that matched the surrounding darkness and desolation. His face no longer wore its usual unbridled arrogance, replaced instead by an unspeakable pain and struggle. The surrounding wind seemed to carry a biting chill, constantly assaulting his inner defenses. He stared intently at the door, casting a soft glow, a chaotic mix of love, jealousy, loss, and anger weaving a complex web of emotions that nearly choked him. Third sister, Lu Qingyi, why are you willing to accompany him to a place like this, yet you blocked even my phone number? He muttered softly, the name acting like a sharp blade that carved a deep scar into his heart with every mention. He couldn't believe that the person he yearned for day and night was currently sharing intimacy with another man, while he could only stand here like a spectator, watching it all unfold. His fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms, as if only this could make him feel a shred of real pain to counter his inner desolation. Even so, it failed to mask the profound powerlessness deep within his heart. Why? He repeatedly asked himself in his mind, yet found no answer. He couldn't understand why his wholehearted devotion failed to win Lu Qingyi's favor, or why she was willing to walk hand in hand with Gu Junking while turning a blind eye to him. Clearly, he was the man who had always guarded her. He was the one who secretly handled difficult matters for her and cleared away blind fools who crossed her path. Why couldn't Lu Qingyi see any of it? He had even sent his subordinates to hire internet trolls to control public opinion and protect her online reputation. Yet in the end, it was that bastard Gu Junking who reaped the rewards. Dao Tianyan's heart felt as though it were crushed beneath a heavy boulder, every breath accompanied by unbearable agony. Standing in the night, his gaze gradually turned sinister, the air around him seeming to freeze from his volatile emotions. After a long while, he took a deep breath, trying to suppress the chaos and unwillingness within his heart, though the fire of resentment only burned brighter. I can't go on like this, he muttered to himself, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. He knew that if he didn't take action and remove Gu Junking, this thorn in his side, Lu Qingyi would completely vanish from his world, along with his other sisters. He would never allow such a thing to happen. He turned and left his spot, refusing to stay in one place too long to avoid being discovered. He had to ensure Lu Qingyi's safety. Dao Tianyan's steps grew firm and powerful. He needed a plan to win Lu Qingyi's heart back. At the same time, he needed more power to confront the overwhelmingly formidable Gu Junking. Chapter 1340. Whether it was to thank Gu Junking for his quiet efforts, or to pour out her deep love for him, Lu Qingyi was exceptionally passionate tonight. She acted almost like she was out of her mind, her legs desperately and tightly entangling Gu Junking's waist. It even gave Gu Junking the strange sensation that rather than him sleeping with her, she was the one trying to sleep with him. Faced with this situation, Gu Junking could hardly hold back, matching her intensity head-on. He felt that if he didn't bring her to the point of begging for mercy on her knees tonight, he would be doing a disservice to his own formidable stamina and techniques. As the night deepened, the candle light in the room flickered, casting shadows of two intertwined figures against the backdrop of a scorching and intense emotional atmosphere. Lu Qingyi's eyes flashed with an unprecedented brilliance, filled with profound gratitude, love, and some indescribable release. She seemed intent on converting all her emotions into this single moment of passion and madness, letting her love burn completely. The two of them remained entwined for almost the entire night until Gu Junking finally subdued her under him. She could only lean softly against Gu Junking, panting heavily with hazy eyes as if she had been thoroughly worn out. She wanted nothing more than to curl up in his embrace until the end of time. Gu Junking lay sprawled out in the shape of the Chinese character 4 big, holding Lu Qingyi close, while feeling rather reluctant to move. He felt a mild sense of sentimentality, noting that this was yet another wonderful day. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, casting all troubles and worries aside, and leaving only two closely bonded hearts. Lu Qingyi's every breath appeared rapid and profound as she held Gu Junking tightly, wishing to fuse herself completely into his embrace. However, the lingering scent in the room wasn't particularly pleasant. With her mild streak of mysophobia, Lu Qingyi couldn't bear it and had no choice but to get up. With a soft click, she draped a sheer nightgown over her shoulders to conceal her charms. Swaying her waist, she walked over to the room's aromatherapy diffuser and turned it on to clear out the heavy scent in the air. Her seductive and lazy eyes blinked slightly as she bent over, her body curving into a stunning arc, while she cast a sideways glance at the resting Gu Junking. "You bad guy, you don't even know how to show a little tenderness. My whole body is aching from how hard you squeezed me." Lu Qingyi sat at the edge of the bed, eyeing the red marks on her skin and casting a sidelong glare at Gu Junking, who appeared to be catching his breath. "Not at all. Then let me give you another massage and rub you down properly." Gu Junking raised his handsome eyebrows playfully and sat up, making a motion to pull Lu Qingyi back under the covers. It wasn't that Gu Junking lacked tenderness, but Lu Qingyi's skin was simply so delicate and fair that it turned red at the slightest touch. It was truly a case of skin as smooth as melted lard washed by hot spring waters, leaving her too weak and delicate for attendants to lift. Lu Qingyi giggled instantly, dodging Gu Junking's grasping hands. "All right, stop messing around, I'm genuinely tired." Having surrendered herself all night, Lu Qingyi's normally pure and delicate eyes now carried a hint of alluring charm. She raised a hand to stop Gu Junking's actions and promptly collapsed back into his arms. Blinking lazily, she cast a flirtatious glance at him before shifting into a more comfortable posture. Resting her head against Gu Junking's neck, she murmured softly, "Junking, thank you for everything you've done for me. From now on, no matter what happens, you must never leave me behind." Piffed. Gu Junking suddenly burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" This single laugh caused Lu Qingyi to blush with a mix of embarrassment and anger. It was rare for her to say something so sentimental, only to be mocked for it. "I was mainly surprised that you, third sister, could have such a sentimental side. Do you remember how much you hated me when we first met?" Gu Junking teased. "Didn't you say it yourself? That was in the past." Blushing slightly, Lu Qingyi lightly pounded Gu Junking's chest. "That's true, let bygones be bygones. What matters is the present and the future. I will always be by your side through thick and thin." Gu Junking stroked Lu Qingyi's silky hair while speaking with deep meaning. "I know." Lu Qingyi nodded. The two exchanged a smile, their mutual understanding filling the entire room with a cozy atmosphere. "What are your plans next? Weren't you planning to retire from public life? Even though you claim to be retired, there are still plenty of matters to handle. Do you need my help?" Gu Junking asked softly as a thought occurred to him. "No, it's just some trivial chores and bickering. But I'll probably be very busy for a while, and might not have much time to accompany you." Lu Qingyi sighed with emotion, growing somewhat dejected at the thought of not seeing Gu Junking for several days. Just the thought of being separated from Gu Junking for long made her reluctant to part with him. Even she couldn't understand why she had grown to love this man so deeply. Gu Junking blinked upon hearing this, feeling a slight sense of relief in his heart. If Lu Qingyi kept clinging to him like last night, insisting on him carrying her on his back even just to go to the bathroom, it would be a lot to handle. She had been clinging to him like a koala, unwilling to leave him for even a single second. Lu Qingyi hadn't been nearly this clingy before her favorability reached 100. He even felt that the peerless Lu Qingyi had the potential to turn into a massive, relentless shark, always striving for perfection. Such pressure made him realize that while there was no land plowed to death, there were certainly oxen exhausted to death. When a man starts taking up fishing, you know he has entered middle age and is subconsciously trying to dodge his wife. "How come you look so happy about it?" Lu Qingyi narrowed her eyes suspiciously, using both hands to straighten Gu Junking's face, while scanning his features. How could I possibly be happy? They say a day apart feels like 3 autumns, and every thought of mine is filled with you. The moment I think about my precious little darling getting busy, my heart aches. Gu Junking's mouth was coated in honey, spilling sweet words effortlessly. Dealing with Lu Qingyi no longer required any elaborate schemes. Simple and direct affection between couples resonated much deeper. When a woman holds you in her heart, even drinking plain water tastes sweet. Even if she knows you are sweet-talking her, she will actively find reasons to believe you aren't lying. That's not bad. Lu Qingyi's lips curved upward into a wider smile, her eyes sparkling with delight as she clearly relished those words. You're so handsome, Ma. Tracing Gu Junking's face gently, she gazed at his exceptionally handsome contours and couldn't resist planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. Gu Junking was enjoying her pampering when she abruptly added another remark. However, a handsome guy like you isn't allowed to stir up trouble outside. I'll make sure fourth sister keeps a close eye on you. Her temper isn't great, and if she catches you with other women, I won't be able to hold her back. Lu Qingyi offered Gu Junking a sweet date followed immediately by a heavy stick, pushing the emotional tug-of-war between a man and a woman to its absolute peak. Chapter 1341. Gu Junking chuckled with helpless affection. He gently flicked the tip of Lu Qingyi's nose. You little jealous cat, how could I ever dare, he said. Even a single glance from you would make me surrender instantly, let alone flirting with anyone else. My eyes and heart are entirely filled with you alone. Lu Qingyi blushed slightly upon hearing this, though the corners of her mouth couldn't stop curling upward. She pretended to pout with mock severity and let out a light huff. Consider yourself smart, though words like these could only fool me. What about my second sister, or my fifth, sixth, and seventh sisters? Don't think I don't know about you and them. Ahem, my heart holds all of you, Gu Junking added with a light cough. He felt somewhat helpless, having spoken too quickly and momentarily forgotten about the rest of Lu Qingyi's sisters. These 7 sisters didn't seem to harbor jealousy toward one another. In fact, they strictly forbade Gu Junking from ignoring any single one of them. However, if he dared to provoke other women outside their circle, they would never let it slide. Lu Qingyi chuckled upon hearing this, the light in her eyes softening even further. She tapped Gu Junking's chest lightly and smiled. I'll let you pass for now, but remember this, we share a deep sisterly bond, and if you dare slight any of us, it won't just be me getting angry. As for our fourth sister, whether you can win her over depends entirely on your own abilities. A flash of cunning crossed Lu Qingyi's eyes as a playful smile touched the corners of her lips. She continued, that fourth sister of mine is the brain of our group. She has delicate thoughts and a unique perspective, so winning her favor takes more than just a few sweet words. The brain of the group. A subtle ripple stirred within Gu Junking's heart. Although Ji Wan's earlier demeanor made her look like she wanted to fight him to the death, he figured that might just be an external facade. Perhaps she was actually quite clever on the inside? Gu Junking pondered this inwardly, realizing that if Lu Qingyi called her a genius or a strategist, it probably wasn't just nonsense. It would certainly be beneficial to learn more information about Ji Wan. Dealing with a woman who combined both intellect and beauty required more than just external attraction. It demanded deep internal understanding and resonance. Take Lu Qingyi as an example, for instance. She needed a man who could resonate with her and soothe the depths of her soul. While external appearance carried some weight, its influence was limited. Gu Junking still remembered that when Lu Qingyi first met him, her favorability rating had started at a flat 0. Other heroines might not have had high favorability upon meeting him, but none had started at absolute 0. A thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes as he offered Lu Qingyi a gentle smile. Qingyi, don't worry, I will prove my sincerity through my actions. Whether it's you or the fourth sister, I will treat both with equal respect and value. Is that so? Good then. A trace of imperceptible amusement and cunning flashed deep within Lu Qingyi's eyes. Her fourth sister was certainly smart, but in a rather unconventional way. She still remembered an old school exam where a question asked how to solve population aging. Ji Wan had written down that they could export the elderly, and on a geography test asking about the causes of rising sea levels, she had written that Jingwei was trying to fill the sea with pebbles. If she wasn't a genius, she could at least be called an absolute freak of nature. Lu Qingyi certainly never would have thought of answering those questions that way. To say she was wrong would ignore her boundless imagination. And yet Ji Wan still fancied herself a master intellect, attempting to match wits with her own brilliant self. What an absolute delusion. Still, she figured it was best to leave this problem for Gu Junking to handle. Besides, Gu Junking couldn't blame her for not giving him more intel on the fourth sister. Lu Qingyi chuckled inwardly, her anticipation for Gu Junking growing all the more. Her fourth sister's uniqueness, paired with her unconventional wisdom, was both headache-inducing and admirable for its sheer absurdity. Therefore, she decided to give Gu Junking a friendly hint, while keeping a sense of playful mystery. Junking, the fourth sister's world isn't as straightforward and simple as yours or mine. She has her own unique way of thinking and perspective on the world. Sometimes her ideas will feel incredible, yet upon careful reflection, you can always discover a deeper meaning behind them. Lu Qingyi deliberately left her hanging, her eyes twinkling with mischievous light. Oh, hearing you say that makes me even more curious about her. Gu Junking raised his eyebrows with keen interest. Why are you calling her fourth sister? Watch your terminology, you should call her fourth sister. Based on boyfriend seniority, I'd technically have to call you second brother-in-law anyway, Lu Qingyi said with mock annoyance. Pondering the thought for a moment, her eyes brightened slightly. Actually, the title brother-in-law doesn't sound too bad. Doesn't this feel like an illicit affair between a sister-in-law and her sister's husband? Why is this suddenly getting so thrilling? Why did all these sisters enjoy playing this specific trope? Did they really find it that exciting? Hearing this, the corners of Gu Junking's mouth twitched as he muttered inwardly. A flash of indulgence and helplessness crossed his eyes. He gently tapped Lu Qingyi's forehead and smiled. What kind of bizarre thoughts are packed into this head of yours? Talking about an illicit affair like that is dangerous. People will laugh if they hear you. Lu Qingyi covered her forehead, pretending to wince in pain. Ouch, that hurts. I was only joking. Who told you to always act so improper? Whenever I act improper just once, you hit me. Don't be so disobedient. Gu Junking gave her a sidelong glance. Pouting stubbornly, Lu Qingyi asked, then tell me, if I'm not good, who is? Don't tell me that Lin Shui girl is more obedient. Gu Junking felt that no matter their age, women acting willfully always resembled little girls. Right now, he had no choice but to coax her. You're good, you're the most obedient of them all. Then kiss me. Crawling on top of Gu Junking, Lu Qingyi raised her chin with a haughty expression. Finding her amusing, Gu Junking wrapped his arms around her neck and pulled her back into his embrace. He kissed her starting from her earlobe, noticing that her hair carried a soft, gentle shampoo fragrance. Babe, what kind of shampoo do you use? It smells amazing. Humph, this is my natural body scent. Does it smell good? Let you smell it again. Lu Qingyi said playfully, wrapping her arms around Gu Junking and pressing close. Your fans really ought to see you acting this improper right now. Gu Junking gave her a side eye. Wouldn't you get jealous then? I'm not wearing a single thing underneath right now. Lu Qingyi giggled as she lay across Gu Junking, her breath sweet like orchid blossoms. The two of them laughed and wrestled on the bed. Lu Qingyi possessed smooth skin and long, slender legs. She loved wrapping herself around Gu Junking, leaving him with little recourse once she latched on. Seeing a woman usually as ethereal as a fairy act so seductively created a contrast that was truly difficult to resist. Gu Junking reached out to wrap his arms around Lu Qingyi's waist, stroking her delicate skin through the cool, sheer gauze. Silky locks slipped between his fingertips. Ultimately, he couldn't hold back as his large hand swept across Lu Qingyi's thighs once more. After a long while, the creaking sounds of the large bed finally came to a halt. This time, Gu Junking returned to recharging his energy, while Lu Qingyi had no desire to move whatsoever. She lay lazily sprawled across Gu Junking's chest. It felt as though everything outside of Gu Junking was utterly bland and meaningless. Only he could bring her to that state of ecstasy bordering on madness. Still want to play around? Gu Junking lightly slapped Lu Qingyi's rounded hips and let out a soft huff. In this arena, though he had fought a few bitter battles, he remained undefeated. Let's go again next time. I want to sleep now. Lu Qingyi was completely drained of energy now, growing drowsy. Holding a concert was already a grueling physical task. Singing dozens of songs, while managing the emotions of tens of thousands of people took a toll. After battling Gu Junking so many times on top of that, she didn't even want to twitch a single finger. Then tell me a bit more about the fourth sister, and I'll let you sleep, Gu Junking coaxed softly. Fearing she might actually fall asleep, he gave her cheek a gentle pinch. Fourth sister, oh wait, fourth sister, there's nothing much to say about her. Humans simply can't comprehend a monkey's train of thought. Even if you asked second sister, who knows us best, she'd never guess what that girl is thinking. Lu Qingyi's eyelids were fighting each other. Mumbling a few unfinished sentences, she drifted straight into a deep sleep. Gu Junking was left completely dumbfounded. Realizing Lu Qingyi was talking in her sleep, he didn't have the heart to wake her up to finish the thought. He simply tidied up the bedsheets and carried Lu Qingyi to the bathroom to clean her up a bit. Throughout the process, Lu Qingyi didn't even open her eyelids once. She wouldn't have woken up even if Gu Junking put her through another round of torture. In the end, he could only hold her close and fall asleep together. Ding. The host caused psychological damage to protagonist Dao Tianyan, rewarding 3,000 villain points. Ding. The host disrupted protagonist Dao Tianyan's mental state, rewarding 5,000 villain points. Ding. The host caused protagonist Dao Tianyan's mentality to completely collapse, rewarding 7,000 villain points. Gu Junking closed his eyes slightly, sensing the subtle connection in his mind before snapping his eyes wide open. Judging from the timestamp provided by the system, this corresponded precisely to the moment he had first brought Lu Qingyi into this secluded location. Did this not mean that Dao Tianyan had watched with his own eyes as he and Lu Qingyi entered a place that looked outwardly like a cheap 50 yuan a night motel by a school gate? Sensing Dao Tianyan's location once more, Gu Junking discovered that the guy was still lingering outside this run-down little building without leaving. A trace of pity began to well up in his heart for this stalker-like protagonist. The image of someone standing alone outside, waiting for the woman held closest to his heart to walk out of a motel. That agony was probably something only he could truly understand. Tisk tisk, why bother putting yourself through that, all while handing me free villain points? Gu Junking sighed inwardly. The protagonist kept his sisters in his heart, yet those very sisters only wanted to place their hearts entirely with him. Thinking this, Gu Junking closed his eyes and continued enjoying the peaceful time spent with Lu Qingyi. Chapter 1342. Although Gu Junking felt a bit smug about his advantage in this emotional game, he felt even more deep affection and appreciation for Lu Qingyi and her sisters. His victory was not just because of his looks, but because of the unspeakable tacit understanding and mutual comprehension between them. Well, I could have relied on my face to make a living, but I chose to rely on my emotional intelligence and talent instead, Gu Junking said with a nostalgic shake of his head. He gently adjusted his position to let Lu Qingyi sleep more comfortably. Her breathing gradually stabilized, and her long eyelashes drooped like a fairy in a painting, making it impossible for anyone to bear disturbing her. Gu Junking's gaze fell tenderly on her face as a warm current surged in his heart. He secretly decided to cherish the person before him even more while properly managing his relationships with the other sisters so no one would feel neglected. Do not think it was easy for him to charm these sisters. There were no shortcuts in the world of emotions, and every sincere connection required time and careful nurturing. Simply relying on one's waist alone was not something an ordinary person could pull off. Everyone only saw the happy life he lived surrounded by beauties, who could understand his hardships and who knew how tired his lower back was. In the dead of night, moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, adding a touch of tranquility to the cozy scene. Gu Junking closed his eyes and began planning for the future, knowing that winning the hearts of Lu Qingyi and all her sisters was no simple task. Aside from sincerity and action, it required even more wisdom and patience. Early the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the room, Lu Qingyi slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was Gu Junking's gentle smile. Her heart warmed, and the fatigue of the previous night seemed to instantly dissipate as she gently rubbed against Gu Junking's chest. That intimacy and reliance sent soft ripples across Gu Junking's heart. He opened his eyes, his gaze full of doting tenderness, and asked softly, "Awake? Did you sleep well?" Lu Qingyi smiled faintly, her voice still carrying the laziness of just waking up. Very well. With you by my side, I always feel extra secure." Gu Junking gently pulled her into his arms, feeling each other's warmth and heartbeat as if the entire world had softened because of it. "You always say sweet things, but who knows how many women you have told that to." Although Lu Qingyi said that, hearing sweet nothings first thing in the morning made her extremely happy. She was simply acting spoiled with the person in her heart. She had not forgotten last night's surprise for even a second, and even her dreams were filled with Gu Junking. The feeling of being completely liberated from all baggage made Lu Qingyi feel somewhat tearful even now. Because of this, she felt that her relationship with Gu Junking was growing closer by the day. "Here you go again, you need to be sensible." Gu Junking helplessly stroked Lu Qingyi's soft, silky hair. "Humph, if I weren't sensible, would you be able to live so carefree?" Lu Qingyi let out a cute huff. If it weren't for the breathtaking surprise Gu Junking had carefully prepared for her last night, she would have turned a blind eye to Lin Shui coming to see her concert with him. Otherwise, she would have definitely made a huge fuss with him today. She firmly believed that love means choosing to love someone even after seeing all their flaws. Gu Junking's flaw was that he was a total playboy. Yet, she saw and remembered all the good things he had done for her. After all, everything about that place, which looked like an ordinary hotel on the outside, but felt like a psychological clinic on the inside, was clearly prepared long in advance. Otherwise, neither the location, the demeanor of the tormented attendants, nor Gu Junking's meticulous arrangements would have been so spot on. The surprise Gu Junking gave her was enough to make her remember it for a lifetime. All right, you're the most sensible one." Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly and chuckled softly. When dealing with a woman, it is best not to argue when another woman is brought up. Smoothing over her ruffled feathers by following her lead is the real key. He also knew Lu Qingyi's little quirks. Usually, she was a goddess pampered by millions. If anyone dared to curse her online, the light consequence would be a message thread stretching hundreds of thousands of pages, while the heavy consequence meant getting doxxed and having their parents' information exposed. Lu Qingyi, adored by millions, might not be a princess, but her status surpassed that of one. In the hearts of the people, she existed like a goddess. It was completely reasonable for a goddess to have a few quirks, so he was more than happy to give her enough tolerance and understanding in this relationship. "Why do I feel like your words sound like sarcasm?" Lu Qingyi asked suspiciously while toying with Gu Junking's face. "Do you need to ask yourself if it's sarcasm?" Gu Junking muttered inwardly. "By the way, Junking, what do you plan to do with this place, and how do you intend to arrange those people?" Lu Qingyi asked, as if recalling something. Originally, after chatting with the female attendant last night, she had planned to ask Gu Junking about it upon returning. However, after the emotional excitement of last night, tangled and intimate with Gu Junking for a whole night, she had temporarily forgotten all about it. "When you brought me here, you said it was a secret place. Don't tell me you're planning to follow the old path of a dark castle, inviting wealthy elites to play here, and then secretly filming their scandals with these beauties to blackmail them." Lu Qingyi began letting her imagination run wild. "If you don't have a plan yet, I can help you out." She wasn't doubting Gu Junking, but she wanted to know how he planned to arrange the lives and futures of those people. These female protagonists are all top-tier saints, Gu Junking sighed inwardly. However, even among saints, there were distinct gaps. True saints rushed to the front lines during crises and hesitated not a second when self-sacrifice was needed for the greater good of mankind. False saints pushed others forward when trouble arose, appropriated the righteousness of others, and used moral blackmail and pressure to force others into martyrdom when they refused. After driving people to their deaths, they would cry hysterically, acting as though they were the ones who suffered the most. Although he did not understand why Lu Qingyi viewed those people as her own responsibility and insisted on carrying everyone else's future on her shoulders, he didn't want to argue. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Junking's face gradually faded, replaced by a deep and serious look. He gently took Lu Qingyi's hand and said earnestly, "King Yi, where is your mind wandering? Although I am no saint, I would never use such despicable methods to achieve my goals. This place was originally intended to be a special safe haven, a place where those people you care about could find spiritual solace. But since you asked, I really should give some thought to how to arrange things for them." Gu Junking pondered for a moment before continuing. Although he had used some brainwashing methods to clear away most of the negative emotions of those traumatized attendants, their own thinking had also turned somewhat extreme. For instance, regarding him as their master, they looked up to him as the sole lord capable of leading them out of misery. If he weren't still alive, he felt they might have already erected a statue in his honor. Gu Junking also knew that true healing lay not just in erasing painful memories, but in empowering them to stand back up and granting them a hopeful future. How about this? I'll set up another foundation specifically to support these women and others in similar situations. Seeing the expectation and worship in Lu Qingyi's eyes, looking at him as if he were a hero, Gu Junking helplessly continued. This foundation will provide career training, psychological counseling, educational grants, and startup funds to help them rebuild their lives and realize their self-worth. I can arrange for them to join it. At the same time, you can pitch in by inviting forces from all sectors of society to speak up for these vulnerable groups, promoting a fairer and more inclusive society. With your influence, I'm sure your fans will enthusiastically join in if you just say a word online. I've also bought this entire piece of land, and from now on, it'll become a resort of sorts. Just giving them a job is enough, and there's no need to keep anything secret anymore. Even though this was once a place of sin, the flowers blooming from it are equally beautiful. They can blossom with the radiant glow of hope and rebirth through sheer tenacity. These flowers are like nature's hymn to human resilience, defying past gloom and ignoring surrounding desolation. Listening to Gu Junking's words, tears welled up in Lu Qingyi's eyes. As a literary woman, what she loved most was someone who could resonate with her on a spiritual level. Every man before him had looked at her like a predator eyeing its prey. That was why she loathed men, believing that no man in this world could truly understand her or walk into her inner world. One of the reasons she liked Gu Junking was that his words, while sounding ordinary, were full of philosophy. Even though he often dropped dirty jokes, for some reason, hearing them from his mouth never felt disgusting. Instead, they often left her smiling in hindsight. She never expected Gu Junking to consider the future of these attendants so thoughtfully, nor did she expect him to put in so much effort. She was touched because she knew Gu Junking was doing all this entirely for her sake. If not for her, given Gu Junking's temperament, he wouldn't bother doing so much thankless work. There were plenty of miserable people in this world, and him stepping in definitely factored her into the equation. Ding. Host has moved the female lead Lu Qingyi, rewarding 5,000 villain points. Ding. Host has moved the female lead Lu Qingyi, rewarding 6,000 villain points. Ding. Host has moved the female lead Lu Qingyi, rewarding 7,000 villain points. Lu Qingyi tightly grasped Gu Junking's hand and said with deep emotion, "Junking, you really are a kind person. With you here, I believe their future will definitely be even better." "I am no kind person. Kindness comes with a price," Gu Junking said with an amused smile. "What price?" Lu Qingyi blinked, paused slightly, and after weighing her options, decided to ask. She had already given herself to him, so what other price could there be? She wondered if she could even afford it. After all, she had never seen Gu Junking go this far and make such an elaborate plan for anyone else except women. This guy was always driven by profit, so he was waiting for her right here. "I was wondering if I could take the back door." Gu Junking gave a light cough and said with a straight face, "Back door." Hearing this, Lu Qingyi didn't catch the meaning at first, but looking at the mischievous smile on Gu Junking's face, she immediately understood what he was talking about. A wave of redness instantly flushed across her face, and she stared at him in disbelief, not expecting him to say something like that at a time like this. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily, her cheeks burning hot as she felt both amused and embarrassed. Gu Junking had begged her for it last night, but she hadn't given in, only to find out he had been waiting here for this moment. Yet that spot was far too sensitive and embarrassing for her. She wouldn't allow it. "Gu Junking. What are you saying?" I'm ignoring you." Lu Qingyi pretended to be angry, pushed him away slightly, and made to get up, put on her clothes, and leave. All right, but getting up can wait a little longer. The front door is fine too." Gu Junking thought for a moment, realizing the back door might indeed be a bit too much for Lu Qingyi right now. Disregarding her half-reluctant expression, he pulled the duvet over them once again, covering both their bodies. Rustling sounds rang out once more. Ring, ring, ring. For a long while, Lu Qingyi's phone suddenly rang. However, the two dogs hiding beneath the blanket completely ignored it and showed no intention of stopping. But the phone kept ringing relentlessly. With no other choice, after a few soft sighs and pleas from the female voice, the thunderous activity under the cover finally came to a quick halt. The duvet was suddenly whipped open, revealing Lu Qingyi's exquisite face, flushed with a charming crimson hue. Lu Qingyi reached out her white, lotus root-like arm toward the bedside table and answered the call, seeing it was from her manager, Wanyu. She picked it up without any reservations. "Hello." The moment Lu Qingyi spoke, Wanyu on the other end was nearly scared out of her wits. "Hello, Qingyi, are you all right?" Your voice sounds a little different. Why does it sound so sultry? Even as a woman, my bones feel like turning to mush. Is there really a man next to you right now? Is it young Master Gu? Wanyu's voice carried a hint of surprise and concern. That tender, lingering, slightly trembling low female voice made Wanyu feel numb all over. Lu Qingyi gave a soft cough, trying to make her voice sound more natural, though the blush on her cheeks refused to fade. Oh, I'm fine, Wanyu. What's wrong? Is there any emergency? Of course there's an emergency. Have you kept your phone turned off this whole time? Do you have any idea how many calls I made to you last night? Wanyu said, sounding somewhat exasperated. Too many people were looking for me last night, so I left it off and only turned it on just now. What happened? Lu Qingyi asked with some confusion. Last night, someone photographed you being hugged by a man as you entered a rundown motel, and you didn't even come out until daytime. Wanyu said with mild irritation. What? Lu Qingyi froze instantly. Even Gu Junking, who was sneakingly moving in and out behind her, raised an eyebrow at the news. Now the internet is full of news claiming you were scammed, saying the man is broke and ugly, and that he took you to such a dingy motel. There are even rumors that the guy might just be a wealthy old sugar daddy, who had to sell his villa just to afford one night with you in a dump, and that you're quitting the entertainment industry for an old man. Plus, since I couldn't reach you last night, I didn't dare comment casually, and could only issue a simple denial. Now all kinds of fake news are going wild online. Wanyu sighed helplessly. By the way, did you actually go with young Master Gu? Wanyu suddenly asked with a trembling voice. She had looked at many photos posted online, so she could confirm that the woman being hugged by a tall figure entering the rundown motel was indeed Lu Qingyi. However, the man's face wasn't visible in any of the photos, and even his silhouette was blurry. Who else could it be? Lu Qingyi said helplessly. Could it be AI generated? I even checked yesterday, and made sure there were no paparazzi trailing us, Lu Qingyi said, ignoring Gu Junking's minor mischief behind her. I specifically had someone verify it. It's definitely not AI generated. You probably just didn't notice. Today's paparazzi are terrifying. You could go abroad, forget to close the curtains, and your face would be in the news the next day. Look at you. You were just about to quit the entertainment industry. Yet the very first night after quitting, you managed to stir up such a massive news story. Wanyu shook her head with a sigh before asking for details. She needed to get more details to align their stories, otherwise discrepancies might pop up when issuing denials later. Still, why did young Master Gu take you to such a dump? Even though it's large, from the outside it just looks like a rundown, dilapidated villa. Given his status, he shouldn't need to visit places like that. You've misunderstood. That place isn't the rundown motel you think it is. While it looks old and dilapidated on the outside, the inside is completely different, and in the future, never mind. Things here are too complicated to explain right now. Lu Qingyi explained. Help me put out a statement over there first, saying I'm doing well and resting. Also mention that Gu Junking is no old man, nor did he sell any villas, and issue standard lawyer's letters to anyone spreading rumors about him. As for last night's events, we'll explain them to everyone at the appropriate time, she instructed after thinking for a moment. Having spent so many years in the entertainment industry, Lu Qingyi's reputation for zero scandals and zero public collapses was largely due to her own capability. If she didn't even know how to spin narratives and divert attention, she would have wasted all those years in the business. All right, I'll get right on it, Wanyu acknowledged and hung up the phone. After ending the call, Lu Qingyi blanked out for a second before shaking her head with mental exhaustion. The main reason she wanted to quit the entertainment industry was to secure a peaceful life for herself and her sisters, but the incessant harassment was also a major factor. Nowadays, even going to the restroom required her to use a detector to check for hidden cameras and bugging devices. Although such a life was glorious and dazzling, it was simply no way for a human being to live. Chapter 1343. Lu Qingyi no longer wanted to be bound by the storms of the entertainment industry, so she resolutely chose to retire. Yet, she never expected that on the very first day of her retirement, she would make headlines once again. Lu Qingyi felt a helpless pang in her heart. She even started to regret her decision, feeling that working quietly behind the scenes as a background singer making records might have been a better choice. Lu Qingyi did not chase the kind of star-studded lifestyle, where a single call commanded 1,000 responses. Instead, she sought the immense personal satisfaction of achieving remarkable success in music through tireless effort and becoming the public focus. That sense of fulfillment stemmed from self-affirmation and the gratification of seeing her dreams realized. However, fate always loved playing tricks on people, and her retirement failed to keep her away from the spotlight. Instead, it thrust her back into the center of public attention in an entirely unexpected way. This time, it wasn't because of a new release or her stage presence, but because her retirement decision struck a chord with countless people. Had the media storm surrounding her retirement not been so overwhelming, her casual scandals would never have made trending headlines. Her loyal fans simply refused to let their beloved goddess get dragged into cheap gossip columns. Every single time Lu Qingyi hit the trending topics, it was exclusively due to a major concert or a new album release. Even if opportunistic individuals tried to latch onto her name for clout, their posts were swiftly taken down. This marked the very first time Lu Qingyi had remained plastered across gossip headlines without ever dropping off. After ending the call, Lu Qingyi lost all lingering enthusiasm to continue resting. Otherwise, she would have gladly spent 3 whole days and nights shut away in this room with Gu Junqing. She batted away Gu Junqing's mischievous hands, turned her head toward him, and flashed a mix of helplessness and amusement. She shook her head slightly and teased with a stifled laugh. It looks like this place is no longer a secret. We don't even need promotion now, because the whole world thinks you dragged me into a rundown motel here. They think $50 was all it took to sleep with me, and people are definitely going to envy and hate you to the core. Hearing this, Gu Junqing wore a helpless yet doting smile, gently pinching Lu Qingyi's nose. He feigned grievance and retorted, "The main issue is how I got slapped with the label of an old sugar daddy, along with becoming synonymous with $50. My reputation is truly dirt cheap." Lu Qingyi burst into laughter at his antics before turning serious once more. "Jokes aside, we need to handle this properly and keep it from snowballing. Even though I've retired, I don't want my departure to turn into a complete farce." Gu Junqing nodded, his expression turning solemn. "Don't worry, I'll have people take care of it. Since it's already out in the open, we might as well use this opportunity to turn this place into a charitable resort and open it to the public. That way, we can clear up any misunderstandings and add a positive meaning to your retirement." Lu Qingyi's eyes lit up, genuinely impressed by how quickly he came up with a viable solution. "This idea is fantastic because it helps the female attendants find a new path in life while addressing public concerns. It's truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone." However, Gu Junqing shifted gears. "We need to plan this carefully and avoid rushing. We still need time to prepare and ensure everything runs smoothly." I'll listen to you on everything." Lu Qingyi nodded obediently, her sweet voice dripping with affection. Hearing Lu Qingyi say she would listen to him on everything made Gu Junqing's heart skip a beat. For a brief second, he felt the impulsive urge to hold her close and spend the rest of his life with her, but impulses were ultimately just impulses. A mature man is always rational, and he could never abandon his vast ocean of women. "Don't worry, if you run into any trouble dealing with your retirement, you can always come to me. Don't forget you still agreed to be the spokesperson for the Gu Corporation." "I certainly don't want any trouble coming to our brand's face," Gu Junqing said dotingly. For the female leads who had completely surrendered their hearts to him, he was always extraordinarily generous as compensation for not being able to give them his undivided loyalty. He would go all out to make it up to them in every other aspect. "I almost forgot about that completely. I've dealt with enough corporate interests in the entertainment industry to clear those matters up easily. But as your spokesperson, I'm retiring before I've even attended a few events. Since you spent so much money hiring us, won't you take a massive loss? You're not going to sue me for damages, are you?" Lu Qingyi joked half-heartedly. Back when Gu Junqing hired her as the spokesperson for the Gu Corporation, she had initially agreed, because she needed his help. Yet he had still paid an astronomical sum for her team that would make anyone's jaw drop. Hiring an A-list star usually cost tens or hundreds of millions, but given her massive market value, brand alignment, and contract details, Gu Junqing had handed over a staggering price tag. Now that she was retiring from the entertainment industry, she obviously couldn't continue serving as the spokesperson. According to the contract, she would theoretically owe penalties amounting to 100 times the original fee. Even her personal wealth couldn't cover that kind of money. That sum equated to the market capitalization of several publicly listed companies. "Not necessarily." Gu Junqing blinked and said intentionally, "What? You just told me to come to you if I had any trouble, but now you're actually going to sue me for damages? Let me make it clear right now, I can't afford to pay that." Lu Qingyi said nervously. She wouldn't rest easy unless Gu Junqing gave her a firm guarantee. "Look at you stressing out. Do you take me for someone who kicks a person when they're down?" Seeing Lu Qingyi's anxious expression, Gu Junqing chuckled warmly, his deep voice instantly soothing her anxieties. He gently scraped the bridge of her nose, his eyes filled with indulgence. "Not at all." Lu Qingyi's eyes brightened slightly. "Heh, then you've judged the wrong person." Gu Junqing suddenly turned serious. "Miss Lu, business is business. According to the contract terms, your sudden retirement does require financial compensation to my company. Don't worry though, we can handle everything through standard commercial procedures." Gu Junqing dragged out his tone, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he enjoyed teasing her. Yet he played it off with such absolute seriousness that Lu Qingyi almost believed he intended to sue her. Sentiments were sentiments, and business was business. If personal favors could wipe away such astronomical debts, the world would be a much more harmonious place. Besides, walking away now meant she genuinely felt somewhat guilty toward Gu Junqing. Therefore, she was willing to pay, she just hoped the penalty could be reduced. Gu Junqing paused, stretching out the tension for a moment before continuing. "However, before that, I want to emphasize that your partnership with the Gu Corporation goes far beyond mere financial transactions. It represents mutual trust and support. While your departure brings us regret, we respect your decision." Lu Qingyi swallowed hard, her hands intertwining nervously as she stared right at him, trying to read her impending fate from his expression. "So, how much will it actually be? Don't make me pay too much, or don't blame me if I can't afford my own dowry." "Well, third sister, the Gu Corporation isn't run by me alone. We have multiple executives. Before partnering with you, they thoroughly investigated your assets, resources, and influence, which is why they offered you that sky-high endorsement fee." Gu Junqing blinked. Taking everything into account, multiplying your current net worth tenfold probably still wouldn't be enough. What? Lu Qingyi finally snapped, flipping over to pin Gu Junking beneath her. She straddled his waist and wrapped her hands around his neck. She genuinely felt bad that Gu Junking had taken such a loss, and she wanted to compensate him however she could to minimize the damage. Under no circumstances could she allow the Gu Corporation to suffer massive losses because of her. Otherwise, if she ever officially entered the Gu family household, it would be difficult to face his elders. Marrying into a family only to become a financial disaster would ruin Gu Junking's reputation, which was why she humored him for so long. She never expected this guy to turn hostile and demand an amount 10 times her net worth. Was he out of his mind? Gu Junking, you heartless jerk. Other guys pull their pants up and deny everything, but you're trying to deny everything before your pants are even back on. I might as well choke you to death. Cough, cough. I was just joking with you. Do you really think I'd make you pay? Gu Junking faked a few coughs, pretending to be in pain from her grip. You'd better not. Lu Qingyi relaxed her grip and let out a semi-threatening huff. Gu Junking seized the opportunity to flip over, pinning her beneath him once again. Money aside, I do want you. A pretty lady like you is worth a king's ransom, just for a single night. Gu Junking put on a lecherous expression, hooking his finger under her chin like an overbearing ancient landlord bullying an innocent maiden. A crimson flush instantly spread across Lu Qingyi's face, and she gave him a mock resentful glare, though her eyes were filled with amusement and spoiled affection. You really have no shame. You find any excuse to take advantage of me. Did you seriously think I didn't know you were playing along? Why else would I keep acting? Lu Qingyi murmured without resisting. A bit of tacit understanding was always necessary between a man and a woman. Since Gu Junking wanted to play along, she was more than happy to indulge him. Besides, this guy was a total drama king with endless tricks up his sleeve. Just last night, he had made her wear black sheer stockings and roleplay as a strict female teacher giving private lessons. She figured he was just acting out the role of an overbearing boss coercing a maiden. Seeing her reaction, Gu Junking chuckled even harder, gently tracing her nose. Who told you to be so irresistible that I can't bear to let you go for even a second? Alright, jokes aside, let's talk business. Alright, joking aside. Truthfully, I never intended to make you pay a dime. Gu Junking's gaze grew soft and sincere. I regret your retirement, but I completely understand it. Your talent and influence far surpass a simple endorsement contract. Money is just a number to me. What I value is your influence. Ever since you gave the Gu Corporation your very first endorsement, even in this short span of time, our brand reach has skyrocketed and many corporate roadblocks have vanished. Gu Junking chuckled softly, seeing no reason to hide anything from her anymore. Their relationship had long transcended the boundaries of mere money. That's a relief. The two exchanged a warm smile, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Shortly after, with such a massive scandal breaking out, Lu Qingyi had no desire to linger around Gu Junking. Once she got herself fully dressed and tidied up, the two of them slipped out through a private exit. It wasn't that she didn't want to use the front entrance, but the moment her presence leaked, the area had been flooded by hordes of paparazzi and screaming fans. Everyone wanted to verify whether the woman inside was truly Lu Qingyi. If Gu Junking hadn't bought up hundreds of thousands of square feet of surrounding land and stationed private guards at every exit, escaping the area would have been nearly impossible. However, while Gu Junking's security team easily blocked ordinary people, they couldn't stop Dao Tianyan's prying eyes. He was currently observing everything in total silence. Just as Lu Qingyi and Gu Junking quietly slipped away through the private exit, Dao Tianyan swiftly adjusted his camera lens. He aimed it at their departing backs and pressed the shutter button, capturing a rapid sequence of photos. Third sister, you really spent the entire night in this dump with another man. At that moment, Dao Tianyan's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy sledgehammer, leaving him breathless. Standing in the shadows, his gaze locked onto the two receding figures with a whirlwind of unspeakable emotions. The images on the camera felt like a sharp blade, ruthlessly slicing through all his romantic fantasies and illusions about Lu Qingyi. Disbelief flashed across his eyes, quickly giving way to profound loss and agonizing pain. That pain stemmed not only from seeing the woman he loved spend the night with another man just after climbing out of bed, but also from knowing how fragile and uncontrollable his feelings were. He had thought he understood Lu Qingyi well enough to make her see his sincere devotion, only for reality to deliver a brutal lesson. It felt like watching his beloved woman taken by someone who didn't love her nearly as much as he did. He refused to believe Gu Junking loved his third sister as deeply as he did. Rage and jealousy surged through his heart like wildfire, only to be swallowed by a wave of utter helplessness. He had no right to interfere with Lu Qingyi's choices, nor could he force her to change her mind. Yet that rational thought couldn't calm the internal storm raging inside him. His heart felt shredded, aching as if it were bleeding. Dao Tianyan gripped his camera so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He stared at the back of Lu Qingyi in the photos, a silhouette that had haunted his dreams and made his heart race countless times now felt so distant and unfamiliar. He closed his eyes, trying to bury the pain deep inside, but tears spilled past his control, dropping silently onto the cold ground. Why? He muttered, his voice choked with confusion and grief. In truth, it was he who had leaked the news of Lu Qingyi entering that motel. He had done it to flush Lu Qingyi and Gu Junking out into the open. Though he hadn't witnessed Gu Junking entering her body inside that sinful place last night, the mere thought of it while freezing in the cold wind had driven him to absolute madness. He knew how deeply Lu Qingyi cherished her pristine public image in the entertainment industry, so he hoped to use public pressure to force her hand. Even if it didn't mean breaking ties with Gu Junqing forever, at least it would end things for the night. Yet he never expected Lu Qingyi to completely disregard public pressure and refuse to leave immediately. Instead, she had genuinely stayed there with Gu Junqing for the entire night. Even when reporters and fans completely swarmed the perimeter, she still chose to stay. Initially, he wondered if Lu Qingyi simply hadn't noticed the media uproar from the previous night. But seeing her carefully avoid the directions where reporters and fans gathered confirmed that she was fully aware of the situation. As a top celebrity who valued her reputation above all else, how could she possibly miss a scandal capable of ruining a female star's career and destroying her public standing? The camera in Dao Tianyan's hands felt like his only solace and the sole witness to his misery. He stroked the casing of the camera, a sudden impulse rising within him. He wanted to publish these photos for the whole world to see. He wanted everyone to witness Lu Qingyi's choice, even if it dragged her into an even deeper abyss. His rationality hovered between impulse and hesitation, knowing full well that doing so would only make things worse and push Lu Qingyi into a tighter corner. If these new photos leaked out, the resulting uproar would be catastrophic. If confirmed, his third sister would essentially be ruined. In the eyes of the public, Lu Qingyi was an untouchable goddess, an angel among mortals. If fans found out that their goddess had gone to a rundown hourly motel to sleep with another man, the feeling would be identical to a man discovering his pristine, beautiful daughter had been taken by some punk to a $50 room next to school, potentially even facing unwanted pregnancies that required paying for abortions out of pocket. It was the kind of betrayal that made people's fists clench in blind rage. Therefore, not only would Gu Junqing face public crucifixion for failing to properly cherish their goddess, but Lu Qingyi herself would be spat upon. If she was willing to lower herself to a place like that, could she truly still be considered their goddess? Chapter 1344. Dao Tianyan's fingers gripped the edge of his camera tightly, his inner struggle swaying like a leaf in a fierce gale. His other hand firmly clutched the phone that was currently drafting a signal transmission. If he were to send the location data from this phone, it would undoubtedly draw hordes of reporters sniffing for a scent, trapping his third sister in a pincer movement of relentless pursuit and ambush. Even Gu Junqing might not be able to block off that many people, along with the visible and hidden camera lenses. He knew that once he pressed that send button, the consequences would be unimaginably catastrophic. Not only would this destroy the image Lu Qingyi had spent years building, but it would also plunge her into an endless vortex of public controversy, potentially damaging her career and mental health. Yet, a completely different voice echoed in the depths of his soul, one driven by a profound and reluctant love for Lu Qingyi. He simply could not accept the woman he loved spending a tender night with another man, even if it was entirely her own choice. This love, tangled with pain, jealousy, and despair, left him feeling suffocated. In the end, rationality managed to prevail. Dao Tianyan took a deep breath, fighting to calm his wildly racing heartbeat. He closed his eyes, slowly slipping the camera back into his pocket, while canceling the unsent photos queued on his phone. It was as if he were drawing a definitive period to this hopeless romance within his own heart. He knew he had to learn to let go, even if the process felt as agonizing as being flayed alive. Third sister, since this is the path you chose, I can only wish you well. Dao Tianyan silently whispered in his mind before turning away, his retreating figure appearing exceptionally lonely. He had stood out in the biting cold wind for an entire night solely to give himself closure, refusing to watch Lu Qingyi descend into depravity. Yet now, looking at Lu Qingyi, who had spent the entire night carousing in a hotel with Gu Junqing, could she still be considered that vibrant, brilliant third sister of his memories? Although he was unwilling to deal Lu Qingyi a fatal blow, her situation would by no means be easy to navigate. Unless this whole incident took a massive turn for the better, he doubted there would be any favorable variables. Dao Tianyan felt he needed to let go, at least temporarily. While his sisters were undoubtedly important, dealing with their ultimate adversary, Gu Junqing, was the absolute top priority now. In the days that followed, Lu Qingyi threw herself into a whirlwind of activity. On one hand, she had to oversee the transformation project of the resort area, while on the other, she had to brace herself for any lingering fallout. For many elites in the capital, this land had always been a massive taboo. After all, the former Dark Castle had involved an overwhelmingly wide and powerful network of figures. Nearly everyone who had ever visited the Dark Castle consisted of high-ranking political officials and major power players. Even top corporate bosses with annual tax contributions running into the tens of billions lacked the basic qualifications to receive an invitation. Consequently, even the mere mention of that plot of land touched raw nerves, leaving it completely ignored by the public. Even though it fell within the capital's municipal boundaries, nobody dared to touch it. Despite the land being avoided like the plague due to its dark past, its unique geographical location and undeveloped potential remained an unmined treasure trove. People had simply abandoned it under mounting pressure, and few were willing to let public attention focus back on the area. It was a scandal of epic proportions. But since Gu Junqing wanted this specific piece of land, absolutely no one had the guts to stand in his way. Ever since the battle at sea, anyone with even a shred of insider knowledge knew that the Xia family had produced a true unicorn, a young man who had broken through to the divine realm at the tender age of 20. Ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the terrifying might of grandmasters and divine realm experts. With the rise of firearms, martial arts had gradually gone into decline, leaving even master-tier figures as rare as phoenix feathers. Because grandmasters rarely displayed their power, the strength derived from personal cultivation had faded from the public eye. However, anyone who truly understood how powerful and vital personal cultivation was held absolute reverence for figures like Gu Junking. That went double for a divine realm expert. Such an individual was essentially a one-man army capable of standing against an entire nation. Even a superpower like the Xia country, brimming with massive arsenals and destructive weaponry, would cast a wary eye and treat such a person with utmost importance. If an entity of that caliber initiated a decapitation strike, very few families could withstand it. Divine experts weren't dime-a-dozen commodities, and countering them required either a peer-level opponent or the deployment of heavy military blockades. Gu Junking's breakthrough was not merely a personal leap in strength, it was a profound shock to the entire martial arts world. In an era dominated by firearms and artillery, martial arts had seemed destined for the sidelines. Yet that battle on the ocean reignited society's deep-seated terror of martial prowess. With Gu Junking's divine realm status brought to light, the political landscape across the capital and the entire nation shifted quietly. Factions that had once looked down upon martial arts began to re-evaluate the power and value of martial artists. Gu Junking himself became an idol and benchmark in the hearts of countless people, his every move pulling the strings of the powerful. The Xia family's prestige soared to new heights, and their conduct grew increasingly domineering. The other major families gave the Xia family a wide berth of 300 paces, terrified of angering an already top-tier clan that had now grown infinitely more formidable. Therefore, when Gu Junking requested ownership of that land, the permits were approved almost instantly, with no one daring to intervene or obstruct him. With Gu Junking's rise in the martial arts community and his thorough investigation into the Dark Castle incident, an unprecedented wave of reckoning and reform swept through the shadows of the capital and beyond. The Dark Castle, a massive shadow once hidden behind the facade of prosperity, harbored a level of darkness and depravity that far exceeded human imagination. It was not only a hotbed for power, money, and sexual exploitation, but also the breeding ground for countless unspeakable sins. Yet these formerly untouchable elites could now only lower their heads and plead guilty before Gu Junking. Lu Qingyi had originally prepared herself to face high-level scrutiny and obstacles. After all, any development project on that specific plot of land would normally face endless inspections and administrative restrictions. If someone up top wanted to make things difficult for you, a simple fire safety inspection alone could drag on long enough to stall development for a lifetime. However, Lu Qingyi never anticipated that Gu Junking's intervention would reverse the situation so completely. He used thunderous momentum to clear away all legal and administrative hurdles, while getting everyone involved to cooperate fully with her construction plans. Gu Junking knew that altering public prejudice against this land required first exposing and eradicating the corruption hidden within. He secretly deployed an elite team consisting of operatives, lawyers, and cybersecurity experts to conduct a comprehensive and deep investigation into the history of the Dark Castle. As the investigation progressed, shocking secrets were unearthed one by one, leaving the crimes that people once thought were buried forever completely exposed under Gu Junking's scrutiny. At the same time, Gu Junking used his influence to invite renowned domestic and international architects, environmental experts, and cultural scholars to participate in the planning and design of the land. Their proposed blueprints respected the natural ecology while incorporating modern technology and artistic elements, aiming to build a novel resort integrating leisure, culture, and technology. The introduction of these projects immediately drew widespread public attention and praise, prompting many to re-examine this once-forgotten parcel of land. As the direct manager of the project, Lu Qingyi witnessed these drastic transformations firsthand. Her initial anxiety and hesitation gradually morphed into boundless anticipation for the future. With Gu Junking's assistance and unwavering support, she not only overcame hurdle after hurdle, but also learned how to face challenges with far greater maturity. In just a few short days, Lu Qingyi underwent a staggering transformation. Even as a beloved celebrity diva, from the perspective of the upper echelons, she had simply been a relatively insignificant young woman, at best, blessed with stunning looks, a singing talent, and mainstream popularity. Ultimately, she still had to bow to higher powers. For instance, if a high-ranking regional official wanted Lu Qingyi to hold a concert in his province to stimulate the local economy, she had no choice but to comply. Even if she was reluctant, she lacked viable alternatives. However, as Gu Junking's influence expanded across the capital and the nation, with him standing firmly behind her as her backing, her life trajectory shifted quietly. She was no longer just an artist who passively accepted arrangements. She was steadily transforming into a key player capable of autonomous decision-making and trend-setting. With Gu Junking's full support, Lu Qingyi not only propelled the resort redevelopment project to unprecedented heights, but also launched multiple charitable initiatives under its banner. Publicly, the goal was to improve local living conditions and raise environmental awareness. In reality, these efforts also served to expand her own personal influence. Armed with this political capital and network, she could easily carve out any path she desired in the future. A mere stomp of her foot would cause half the capital to tremble, and the resources under her control were powerful enough to instantly mobilize tens of billions in assets with overwhelming force. All of this had been brought to her by Gu Junqing. Though the public viewed her as a star and a goddess, that glory had always been fragile. Without the support of her sisters, despite possessing boundless talent, if someone wanted to suppress her media appearances, she would never have reached her current height. If the powers that be wanted to freeze you out of the industry, they could do so overnight, and signing the wrong contract could easily land you on a blacklist for life. A celebrity without backing, no matter how famous, was ultimately nothing more than a plaything for plutocrats and the powerful. The vulgar saying that the poor idolize a goddess, while the rich treat her like a disposable toy had never been an empty phrase. This was the exact reason Liu Qingyi had chosen to retire from the entertainment industry. Even bathed in the adulation of millions and dominating the entire entertainment scene, she remained incomparable to a heaven-sent prodigy like Gu Junqing. In a world full of variables, only by continuously strengthening oneself could one truly master their own destiny. She was no longer content with merely being a spotlight-stealing star. She yearned to become someone capable of influencing eras and changing society. At the very least, she refused to remain so distant from Gu Junqing's world. His world could not be shaken by the fickle storms of entertainment gossip. She wanted to fight hard for Gu Junqing's sake at least once. Case in point, the recent rumors surrounding her retirement vanished into thin air almost as soon as her ongoing public welfare projects came to light. Fabricated stories about being kept by a sugar daddy or retiring to marry into wealth dissolved completely. As time passed, the location once mistaken by netizens for a rundown motel experienced a vibrant rebirth. It shed its identity as a hidden safe haven, transforming into a charity resort filled with love and hope, drawing countless visitors for tourism and check-ins. The female attendants who had once suffered through such harrowing trauma also found new paths in life under the guidance of Gu Junqing and Liu Qingyi, blossoming with their own unique radiance. These changes were not lost on the outside world. While Liu Qingyi's media exposure was lower than before, her reputation soared far beyond the superficial glitz of her celebrity days. Watching Liu Qingyi work herself to the bone, Gu Junqing experienced a complex mixture of emotions. He knew that while she claimed to be working hard for her sisters, she was ultimately striving for his approval as well. Liu Qingyi refused to remain a mere vase standing by his side. She wanted to contribute modestly to Gu Junqing just like her other sisters. For instance, her sixth sister, Mu Peining, continuously researched advanced technological blueprints provided by Gu Junqing. From their occasional chats, she gathered that massive breakthroughs had been achieved in multiple fields. Breakthroughs capable of fundamentally altering humanity's future. Similarly, her fifth sister provided immense corporate support to Gu Junqing's empire. The speed at which Gu Junqing expanded the Gu Corporation's affiliated enterprises worldwide wasn't fueled solely by endless capital injections, but also by leveraging Chu Yueqin's vast commercial network. Liu Qingyi felt that her status in the entertainment industry was entirely useless to Gu Junqing, and might even become a burden. Her dazzling fame in show business paled in comparison to Gu Junqing's vast, ocean-like empire. She longed to become an indispensable force by his side through her own merits, rather than remaining a pretty ornament sheltered beneath his radiance. Even though Gu Junqing repeatedly assured her that such intense effort was completely unnecessary, Liu Qingyi refused to listen. With no other choice, Gu Junqing could only offer silent backing, providing endless funds and personnel to support every single endeavor she undertook. Tisk tisk, I honestly have no idea what kind of charm you possess, third brother-in-law, to make my third sister work herself to the bone like this. She has always been known for her breezy, apathetic attitude. Her diva status came effortlessly just by virtue of her face and vocals. She never used to push herself, and couldn't even be bothered to manage her fanbase. Who would have thought she'd actually start striving for success just for you? Ji Wan remarked casually. The two of them were currently seated inside a cafe, where soft, warm lighting bathed every corner, creating an ambience that struck the perfect balance between elegance and comfort. Located in the most prominent commercial district of the capital, this high-end cafe drew the gaze of passers-by with its unique European-style architecture and exquisite interior details. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling commercial street scenery was neatly framed within the glass, while effectively dampening the external noise. Window seats were particularly coveted, not only for the natural sunlight, but for the ability to sip fragrant coffee while watching the lively flow of pedestrians outside. The interior decor relied heavily on dark wood accents, complemented by vintage copper ornaments and delicate porcelain. Every minute detail exuded exceptional taste and style. Abstract art pieces hung on the walls in vibrant yet harmonious color palettes, infusing the space with an artistic flair. In the central area, several large circular marble tables were surrounded by plush armchairs embroidered with intricate patterns, instantly wrapping anyone who sat down in a cocoon of comfort. Customers leaned over books or whispered quietly, savoring this rare slice of peace and relaxation. Behind the counter, professional baristas operated various espresso machines with practiced, graceful movements, as though performing a silent routine. Amidst rising steam and the grind of coffee beans, aromatic cups of coffee were carefully crafted to deliver a delightful sensory experience. Gu Junking and Ji-won sat at a table near the window, a freshly brewed cup of coffee placed before each of them. Is that any way to talk about your own sister? Gu Junking stirred his coffee, raising an eyebrow slightly at Ji-won's remark. Piffed, that third sister of mine definitely talked about me to you, right? I'm only slightly younger than her, and we used to fight constantly growing up. Back when we were kids, if I hadn't lagged behind her in physical development and lost that fight, the title of third sister would have been mine. I'm way stronger now, so technically I should be ranked third, Ji-won declared with a hint of triumphant pride. Gu Junking had no idea how to respond to that statement. Naturally, he couldn't just agree with her, especially since he vividly remembered the night of Lu Qingyi's farewell concert, when Ji-won had fought him with reckless abandon to protect her third sister. It was the kind of do-or-die fighting style that completely disregarded personal safety. Had Lu Qingyi not intervened in time, that confrontation could easily have escalated into unimaginable consequences. Seeing Gu Junking remain silent, Ji-won curled her lips in a pout, mentally cursing him as a smooth-talking fox. Given how hard she had set him up, shouldn't he be showering her with compliments while dragging her third sister down to butter her up? That way, she could find an opening to whisper into her third sister's ear that this man was completely undateable. Ji-won currently held some grievances toward Gu Junking. After all, this was genuinely the first time she had ever witnessed Lu Qingyi studying and working so desperately hard at something. She looked nothing like the artsy literary woman she used to be. Ji-won took a sip of her coffee, but finding it insufficiently satisfying, she picked up the mug and downed the rest in one gulp. She showed none of the refined poise expected of a princess from the Ji family. I've investigated all your background files. Ji-won abruptly shifted the topic with a gloomy expression. Oh, then I wonder what fourth sister managed to uncover through your investigation? Seeing Ji-won down her drink like a sailor, Gu Junking merely chuckled lightly. He actually rather enjoyed girls who were this carefree and unconstrained. She somehow reminded him of his senior sister. If I had actually found anything substantial, would I still be sitting here drinking coffee with you? Be honest with me. How many minor wives do you have? How many kids? And have you ever done anything to wrong my third sister? Ji-won widened her eyes, putting on a fiercely stern expression. As she spoke, a sharp glint flashed across her eyes, bright as the stars in a midnight sky, dazzling yet carrying an undeniable edge. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the outer corners lifting gently to reveal an untamed, feral wildness, resembling a cheetah coiled and ready to pounce on its prey at a moment's notice. Chapter 1345. What do you mean? You didn't find anything, yet you're still suspecting me? Gu Junking frowned, displeasure plastered across his face. When in front of Lu Qingyi, Ji-won was polite enough to him. In private meetings, however, her attitude wasn't nearly as pleasant. Evidently, she still didn't completely trust Gu Junking. I just saw how handsome you are, and with all the scumbags tricking people in the news lately, I was a bit worried. Don't be mad, don't be mad. Seeing Gu Junking's dark expression, Ji-won quickly slapped on a flattering smile. Oh, too lazy to look at her, Gu Junking gave a casual response. Oh, handsome Gu, third brother-in-law, I'm just looking out for third sister. Her personality seems easygoing, but she's actually petty and a perfectionist who dwells on the tiniest things for days. If something goes wrong between you and her, I'm genuinely worried she might never move on. Just forgive me. If you go tattling to third sister and the others, I'm done for. Seeing Gu Junking still refusing to forgive her offense, Ji-won could only keep up her obsequious smile. She was always someone who knew how to bow and scrape when necessary. I know you're worried about your third sister, but groundless suspicions are just annoying. Let me say this one last time. I really don't have any minor wives or children. Gu Junking said this completely straight-faced. He wasn't technically lying to Ji-won about anything. What minor wives? There were no minor wives. Everyone was just friends. Yes, third brother-in-law, you're right. I was too impulsive and doubted you without figuring out the facts. I'm truly sorry. Ji-won hurriedly bowed and scraped, her face full of apology. Actually, I knew that with a man of your character and ability, how could you ever do such a thing? It was entirely my overactive imagination. Humph, making me grovel like this. Don't let me find any dirt on you, or the next one bowing and scraping will be you. Ji-won gave an inner huff. Seeing her sincere attitude, Gu Junking's expression softened slightly as he said earnestly, Ji-won, I believe you mean well, but sometimes trust matters more than anything. Look at Qingyi and me, we share our own tacit understanding and trust, a trust that isn't easily shaken by outside gossip. Now tell me, why did you look for me? Unlike Ji-won's unrefined gulping, Gu Junking elegantly sipped the drink before him. Nothing much, just feeling a bit heartbroken watching third sister work so hard lately. Ji-won let out a sigh. She had often come to chat with Lu Qingyi these past few days, but the other woman's time was stretched thin. She had to face the overwhelming online public pressure, alongside the various interviews and statements following her sudden retirement. Third sister is always like that, carrying every responsibility on her own shoulders without letting others share the burden. Ji-won's eyes revealed a mix of distress and helplessness. She thinks she can handle everything alone, but we can all see how exhausted she really is. The bond between these 7 sisters was truly wonderful. Gu Junking gently set down his cup with a hint of emotion. His gaze grew tender as he said calmly, Qingyi is indeed a strong-willed person, but that's also part of her charm. However, as family, we have a responsibility to support her when she needs it. You should spend more time with her, talk about her worries, and let her know she isn't alone. You think I don't want to? She's so busy, and the other sisters are wrapped up in their own things. I'm bored out of my mind in the capital. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come back. A look of melancholy crossed Ji-won's eyes. Life in the capital was far too peaceful, consisting of nothing more than eating and sleeping at home. When she first returned, her grandfather had been thrilled, showering her with endless concern. But seeing her idling around the house every day, he grew frustrated with her lack of drive and practically drove her out to find a boyfriend. With nowhere else to go, she suddenly thought of Gu Junking and came to talk to him. After listening simply to Ji-won recount these things, a complex expression flickered in Gu Junking's eyes. He realized his earlier sentimentality was wasted. This fourth sister was simply feeling ignored because Lu Qingyi was too busy and thought life was utterly boring. It looks like you're not heartbroken for third sister at all, you're just dying of boredom. A hint of teasing laced his words. He found that communicating with Ji-won was best done without beating around the bush. Say what you mean directly, because she wouldn't catch anything too complex. Hey, you really shouldn't point out someone else's secrets so bluntly. Ji-won gave Gu Junking a mock resentful glare, then slumped back against the sofa, gesturing with her hands. Tell me, in a place like the capital, it looks prosperous on the surface, but how many people can you actually open your heart to? Every day consists of pointless gatherings or family matters, and I have to put on the act of a young lady while playing mind games with people. I'm about to suffocate. Everyone else is busy, and I figured you're not a bad guy, which is why I called you out for a chat. Although she didn't know Gu Junking very well, and remained somewhat guarded compared to others, Gu Junking, the third brother-in-law, who had shared intimacy with her third sister, barely counted as one of their own. She hadn't been back in the capital for a long time, had few close friends, and since Gu Junking had told her she could come to him with anything, she simply sought him out for a chat. Just because you're idle doesn't mean everyone else is. Gu Junking sighed helplessly. He roughly understood Ji-won's mindset. It was like an eagle soaring across the grassland suddenly trapped in a gilded cage. After losing its former freedom and vitality, a reaction was only natural. Chapter 1346. Seeing that Gu Junking wasn't nearly as attentive to her as he was to Lu Qingyi, and even seemed reluctant to spend time with her, Ji-won couldn't help feeling a bit dissatisfied. She might not have been as pretty as her third sister, nor could she sing as well, but surely she wasn't so undesirable as to be brushed off entirely. I don't care. You said I could come to you with anything, and now that I want you to keep me company, you have to agree, Ji-won said with drooping eyelids and a resentful tone. Originally, she had only wanted to get closer to Gu Junking to figure him out, but seeing how genuinely reluctant he was to accept her invitation actually left her feeling quite annoyed. That's because the first thing you did was interrogate me. Of course I wasn't in the mood after that, Gu Junking replied bluntly to Ji-won. Can you really blame me? Just look at how many times that waitress has walked past our table. With a face as alluring as yours, who wouldn't suspect you of having other women on the side? Ji-won defended herself, gesturing toward a waitress nearby whose eyes were practically swimming with starry pink hearts. This happened because Gu Junking hadn't used any illusions to mask his appearance. His features were as strikingly handsome as a celestial being's. Dressed in white with dark hair, he exuded an ethereal, aristocratic aura. The cafe waitress had been frozen in her tracks the moment she laid eyes on him, her eyes sparkling as if she were meeting the idol of her dreams. Ji-won felt that if she hadn't been sitting right there, the waitress would have practically pounced on him. The woman had already circled their table multiple times, eagerly asking Gu Junking if he needed anything else each time. It was starting to get on Ji-won's nerves. Actually, it would be a miracle if you didn't have other women. I specifically asked third sister about it, and given how infatuated she is, she'd probably forgive you for anything as long as you don't have illegitimate children running around, Ji-won pouted. However, I'm not my sister, and I won't let you string along other women to trick her. In truth, she wasn't just doubting his general fidelity. She still harbored doubts about what the mysterious figure in the black robe had told her. As Lu Qingyi's younger sister, it was her natural duty to protect her and ensure she wasn't duped by a scumbag. So being handsome is a crime now? Gu Junking rubbed his chin and let out a modest sigh. Forget it, let's drop the subject. Doubt me all you want, I forgive you, because it's only natural that someone as extraordinarily good-looking as me struggles to earn trust. Ji-won's mouth twitched at his words. If she weren't unsure of whether she could beat him in a fight, she would have loved to slap that smug expression right off his face. Since she was still begging him to keep her company around the capital, however, she couldn't afford to snap. Instead, she had no choice but to play along and stroke his ego. Brother-in-law, you're only just realizing how handsome you are? You aren't just ordinarily good-looking, you're drop-dead gorgeous, practically a walking disaster for humanity. Ji-won exaggerated with an obsequious, sycophantic grin, before quickly shifting gears. Since you're so utterly charming, wouldn't taking me out for a stroll be the perfect way to show off your gentlemanly demeanor and make everyone else green with envy over my stunning brother-in-law? Please, I'm begging you. Ji-won blinked her large eyes innocently at Gu Junking, looking as though the resentful little woman from moments ago had never existed. Gu Junking shook his head, secretly amused yet helpless against her. He knew Ji-won had a straightforward personality and often spoke without thinking, but he appreciated her genuine nature. All right, since you put it that way, I suppose I can reluctantly humor you and tag along for a few days. Just to be clear though, I'm only keeping you company. You're handling everything else yourself. Gu Junking deliberately put on a reluctant front. That's fantastic. Ji-won's already bright and lively eyes lit up even further as she straightened her posture, causing her exceptionally full chest to push out even more prominently. If not for the table blocking their way, Gu Junking felt she might have lunged across to plant a kiss on him. Such a minor obstacle couldn't stop Ji-won, however, as she agilely ducked right under the table beneath Gu Junking's astonished gaze. The tableware on top clinked softly together, creating a crisp background melody that added a rhythmic flair to the moment. Gu Junking was momentarily stunned before lifting the tablecloth and bending down, his gaze involuntarily tracking her nimble movements as she threaded through the table legs. She then seized the opportunity to slide right next to him, pressing her voluptuous chest tightly against his arm while leaning her red lips close to his ear to plant a kiss, filling the immediate space with a gentle fragrance. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat your brother-in-law like this? Gu Junking blinked. What he didn't dare tell Ji-won was that when he first saw her crouch down, his mind had briefly drifted into gutter-level assumptions, thinking she was about to do something entirely different. Consider this your reward, and a little lesson for that little vixen over there. Ji-won ignored whatever he was saying, happily hugging his arm, while shooting a provocative glare at the waitress nearby, who was nervously fidgeting with her uniform. The waitress's face betrayed a mixture of envy and reluctance. Ji-won couldn't care less, staring right back with an openly defiant gaze, as if declaring victory and staking her claim. Though Gu Junking had no clue what capacity she was using to assert ownership, was she doing it as a sister-in-law? Gu Junking muttered inwardly. Right, I get that, but why didn't you just walk around? Why crawl under? Weren't you worried people would misunderstand? Gu Junking sighed and pointed toward the aisle, with the tablecloth hiding them. Seeing a woman suddenly dive down beneath a table with a man could easily give onlookers the wrong idea about some kind of weird game. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, so crawling straight across was faster. Don't worry, I passed math class, Ji-won said with total confidence. Can that theorem even be applied here? Gu Junking doubted his own sanity for a second. Alright, what exactly do you want me to do? Gu Junking had lost count of how many times he had sighed today, genuinely rendered speechless by Ji-won. She was a grown woman in her early 20s, after all. Didn't she realize that a figure like hers was a walking hazard? Feeling the astonishing curves pressed against his arm, Gu Junking's heart skipped a beat. Ji-won possessed an exceptionally tall and slender figure, standing nearly 180 centimeters tall even without heels, and her red-hot physique easily rivaled that of a supermodel. In particular, her wildcat-like demeanor was enough to tempt any man who saw her into sweeping her off her feet. If not for Gu Junking's iron willpower, he might have lost control right then and there. Chapter 1347. Are you like this with everyone outside? Gu Junking felt his heart tighten as he felt Ji-won's firm skin. He had a sneaking suspicion that Ji-won was testing his self-control against temptation. Outside? Of course not. Ji-won let out a soft chuckle, her voice carrying a hint of sly triumph. I know how to draw the line. Not everyone gets to enjoy this kind of special treatment. She deliberately emphasized those words, her eyes flashing with a playful provocation meant exclusively for him. Gu Junking turned his head slightly to avoid her overly intimate touch, though a faint smile unconsciously tugged at his lips. He had to admit that her boldness was hard to resist. Hey, don't shy away now. I certainly didn't see you acting shy the other night, in the dressing room, when you hoisted my third sister's legs over your shoulders. Ji-won glared at the composed young man, frustration bubbling up inside her. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. Amused by her remark, Gu Junking casually wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Even through her light clothing, her smooth skin was unmistakable. He couldn't help but marvel at her natural beauty. If any other woman ran around in harsh environments the way Ji-won did, her skin would likely be as rough as burlap. There was no way they could maintain such delicate texture. Gu Junking's hand gently caressed her waist, feeling not only the warmth of her body, but also its unique resilience and elasticity. Yet, his mind remained remarkably calm. The more casually she spoke, the more composed he needed to be. A man could not allow his lower half to dictate his thoughts. A sensation like a mild electric shock flashed across the spot he touched. Ji-won felt as though his fingers possessed some kind of magical spell. Even the lightest brush sent a tingling numbness racing across her skin, forcing her to awkwardly push him away. All right. Later on, you need to remember this feeling of intimacy, so we don't slip up. Ji-won suddenly turned serious. What are you planning? Gu Junking asked, looking slightly surprised. Though he wasn't sure why she had suddenly grown so affectionate, he knew there had to be a reason. This goes back to the night I went to find my third sister, when I beat up that spoiled heir from the Han family. You should remember that. I saw you standing off to the side watching the show. Ji-won glanced sideways at him, though she decided not to press the issue further. At the time, she hadn't known about his relationship with Liu Qingyi, nor did she know his true identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have foolishly stepped in to handle that troublemaker from the Han family. Leaving it to Gu Junking to handle directly would have been much simpler. The situation that night was a bit complicated. My original intention was to avoid unnecessary conflict and keep my relationship with Liu Qingyi under wraps. Besides, that guy didn't even know who I was. Dealing with such small fries directly is usually the best approach, but since you already made your move, I naturally sat back to watch. Gu Junking shrugged in explanation. However, their family has come looking for trouble now. That younger Han master isn't much on his own, but his older brother is the heir to the Han family and carries significant weight. I beat up his younger brother and publicly humiliated the Han family's prestige. Now they've invited me to a banquet, and it's clear they want payback. Ji-won's eyes carried a hint of worry. You forced someone to kneel and subjected them to such public humiliation, yet you're the one acting aggrieved? Gu Junking found it quite amusing. Thinking of this Han family heir, however, he seemed to recall something. The Han family heir. Gu Junking pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. If I remember correctly, his name is Han Yi, right? He's indeed an outstanding figure among the younger generation of the Han family, with a solid reputation in political circles. For him to personally step forward means he's extremely unhappy about you beating up his brother. Is he planning to use this banquet to put you in your place? Gu Junking asked. I don't know. Ji-won let out a sigh. You're a young lady of the Ji family. What is there to be afraid of? Your grandfather is still alive, and everyone in the capital says you're his precious granddaughter. You're guarded like treasure. What could you possibly be worried about? Gu Junking looked surprised. Though her parents had passed away, her grandfather was still around. He was the current head of the Ji family, making Ji-won the ultimate direct descendant and the family's cherished princess. Although the Han family held considerable influence and rivaled the Ji family in overall strength, they wouldn't make a massive fuss over an unvalued playboy just to offend the Ji family. If anything happened to Ji-won, it would cause a massive earthquake across the capital. It's not just regular worry. I actually have a bit of history with that Han family heir. When my parents died in that accident, my grandfather couldn't determine whether it was truly an accident or foul play. After I returned to the Ji family, he wanted to use political marriage to enlist other powerful families to help protect me. Ji-won waved her hand, recounting the past in a rambling tone. Gu Junking understood. If her parents' deaths weren't simple accidents, the Ji family alone might indeed struggle to keep Ji-won safe, unable to even protect their own child, and with Ji-won being the sole remaining direct heir, the old patriarch must have panicked and sought external alliances. That Han family heir was once considered as an option. However, with my own strength, why would I need protection, and why would I bind my entire life to a loveless marriage? I firmly opposed that engagement, which is how I formed a grudge with Han Yi. He acts like a gentleman on the surface, but he's actually petty and harbors resentment over the failed alliance, targeting me at every turn. Ji-won sighed, putting on a weak and fragile act. Ha, do you really think I'd buy that? Gu Junking chuckled as he watched her fake vulnerability. Hey, a gorgeous beauty is acting all fragile in front of you, and this is your attitude? Shouldn't you gently coax me and take all the trouble upon yourself with a heroic leave-it-to-me expression? Seeing that Gu Junking remained completely unmoved even by her act, Ji-won instantly dropped her pitiful persona and snapped in exasperation. First of all, since when are you someone who lets yourself get wronged? The Han family heir has achieved what he has today. His capability and mindset are undoubtedly top tier. Do you really think he'd hold a grudge over something as trivial as a cancelled engagement? Gu Junking said calmly. Chapter 1348. Ji-won, although we haven't known each other long, I know a bit about your personality from your third sister. You are definitely not the type of woman to be easily bound by the past or show weakness. So while Han Yi might hold a grudge over the cancelled engagement, I believe there's more to why he's targeting you right now, Gu Junking said with a half-smile. In short, he didn't think Ji-won had offended Han Yi over just that single matter. Han Yi targeting Ji-won couldn't simply be about a minor loss of face. Gu Junking's words left Ji-won feeling a bit awkward. Sure, I did some over-the-top things, like giving him a thorough beating and shoving his head into a toilet right in front of his flunkies. But there was a reason for it, and he was the one who provoked me first. Ji-won muttered under her breath. You said you shoved his head where? Gu Junking was genuinely shocked. Even if you made him kneel or killed him outright, I could understand that, but why a toilet? Gu Junking muttered inwardly, wondering how someone like Ji-won, an upper-class young lady, and a female lead, could fight like a common street ruffian. Those kinds of dirty tactics were no different from low-life hooligans brawling on the street. Curry Rice, I couldn't help it, even though I didn't want an arranged marriage with his family. He had the nerve to reject me first and mock me as a violent woman that nobody would want even if she looked decent. I just lost my temper and beat him up. Ji-won pouted, shoving Han Yi's head into a toilet. I'm afraid you won't find a second woman in the entire capital who would dare pull a stunt like that. Yet have you ever considered that even if your initial intent was self-defense or retaliation, this makes things difficult for your family? Gu Junking felt mentally exhausted. Was Ji-won's temper a bit too violent? At first, he thought her hot figure meant she was just a fiery little spitfire with a bit of a temper, but she turned out to be less like a chili pepper and more like a gasoline barrel ready to blow at the slightest spark. People talked about men having anger issues, but he felt Ji-won qualified as a female equivalent. Why do you think I haven't returned in years just to play around outside? My grandfather told me to go hide for a while so he wouldn't be put in a difficult spot either. Ji-won scratched her hair and said with lingering frustration. Although life outside was truly carefree, returning home occasionally remained necessary. Han Yi was the heir to the Han family after all, and the previous incident had caused quite a stir since she was the one who threw the punches and lacked justification. That was precisely why coming home had become so difficult for her. Anyway, enough of that. Why are you sounding just like my grandfather? As my brother-in-law, You should cast aside all other considerations and stand firmly on my side, right or wrong. Ji-won suddenly demanded with a righteous air. Ha! Gu Junking let out a cold laugh and turned his head away. Hey, brother-in-law, young Master Gu, I got mocked last time for supposedly never finding a decent husband, so you have to help me save face this time, please. Seeing Gu Junking not only refuse to agree, but respond with a cold chuckle, Ji-won panicked. She hurriedly grabbed his arm, gesturing wildly with her hands while her eyes flashed with a pitiful, pleading light. Brother-in-law, I know you're capable, well-connected, and drop-dead gorgeous. Now that I've made the Han family kneel, and Han Yi is going around the social circles widely broadcasting my exploits to ruin my reputation, how am I supposed to stand tall among the capital's elite circles? If you don't help me, I will. I'll camp out at your house every single day, so you can't even touch third sister's hand until you help me. She intentionally put on a shameless expression, trying to win him over through sheer persistence. It wasn't that she didn't want to ask anyone else, but Gu Junking seemed to be the only suitable close male acquaintance available. Anyone whose status and capability weren't strong enough wouldn't even catch Han Yi's eye. If that happened, Ji-won would still lose face. Remaining away for all these years had also been fueled by the desire to find a stellar partner capable of forcing Han Yi to apologize to her willingly. Who said Ji-won couldn't find an exceptional man? Gu Junking was simply the most fitting choice. Both his status and looks were more than enough to crush Han Yi into absolute silence. Hearing this, Gu Junking couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, thinking she was quite the character. Then again, since he had already promised Lu Qingyi to look after this little troublemaker, he couldn't just sit idly by. Not to mention, Ji-won's female lead destiny luck wasn't insignificant either. Besides, he wouldn't be losing out on anything. I didn't expect you to have zero attitude when asking for a favor, so how could I possibly agree? Although Gu Junking had already decided to help Ji-won, he still wanted to play hardball. After all, who says yes to a favor immediately upon being asked? Besides, this matter didn't involve just him alone. Oh, my good brother-in-law, young Master Gu, you really make me feel thoroughly ashamed of myself. Seeing that Gu Junking hadn't agreed right away, Ji-won quickly adjusted her strategy, her expression turning dainty and cute while her eyes filled with grievance and spoiled pleading. I was just panicked and didn't know all the roundabout rules, so please be magnanimous, and don't hold it against a little woman like me. She gently shook his arm as she spoke, her voice sounding sweet and tender enough to melt. Besides, you know I've been wandering outside all these years just to avoid gossip, and now that I finally have a chance to come home, I run into this mess. If you don't help me, won't I have to pack up and wander the world again? Quit putting on that fake baby voice, it's giving me goosebumps. Gu Junking shuddered in disgust, quickly pushing her arm away and scolding her. Then promise me, and I'll stop doing it. Although Ji-won found her own voice disgusting, seeing that it seemed effective against Gu Junking, she quickly imitated her third sister's soft, delicate tone. Alright, stop acting like a rascal in front of me. I promise I'll find a way to help you solve this trouble. Gu Junking had no choice left but to grit his teeth and agree. That's fantastic, I'm officially recognizing you as my brother. Ji-won beamed with joy, her voice instantly turning much louder, as she abandoned crawling under the table, and strolled gracefully back to her seat. Watching her lightning-fast change in expression, Gu Junking could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Chapter 1349. The Beijing Club. This was the most massive private business club in the capital, located on the top floor of Beijing Tower, an iconic 50-story skyscraper. The Beijing Club even claimed to be the #1 club in the Xia country. It was not merely a completed building, but a dream palace where power and prestige intertwined. Membership fees alone cost hundreds of thousands, with members paying tens of thousands more in monthly dues depending on their tier. Its interior decoration was luxurious yet refined, with every detail revealing ingenious craftsmanship and extraordinary taste. Stepping through the club's main entrance, visitors were greeted by a reception desk carved from top-tier marble and inlaid with delicate gold reliefs symbolizing the convergence of honor and glory. Soft, perfectly calibrated lighting cast a warm yet solemn ambience. Passing through the spacious and bright lobby led directly to the core area of the club, the central garden. Spring reigned here year-round, with various rare flowers and green plants blooming in fierce competition, creating the sensation of stepping into a meticulously crafted secret garden. The central fountain gently misted fine droplets of water, refracting rainbow-like glows in the sunlight. A grand gathering exclusively for the younger generation was currently taking place here. While called a gathering of juniors, it essentially consisted of core figures from the third generation of the capital's major families. Some of them had already begun taking over family enterprises, and their individual weight within their respective families was hardly less than that of Ji-won or Han Yi. They were the core and direct descendants of their respective clans. Gathering together, these individuals discussed the planning of family industries for the upcoming year. This involved clashes and transactions between families. As these were the top families of the capital and the Xia country, no single family could dominate alone, meaning compromises were inevitable, with the outcome depending on the share of benefits secured. If you took a little more, I would naturally take a little less. Allocating interests was a monumental task, which made it necessary for the juniors to maintain relationships and form alliances to support their own clans. Here, every handshake and the warmth and depth of every conversation could transform into the transfer of power and wealth. Within the central garden, Attendees formed small groups of twos and threes. Dressed impeccably, young talents and wealthy socialites held wine glasses and conversed in hushed tones. Yet everyone tacitly left Han Yi at the center of attention. Brother Han, the Han family has secured 2 more plots of land this time, and I heard your uncle was promoted again, placing him in an even more powerful position. If he climbs another rank or 2, he might even secure a seat as a representative, pushing the Han family's status in the Xia country up another notch. A fair-skinned young man flattered him in a low voice. That's right, Brother Han, it's truly enviable. Your family not only adds brilliance to real estate, but is also climbing steadily in political circles. This double blessing is truly a legendary tale in the capital. Another young man in a tailored suit raised his glass to Han Yi, his eyes filled with a mix of admiration and thinly veiled envy. Every single young man present was an elite talent capable of making ordinary people look up in awe. Even independent of their families, they were graduates of top global universities. Yet as a top 10 family in the capital, the Han family naturally hovered above the rest, and Han Yi possessed exceptional personal competence, acting as the undisputed king of the courtyard since childhood. Thus, everyone held genuine respect and admiration for him. Hearing someone take the lead in flattering Han Yi, many others dared not fall behind and chimed in with congratulatory remarks. You flatter me, thank you all for your kind regard. The glory of a family is inseparable from the collective efforts of every generation, and personally, I merely stand on the shoulders of my family to achieve today's success. As for my uncle's promotion, it is the result of his years of diligent work, and has no direct connection to me. Han Yi waved his hand slightly, speaking with a modest and sincere smile. His words revealed a deep emotional attachment to his family and profound respect for his elders. Young Master Han is too modest. When young Master Han takes the helm of the family, I believe your achievements will surely push the Han family to even greater heights. A young socialite in an ornate long dress, with a gentle disposition chimed in with a smile. Her soft voice and striking appearance drew sideways glances from those around her. We have all witnessed Brother Han's capabilities. With young Master Han steering the ship in the future, the Han family is bound to soar with unstoppable momentum. Hearing this, Han Yi smiled faintly, a trace of modesty flashing in his eyes that failed to mask his underlying confidence. Thank you all for your encouragement and trust. I hope this gathering is not merely a celebration of our family's achievements, but an opportunity to deepen mutual understanding and explore further possibilities for cooperation. Let us work together to contribute our strength to the development of our families, the capital, and the Xia country. To the people, to freedom. Han Yi raised his glass in a toast, as though issuing an invitation to everyone present to weave a more glorious future together. To the people, to freedom. Fired up by Han Yi's proposal, the atmosphere in the central garden ignited instantly. The elite youths and wealthy socialites responded in unison, raising their glasses to toast Han Yi across the space. Even though everyone knew these were just polite talking points for Han Yi, they privately scoffed at toasts to the people. After all, which of them wasn't a favored child of heaven, elevated far above the masses? The gap between them and ordinary citizens was almost wide enough to constitute a separate species with reproductive isolation. For most present, these were distant and hazy concepts. They cared far more about maintaining an advantage in inter-family struggles and securing victory amidst visible and invisible conflicts. Even this young Master Han, as the heir of a top-tier family, survived by sucking the blood of countless people, and privately showed no record of doing anything beneficial for the common folk. Yet no one dared to dampen his mood. Failing to respond to Han Yi's words risked branding oneself as hostile, or even treating oneself as an enemy of the Han family. Even if one could not become an ally of the Han family, making an enemy of them was strictly out of the question. In the capital's complex web of power and interests, every subtle action could be infinitely magnified, impacting the fate of individuals and families alike. Therefore, despite harboring their own calculations and considerations, everyone present chose to respond to Han Yi's invitation with the utmost propriety. Seeing the surrounding chorus of flattery, Han Yi felt thoroughly satisfied. Young Master Han, you organized this banquet and invited so many people. Surely it isn't just to celebrate these achievements, right? The fair-skinned young man suddenly asked in a low voice. Chapter 1350. The central table was surrounded by Han Yi's closest friends and key allies of the Han family. Hearing the fair-skinned young man's words, Han Yi's gaze instantly narrowed slightly. That is naturally to teach that bitch Ji-won a lesson. Sitting right next to Han Yi was none other than the young master of the Han family, who had caused trouble after Lu Qingyi's concert. As soon as Ji-won's name was brought up, everyone exchanged glances. Everyone present knew who she was. As the dignified eldest daughter of the Ji family and potentially the heir to the Ji consortium, it would be strange if they hadn't known her. Yet she had supposedly left the capital for a long time, so how had she returned now? A cold smile curled the corner of the young Han master's mouth as he scanned the crowd, as though trying to pierce through the bustling throng to lock onto Ji-won. However, he failed to find her here, which only made his eyes grow even more sinister. He still remembered being pinned flat to the ground with a single hand by Ji-won at Lu Qingyi's concert. The strange gazes and mocking words from the surrounding crowd had made him wish he were dead from sheer humiliation. He was a young master of the Han family. Even if he wasn't the successor, and wielded virtually no real power, he had never lacked for wealth and luxury. Walking outside, who wouldn't address him respectfully as young Master Han? Yet Ji-won had dared to subject him to such humiliation, it was completely intolerable. Does she think she can hide and get away with it? This time, with Brother Yi helping me, I am going to make her lose all her face in front of everyone. The young Han master lowered his voice as he spoke to the surrounding group, his tone filled with undeniable resolve. Hearing his younger brother's outburst, a flicker of strange emotion and shared sympathy crossed Han Yi's eyes. His relationship with this younger brother had never been good to begin with. Although he didn't take the fellow seriously, his brother had always cast covetous eyes on his position, leaving their bond strained. Shaoyan, I understand how you feel. Han Yi spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, as his gaze swept across the faces of several close faction members, while weighing his options. This time, I will definitely help you seek justice. Brother Yi, as long as you help me get revenge, I will follow your lead from now on. Despite still harboring a lingering thirst for power and discontent, Han Shaoyan's hatred for Ji-won weighed heavier on his mind, prompting him to cup his hands and speak with absolute seriousness. Saying this in front of so many people also signified his submission to Han Yi. It practically confirmed that he would never again compete for those things or stir up trouble. Rest assured. Han Yi nodded indifferently. Seeing Han Yi accept, Han Shaoyan felt a surge of joy. Han Yi's influence could not be underestimated, and since childhood, he had never seen the man fail. With Han Yi's backing, this retaliatory action against Ji-won would no longer be just empty talk. He secretly resolved to make Ji-won pay for her actions, while using the opportunity to prove to everyone that the dignity of a Han family young master could not be violated. However, when the fair-skinned young man and the other youths, ladies, and young matrons of Han Yi's age heard Ji-won's name, their expressions turned slightly peculiar. If they remembered correctly, Han Yi, as the heir of the Han family, had also run into plenty of friction with that young lady of the Ji family. Han Shaoyan was a bit younger than them, and coupled with the Han family's efforts to cover up scandals involving their heir, he remained completely unaware of it. But those of them who grew up alongside Han Yi knew every single detail of what had happened back then. After learning the full story of how Han Shaoyan had offended Ji-won, they had all been quite shocked. Ji-won had truly grown up. She actually knew enough to leave the Han family some shred of face by only making Han Shaoyan crawl on the ground. In contrast, Han Yi's fate back then had been too tragic to bear looking at. He had been pinned directly to the floor with a single hand by Ji-won and forced to knock his head in kowtows. Furthermore, after Han Yi apparently said something else to provoke her, she flew into a rage and shoved his head straight into a toilet bowl, forcing him to swallow several mouthfuls of toilet water. Yet no one dared to bring up this incident, which could be considered Han Yi's absolute taboo. Everyone tacitly chose to forget it. In past years, whoever dared mention it, no matter how close their relationship with Han Yi, would instantly face his wrath. As Han Yi accumulated more and more power over recent years, the incident gradually faded from everyone's memories. When you stand in the spotlight of glory, past awkwardness and humiliation tend to be forgotten. The atmosphere at the scene shifted subtly because of this sealed-away past, with complex expressions hanging on everyone's faces, not just on account of Han Yi's past encounter. There was also a lingering wariness of Ji-won's strength and methods. Han Yi naturally sensed this anomaly, yet his expression remained completely unchanged as though those past events had never occurred. However, his hidden hands beneath the table were clenched so tightly that bulging veins throbbed on his skin. Ahem, by the way, if I recall correctly, the Ji family once entertained the idea of an alliance with the Han family, meaning Ji-won nearly had the chance to become your sister-in-law had certain accidents not occurred. At that moment, whether to liven up the table or to provoke Han Yi, a massively built, muscular man casually spoke while stuffing his mouth with food. This muscular fellow had remained silent the entire time, but suddenly bringing this up to disgust Han Yi made his intentions crystal clear. As soon as those words dropped, the young masters and princesses seated around the table dared not speak. The atmosphere froze instantly as though the air itself had stopped moving, and everyone's eyes turned subconsciously toward Han Yi, waiting for his reaction. There was such a thing? How come I've never heard of it? Brother Yi. Hearing this, Han Shaoyan froze for a moment and shifted his gaze to Han Yi. It's just some trivial past history, that Ji-won is far too ugly and unworthy of being your sister-in-law, so I directly rejected their proposal. Han Yi's expression darkened slightly before quickly returning to normal. But she, remembering his own encounter with Ji-won, Han Shaoyan trailed off, hesitating to finish. That Ji-won possessed such an alluring appearance, and her face aside, which was probably the least striking part of her flawless figure without a single ounce of excess fat was something any man would want to play with. Yet Han Yi had actually claimed she was too ugly. Could it be that back then Ji-won truly looked mediocre and only blossomed later on? Han Shaoyan muttered inwardly. Enough, let's drop this subject. Han Yi's voice carried a hint of severity, causing Han Shaoyan to immediately shut his mouth. Piffed, haha, Han Yi, you fucking know how to stroke your own ego. No wonder so many old folks rate you highly lately. That thick skin of yours certainly has a bit of their style. The muscular man laughed heartily, as though amused by Han Yi. Jin, if you don't speak, nobody will treat you like a mute, just eat your food. Han Yi's gaze turned instantly icy, and he slowly set down his wine glass, shooting a sword-like glare toward the muscular man named Jin. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.